In respect of Agenda Item 10, Council HQ Arts Centre, a supplementary agenda advising of this was issued by email on Monday, 26th of September. I have consulted with the leader of the Council and the leader of the Labour Group that we agreed that we intend to take the HQ Arts Centre agenda item at 2 p.m. and we may have to vary the order of the business as we go along. But hopefully we can be expeditious this morning and move things along. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. I will introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting, and as I just said, I may vary order of business to best manage the business of the meeting. And we'll break for lunch at the appropriate point, probably about 1 o'clock. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on the screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing a debate, but at that point it's their responsibility to ensure they attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally, otherwise they may miss the chance to speak. First item of business is the Sederant. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Anslow.
Here.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Buchanan.
Here.
Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Present.
Councillor Hannah.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Here.
Councillor Kerr.
Yeah.
Councillor McCabe.
Yeah.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And shot.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Robertson.
Present.
Councillor Sinclair.
Here.
Councillor Spears.
Present.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Present.
Thank you. Queen Elizabeth passed on September the 8th, and this is the first council meeting we've had since then. We'd like to mark her passing with a minute's silence, and I would ask those who can stand to stand and those who want to remain seated to be seated. Thank you. I'm just now going to say a few words, and I'll invite the group leaders to speak on behalf of and say something about Her Majesty, and also former Provost Buchanan if he wishes to speak, and Councillor Ritchie. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II died on the 8th of September. That day was a day that touched millions of people across the world and will be etched in their memories. The outpouring of grief is a true testament to the love and affection people felt for her. Her duty and service to this country and the Commonwealth for 70 years was outstanding. She touched so many people across the world with her broad smile and her warmth. Her Majesty ruled longer than any other monarch in our history and gave so much of her life to serve others. Her legacy will be remembered for many, many years to come. She was not only a monarch, but a mother, grandmother, great-grandmother dedicated to her family. Trying to balance family life and public life must have been quite a trial. How she managed to serve for 70 years without putting a foot wrong is beyond me. Across the nations of the world, for so many people, meeting Queen Elizabeth simply made their day, and for many that day will remain with them. It has with me, as I recall with fondness, when Councillor Kerr and I stood in line at the Kelpies when Her Majesty opened them. She came along the line and there she was, right in front of me, smiling broadly. Her smile and warmth put everyone at ease. Philip was a wee bit different. He came along and pointed at me and said, "You're only here for a beer," which caused much laughter. It did break the ice though. She was indeed a remarkable woman and a great example to all of us who aim to serve. She loved Scotland and felt at home here, and she clearly chose Scotland as a place to end her days. Rest in peace, ma'am. I now invite Councillor Meiklejohn to speak.
Thank you, Provost. Queen was born into service and head of the Commonwealth. It was not her choice. She was, however, a great ambassador for the country, travelling the world with great affection shown the world over. She has had to appoint and counsel 15 different Prime Ministers of various political colours through some very challenging times, particularly over the last few years, and that is not a role that is well recognised. While there are some who may not be a great lover of the monarchy, what we cannot be denied is for 70 years she dutifully carried out her role to the age of 96. Very few of us will still be working at that age, but she was dedicated to the role right to the end when she could quite easily have put her feet up. I did have the opportunity, as the Provost has indicated as well, to meet the Queen at close quarters when she opened up the section of the canal. I enjoyed a few words with her. My experience was slightly different from Robert's. It was her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, and his sense of humour, as well as his ability to put people at ease, that I remember the most. Irrespective of your personal views, it's important is the fact that she was a mother and a grandmother, and just like any of her own, will be mourned and missed by her family, and our thoughts are with them at this difficult time. Having to share your grief in a very public way must have been very difficult. It's now only right and proper they are given the space and time to adjust. I wish the new King and his family in their new role well. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you. Unlike other group leaders, I have never actually had the privilege of meeting Her Majesty, so I have no personal memories to share with you. But I think that a great many other people, because of the Queen's commitment to Scotland and her many, many visits to places around Scotland, including Falkirk, she has touched the lives of a great many people. I was quite taken by the discussion about her commitment also to service. And I think that's perhaps the message we should all take away with us from her life, is the importance of service to the community. In our case, not to the entire UK community, but to the people in the Falkirk Council area. Many people will have fond memories. Robert and Cecil have talked about theirs, and I'm sure James is going to talk about his fond memories of the Queen. But many other people will have fond memories from when she was here, opening the Kelpies and events of that sort. But sadly, her death has obviously brought sadness as well. Sadness for her own family, obviously, and our hearts go out to them in the same way as our hearts go out to the many other people who are mourning their own loved ones. She was, as Robert said, a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and many of us and many of our constituents will have had similar losses. What I hope is that we can all take some lessons from the Queen's life, and that we can all learn to, as Cecil said, listen, put people at their ease, talk to one another respectfully, and never forget who we were voted in to serve. If the Queen can give us that legacy, then it is a great one to have left us.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Provost. As previous speakers have mentioned, the late Queen gave 70 years of public service to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, as well as the Commonwealth. And as she said, as a young girl, she would devote her whole life to ruling this great nation, to which she did graciously. She loved this great country of ours, spending as much time in Scotland as she could. The heart-wrenching and heart-warming scenes in Edinburgh were breathtaking. It was the people of Scotland appreciated that commitment that she gave to this country. As I already stated, Provost, you and I met Her Majesty at the Kelpies, and it was an honour and a privilege to meet her as we were introduced to her together. I'll never forget that day and always cherish that memory. I will miss her as our sovereign, but her legacy will live on. God bless her. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Spears, do you wish to say a few words?
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, I'd like to extend our sympathy to her family, the losing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, our sovereign. But I would also like to extend the sympathy, being a veteran myself, from the armed forces community and the veterans community in this district. She was our Commander-in-Chief. She was the Commander-in-Chief of my particular corps, the Royal Engineers. The veterans community will miss her greatly, and we will pass her allegiance as we did when we signed our attestation certificate to King Charles. So while we remember the Queen, we can say, long live the King.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. And Councillor Buchanan, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Provost. First of all, can I say that the Planning Committee last week was the first meeting of the Council during this period since the Queen has passed, and we had an opportunity there for the silence, and a few words were expressed. I think that everybody spoke very admirably this morning, and I think that the words that always render to me is the fact is that quite clearly it's about the service. Councillor Hannah said quite clearly that we can take an example of this, especially new members. Councillors like Councillor Spears and myself, who've done 30 years and obviously more, have given commitment to and service to our communities. And I'm sure that having met all the new councillors that's come in here, I'm very, very pleased with their performances so far, and I'm sure that they're going to be a greater tribute to their communities. Could I say this, that obviously it had affected many, many people. As the leader of the council says, Councillor Maplejohn, there is quite a number of people who maybe not classify themselves as monarchists. But the fact of the matter is that, as has been expressed, she was a mother, a grandmother, and she was a mother to this nation. And in closing the remarks, could I say this? I think that Scotland should be very proud of itself. I think that during the ceremonies that has taken place since the Queen's demise, that Scotland was absolutely magnificent in their support. And as everybody else has said, we now have to move forward with our new King. And I would say quite clearly, God bless Her Majesty, and God bless King Charles III. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Richard, do you wish to say a few words, or? Okay. Councillor Kerr, you put your light off. The next item of business is declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Bowes?
Provost, it's with regards to item 10A and B. I am a director of the Dobie Hall Trust, and as is evident, if this was to go in certain ways, there is I'm not saying they would, but there is a potential that the Dobie Hall Trust could benefit from these items. Can I refer to Mr. Moody with advice on that?
Yes, thank you, Provost. And Councillor Bowes here is correctly, I think, identifying a connection in terms of Part 5 of the Code of Conduct for councillors, and he's identified that connection as his directorship of the Dobie Hall Trust. The connection arises, as he has indicated, from the potential benefit that the Trust may gain from the decisions in relation to the Town Hall. That connection having been identified, it's then a matter to determine whether the objective test applies, which is, would a member of the public, knowing the facts and circumstances, consider that that connection would influence the decision making which is to come on items 10A or 10B. Now, I understand from discussion with Councillor Bowes that he is minded to take the view that the test does apply. I think, having regard to the previous decisions of the Standards Commission in this particular area, that is a prudent course of action. And I think if Councillor Bowes is declaring that he will recuse himself from those items, that seems to me an entirely appropriate and justified course of action.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. And Provost, obviously I will recuse myself for those items start.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Next item of business is item 3, agenda item 3, minutes and information bulletin. 3A, minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on 23rd of June, pages 8 to 12. Can we agree that is a true and accurate record?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 3B, volume of minutes, volume 1. Anybody got any questions on that?
Provost, I have a question in relation to the Appeals Committee minutes on page 1. The appeal in this case was upheld, but I would have thought that a statement of reasons might have been appropriate as to why they reached the outcome that they did. There's nothing contained in the minute.
Mr. Moody.
I think, first of all, I think the first point to make is this is a confidential item of business held in private, and this is the public minute which is available to all. But secondly, it's not the custom and practice of the Appeals Committee to record reasons on its minutes, so there's no departure from our normal approach in the minute that you see in the volume.
Provost, just as a supplementary to that, Colin, is that something that we could think about for the future then? Because I think it's important that we know why these decisions are being taken. We don't have to identify anybody, we just need to know the reasons behind the decision.
I think from my experience of the practice of the Appeals Committee, the reasons can sometimes be varied among those members supporting any particular decision, whether to uphold or not uphold the decision of the manager. So I think it may be a challenge to identify a collective and unified reason for that. But I understand the point that you're making, Councillor Nimmo, so I'm happy to take it away to think about it. But my initial thought would be no, that it wouldn't have reasons attached to it, but I'll give it further consideration.
Thank you. Next item of business is 3C, information bulletin. Does anyone have any questions on that? No, thank you. Next item, agenda item 4, rolling action log, pages 13 to 17. Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And this item gives members information just on the progress of any reports which have been asked for by Council. There are comments at the side of the rolling action log which give any explanation where the item isn't on the agenda, where that's expected. The rolling action log appears to be up to date, but it's available for any member to ask questions in relation to the items listed on it.
Thank you. Any questions?
Provost.
Councillor Nimmo?
2 or 3 points. The first one relates to item 44, page 14. Now, I know we've had verbal updates in the past regarding this, and I think the last update there was only 2 outstanding cases. Can we maybe get an update as to whether or not these 2 have been cleared?
Mrs. Algie, would you like to answer that, please?
Yes, thank you, Provost. Provost, I can confirm that there is now 1 outstanding case and we're still actively working to clear that particular case. And we will provide a report to Council on it with an update in December as noted in the action log. Thank you.
Thank you.
The second point, Provost, it's item 558, page 15. There's a report coming forward in December. I'm just wondering if this report will provide us with options as to what we're going to be taking forward in the future.
Mr. Benny, would you like to answer that question, please?
Through you, Provost. The report coming in December will outline a methodology that we recommend using across the wards of Falkirk Council, and will identify several pilot areas to try out that methodology, and then propose to bring a report back later next year on how the pilot projects worked and our belief about whether they should be rolled out across the Falkirk area.
Thanks for that, Malcolm. Provost, my last point's in relation to 591 on page 16. It's just to get an update on the timescales involved with that.
Provost, I think that would be for Patricia Cassidy to respond. I think she may have been slightly delayed by another urgent matter in joining the meeting, so perhaps we could come back to that question later on.
Yeah, thank you. We have 5 motions on business. Oh, sorry, Mr. McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. I did have my light on, then I switched it off as Councillor Nimmo was speaking. Councillor Nimmo actually raised the 2 points that I intended raising. I'd just like just a wee bit of clarification on the second of Alan's points, strategic property review. This has been ongoing for 17 months, and we were advised that the report would be coming in October, and it's now coming in December. We've just heard from Mr. Benny that they're looking to roll out some, can't remember the term that he used. It just concerns me a wee bit. It's something that's taking this long on something as fundamental as a strategic property review. Should take this long, and sometime in the future after December we're going to get these examples of how we intend to roll this out across the council. I thought we would have been better placed before now. I'd just like a wee bit of feedback from Mr. Benny, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Spears. Mr. Benny, would you like to take up the questions, please?
Through you, Provost. The action log said that the report would always come to either October or December, and it's my view that we want the report to be as advanced as possible, and therefore the December meeting's more appropriate. As the action plan outlines, a new team's been put in place at Place Services, and we're doing a fundamental review of the SPR. But I would want to reassure elected members that a lot of progress is being made in terms of progressing the departure from buildings that have been identified in the report that came forward last year. Progress is being made on the stadium. So officers are working forward, but as I said, I'm keen that the report that comes before councillors is as informed and positive as possible, and therefore it will come in December, and hopefully that will give you all the information that you require.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe, would you like to come back on that? Or okay, thank you. Councillor Meikle-John.
Just again to ask Mr. Bennett on that particular matter. I mean, just people's information, strategic property reviews going on since 2016, but during that period of time there has been a number of areas progressed within that. So while we are awaiting a report that's probably going to more look at some of our community facilities, there has been progress, and I just wonder if you could confirm that over that period of time that there has been changes and investments and disposals that has taken forward that strategic property review.
Through you, Provost. Yeah, I'm happy to confirm that is absolutely the case. Progress is being made. There are a number of buildings that are either have been vacated or will be shortly vacated in the coming months. And I'm happy to get Paul to give a short briefing for elected members to summarise some of that activity, just to reassure you in the meantime between now and the report coming in December.
Thank you. There are 5 motions on the agenda, but after discussion with the Labour Group leader and the SNP leader, I've decided to take these to a special council meeting in October in order to expedite the business for today. So the 5 motions will be going to an October special council meeting. Next item of business is agenda item 5, referral from executive, Treasury Management Annual Review. The report is by the Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services, pages 18 to 32. Mrs. Templeman, will you speak to that report, please?
Thank you, Provost. This report is part of a group of reports that we present annually to meet the requirements of the Prudential and the Treasury Management Codes. And essentially this report shows how we've performed against the strategy that was approved by Council for 21-22. The report's already been considered by the Executive and it's referred on to Council for noting. The report covers a lot of ground, including an economic review, but it is retrospective. It's looking back at what's happened in 21-22, and clearly we're quite far into the new financial year, and the position has changed significantly since the end of 21-22. The volatility in the financial markets, particularly what we've seen in the last week, means that the picture that we've set out in section 4 has changed quite markedly. So before the paper was considered by Executive, there was a training session held with members for the 19th of August. And that session highlighted that it's the capital activity that feeds the Treasury Management activity, and in turn the Treasury Management activity has an impact on the revenue budget. Section 4.2 of the report summarises the capital expenditure in 21-22 and the borrowing requirement to support that expenditure. And that links back to the outturn reports that members have already seen for both capital and revenue for 21-22, and those came to the June Executive this year. So this report effectively flows from the information that was included in those papers. Importantly, the 21-22 report states that the Council stayed within the parameters that were approved in the Treasury Management Strategy, and the report demonstrates that the Council complied with its legislative and regulatory requirements, and that the objectives of the strategy were met for both borrowing and investments. I'm happy to take any questions, Provost.
Thank you, Mrs. Templeman. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have a motion at all?
Oh, sorry, Provost, I've got myself confused there. Really, Provost, all I want to say is the paper was presented to the Executive. The Treasury Management Review provides a framework and an update on our borrowing to be able to meet our capital programme and other commitments. It's important that members are cited on the prudential indicators, particularly in such a volatile financial climate, and it's important that we review that and manage that on a regular basis to ensure that we can actually meet our obligations. There was a number of questions at the executive. There was no division at the executive, so I'm happy to move the report as per the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Hanna, do you have any amendment to this at all?
I have no amendments to it. No, thank you. I appreciated Amanda's training in advance of us looking at this on the executive, and I suspect we may be coming back for more.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have any amendment on this?
No amendments, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have any?
No amendments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Can I formally second, please?
Thanks very much.
And should I require come back in?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Steinbank.
Thank you. It's not an amendment. I just have a question in relation to the volatility of the markets. Obviously, you had talked about at the start of the meeting, Amanda. I just note on page 26, the borrowing strategy, that there's been a slight adjustment for a slight reduction in short-term borrowing compared to the same time last year, and a 10 million increase in long-term borrowing. Could you perhaps give us just some context about how the volatility that we're reading about in the papers, and obviously people are very worried about, might potentially impact upon this strategy, as I do think it is noted that volatility is a factor within that specific part of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. So the market is quite challenging just now, and we'll come on to that a little bit more when we talk about the capital programme review paper, which is later in the agenda. As we're seeing the potential cost for the government to borrow rise, that then impacts on the gilt rates, that then impacts on the rates that the council can borrow at from the PWLB. So we've seen really marked rises in the cost of long-term borrowing. Similarly, short-term borrowing, for the last few years, short-term borrowing has been incredibly cheap compared to long-term borrowing, albeit long-term borrowing has been relatively cheap as well. Starting to see a little bit that gap sort of starting to reduce. So all our borrowing is becoming more expensive, and we will have to keep that under constant review to make sure that what we're borrowing is affordable. We have got a meeting next week with our Treasury Management Advisors, who we speak to in advance of doing any borrowing. So we would speak to them to look at what they estimate the market's going to do, what they estimate the rates are going to do, and we would schedule in our borrowing and try to borrow accordingly. So that meeting's happening next week to look ahead. I think that the difficulty we have is because everything's so volatile, any kind of prediction is really, really difficult right now. But it's entirely possible that should interest rates particularly take the trajectory that is projected, that we may have to amend our borrowing plans and our investment plans going forward.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mrs. Templeman? Councillor?
Happy to be corrected on this matter, but just in terms of the sustainability impact, there was an assessment that's not required for this. Am I right in thinking if we're whatever financial establishments we are using or borrowing from, if they're investing in fossil fuels, would we not be running out on an assessment on that?
Mrs. Templeman?
Thank you, Provost. Well, we overwhelmingly we borrow from the government, from the Public Works Loan Board. So that's the vast majority of our borrowing. We do on occasion borrow money from other local authorities for our short-term borrowing, but we're very sort of prudent, we're very risk averse, particularly from a Treasury point of view, and so we don't tend to borrow from other areas. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. It would just be great if that was just outlined in the reports, just to say thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any amendments to Councillor Meikle-John's motion, so can we agree on the recommendations?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Pages 33 to 59. Mr. Lorry.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning to all. The purpose of this report is to seek approval of the council plan, and I think it's important with the election of a new council that the council reviews and resets its priorities in the context both of its best value requirements and the challenging landscape it finds itself in. And that landscape comprises of a cost of living crisis with increased poverty and deepening inequality, the fact that the council faces a financial crisis of its own and tough decisions need to be made, the need to focus resources on both immediate need and creating a positive and bright future for our communities, and a need to focus on collaborative leadership, partnership working, and the transformation of services. The council plan seeks to address the best value themes in relation to vision and strategic direction, performance and pace of improvement, the effective use of resources, financial sustainability, transformation and workforce, partnership, community and continuous improvement. It replaces the previous corporate plan and business plan and sits in the context of the Falkirk plan agreed early this year by the council and by community planning partners. It links clearly to the council's financial strategy, which is considered later on this agenda. The plan itself is set out at Appendix 1 to the report. It sets out what the council aims to achieve over the next 5 years and how that will be done, making the most effective use of resources to deliver services. It recognises that the council cannot achieve these goals on its own and must work with partners, public, private, voluntary sectors, and of course, our communities. The proposed vision is to create strong communities where inequalities are reduced and lives are improved. And the proposed council priorities within that are supporting stronger and healthier communities, promoting opportunities in educational attainment and reducing inequalities, and supporting a thriving economy and a green transition. And within these, the council plan contains a series of we will statements, the actions and projects to be undertaken to deliver on the council vision and priorities. And progress against each of these will be tracked through key success measures at the core of the council's performance management framework, and that framework is outlined at Appendix 2. The plan also sets out the council's values of being responsive and innovative, trusted and ambitious, and how we propose to take these forward to support the delivery of the plan. And it also includes the 3 enablers. So these are financial sustainability, transformation and improvement, and the workforce plan, which are fundamental to successful outcomes and the progress the council needs to make. The plan will be subject to an annual refresh, which will take into account progress in delivery on the financial strategy. And given the uncertainty of the financial outlook, we've just touched on that, this will ensure that the council takes stock of commitments and resources at regular intervals to continue the effective management of the council's business. In terms of consultation, the report sets out the fact that the Falkirk plan public consultation feedback was used as a basis for the council plan and the engagement within the council and with services and with elected members. And the recommendation is set out in paragraph 2. I'm happy to take any questions, Provost, along with colleagues. Thank you.
Councillor Meikle-John, do you have a motion?
Indeed I do, Provost. I wanted to start by thanking officers in pulling this together in a relatively short space of time, recognising that there are a whole host of other pressures right now on people's time and resource, but it's been an important piece of work and sets out the direction of the council. It sets the strategic direction of the plan and our priorities for the next 5 years, and indeed how we will deliver them, and the resources required. Much of what's in the council plan mirrors that of which is in the Falkirk plan, which was developed and agreed with our community planning partners. recognising the collective sum, commitment and resource can achieve much more working for a common goal than we can individually, and it also makes best use of the resources, particularly at a time when public sector finance so significantly pressured across the piece. And it allows us to be very focused on what it is we are going to deliver on. By focusing on a few broad priorities, which are supporting stronger communities, promoting opportunities in education, entertainment, and reducing inequalities, supporting thriving and green economies and transition will help drive policy and the resources going forward, and that is the right thing to do, because that will what should give us the greatest impact in our communities, particularly at such a difficult time. Having looked again quite closely at the council plan and reflected on it, I'm sure all of us will see the various aspects of our individual political manifestos within the council plan, and therefore the collective will to deliver on that should help us make progress. We'll be able to monitor the progress closely, both with nationally and locally performance indicators. Those are detailed within the appendix, and these will help us to be able to measure where we are across Scotland as well as locally, and make sure that we are directing the resources to the right areas. Our best value report highlighted the need for the council plan to act as an enabler for financial sustainability, along with transformation of our organisation and services and workforce plans. The next report will provide the framework of how we'll be able to resource that over the piece, and that will be very critical to the delivery of the priorities that we have. There was extensive consultation with both partners and our communities during development of the Falkirk plan, which was approved a few months ago, and with very close alignment to the council plan, further consultation was indeed carried out with all elected members, enabling them to have an input to the plan going forward. It is, however, important to note that the plan will require to be dynamic and will be subject to change to reflect on the environment that we're currently operating in, that annual update will indeed give us the opportunity to adjust accordingly. So I'm have a good and robust plan going forward. I'm therefore happy to move the recommendations in the report, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michael John. Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Provost. Happy to second and reserve the right.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
I don't have an amendment, but I have a question if that's permissible at this point. We'll come back to that. Fine.
Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment to this report?
No, got an amendment, Provost, but I can pass you on to our Economic Development Business Manager, Brother Councillor Bundy.
Well, once I've just checked for amendments, we'll be open up the debate. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment at all?
I don't have an amendment, but I do have a couple of questions.
Okay, thank you. Open up for discussion. Councillor Hannah, do you want to come in first?
Thank you, Provost. I would reiterate the commendations, not condemnations, the commendations for the staff who've been involved in pulling this together. I'm assuming, looking at the consultation that has been involved, given the difficult circumstances under which that has occurred over the last couple of years, I'm assuming that has been primarily electronic forms of consultation. But I would like to know a little more about the consultation that has taken place, but also in looking forward to the future and the fact that we will be having annual reviews. I'd like to hear a bit more about the consultation that will go on in that, because this plan is going to change considerably over the coming years, and I think it's important that we are looking forward and planning forward to listening to our communities and what they think, how they think we're doing, and how they think we can improve on what we're doing.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Mr. Laurie, would you like to address some of these questions?
Yes, thank you, Provost. As set out in the report, in terms of public consultation, what we've done is we've used the consultation which was done for the Falkirk plan, the wider community plan, as a basis for this plan as well. Now, in terms of the community plan, there was a wide-ranging consultation that was partly with the public, but it was also partly with our partners and other groups that were working towards that plan. And of course, what we have is an ongoing process of consultation. So we've created the communities team in recent years. That's our central point for consultation. And they led the consultation on the community plan. We can certainly provide more details of that if members who weren't here at the time would like to see that. But it was extensive, it was broad ranging. And the Community Planning Partnership, I think, recognised that in terms of its approval of the Falkirk plan. In terms of moving forward, and the report says that that feedback is still very relevant, and I think that's true. But given that things are changing so rapidly, the emergence of the cost of living crisis, not least, I think it's really important that we're consulting and open with our communities at all stages, so there'll be consultation in relation, for example, to the budget, ongoing consultation in relation to a series of projects that we'll be taking forward. So for me, whilst there's no formal plan in place at this stage for an annual consultation process specifically in relation to the council plan, we do need to build on the good work that's been done through the communities team and continue to be open and listening to our communities as we move this forward year by year.
Thank you, Mr. Laurie. Would you like to come back to that, Councillor Hannah?
Just to say thank you for that, and I just hope that we can begin to develop a kind of open consultation process that is going to enable our communities to have their say on this, because things are going to be changing quite considerably, and I think the priorities of our communities have to be at the centre of all we're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Bundy?
Thank you, Provost. We support the principles of the plan, but we've just got a couple of questions for clarification. We've got 3 priorities, but measuring the success, we've got 18 success measures for one, 22 for another, and 24 for the third one. Isn't this spreading ourselves a bit too thin in terms of focus and accountability? And are there any ways to prioritise the success measures so we know that we're going in the right direction?
Thank you. Mr. Laurie?
I mean, that's a really interesting question, I think. I think it's always a challenge to determine what kind of volume and range of success measures we should have in place. I mean, those that are there have come about as a result of very considerable thought and consultation within the organisation. Quite a number of them are measures that we are taking annually anyway, because they're parts of the local government benchmarking framework, for example, are required for other returns. So I think we need to be alive to that issue. We're satisfied at this stage that the number of indicators we have is sufficient to give us a good sense of whether we're making the progress we need to make, but not overly burdensome. And I think some members might remember previous plans that had vast numbers of indicators which did prove difficult to monitor and follow. So, but I suppose in a way similar to the previous question, we're going to review this each year. Reports will come forward in relation to the success measures to the scrutiny committee for consideration, and I think we need to be open to that. And if members are telling us that actually the volume of indicators is too great, that is certainly something we're happy to review.
Thank you, Mr. Laurie. Any other questions, Councillor Bundy?
Yes, I have 2 more. During the rest of the reports in all the other agendas in the full report, there's little mention of the council plan. So I'm just wondering, what role it's actually playing in shaping agendas.
Mr. Laurie?
I think given the nature of the challenges we currently face, I mean, both in terms of the issues facing our communities and also in terms of the financial strategy, the view certainly that we've shared as a corporate management team is we need to become much more focused on ensuring that in our reports and as we move forward, we are referencing these priorities and making the connection. So if the plan is agreed today, then our intention is to be much more robust in terms of making that reference when in each report where we have the initial sections about the purpose of the report. We feel at that point it would be helpful to tie the reports into the relevant part of the council plan.
Question. Thank you. And the final question is about, one of the key themes is about being responsive. So I didn't see anything about data collection and data analysis and ensuring that we are responding to events as they happen and just basing it off the data and trends. So is there any data analysis happening for decision making? Thank you.
The answer to that is yes. I mean, the use of data and the better use of data in the organisation is something which I think we all regard as really important. And I think there's probably examples service by service where which we could talk about in relation to that. But I wonder if on this point, Provost, I might just turn to Rebecca MacDonald, our change manager, who might be able to provide a fuller response on that.
Okay, Mrs. MacDonald, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Provost, and thank you. Just to pick up on the point, it is our intention through the performance management framework that the Chief Executive mentioned earlier to undertake a project that will enable us to be more tight in our data collation, centralise that data collation and allow us to really be more robust with our evidence-based information that feeds projects and programmes and plans that will come from the council plan. So that piece of work we intend to kind of take through early doors in 2023 to make sure we are as top of our game as we can be with regard to using data and that evidence-based approach to enable, you know, good and informed decision making. As Chief Executive said, that data and information is already sort of stored and used within services to inform the projects and plans that are underway just now, but we do want to up our game, and the council plan gives us a lever to pull to do that. So over the course of 2023, you will see evidence of a project that will emerge to improve our approach to all of this, and it will flow through to the scrutiny committee with the performance updates that will be provided, as the Chief Executive mentioned. So thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Mr. MacDonald. Any more questions, Councillor Bundy?
That's me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spears?
Thank you, Provost. If I can take you to agenda item 3, 3.1, climate change. You use the words ambitions. As the country enters recession and climate change, the fight against climate change or the climate emergency does not come without costs. And as we look forward, or don't look forward to a budget where we're going to have to implement quite draconian cuts to this district, will we be on track to meet the target of the 2024 net zero?
Kenneth?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I mean, I think it's exceptionally important that we retain our ambition in relation to the climate challenge or the climate emergency, as you rightly say. And the third priority in the plan is all about that focus. In terms of whether we meet the 2030 target or not, I mean, that is going to depend to a large degree on decisions that councillors take. Decisions in relation to fleet, decisions in relation to buildings, decisions in relation to waste, decisions in relation to the capital programme. So it is exceptionally challenging because of the financial position, but there will be questions for and reports brought forward whereby the council can take decisions both within the budget and elsewhere as to what priority attaches to the climate emergency?
Well, I would say that any action is better than no action, but the word emergency is not just used for emotive reasons. It's because there is a climate emergency, and we need to demonstrate very clearly to the district and our constituents and the residents in the whole of Falkirk district that we will be there to take positive action and try and hold the government to account who are giving out these dates that if they keep cutting the income to this council, then we're running into real difficulties.
Any more questions, Councillor Spears? Is that you? Thank you. So we have a motion moved and seconded.
I still have a couple of questions, sorry. The council plan, we're being asked to approve this for the next 5 years. You have to ask yourself, how realistic is this plan, especially when you take into account the future budget implications? Now, I believe we're looking at something like 60, 70 million pounds to get sliced off our council budget in the next 4 or 5 years. So how realistic is this in relation to the financial implications? And the other point I wanted to make in relation to the council plan was, why is the heating being switched off in this building? Has that got something to do with other agenda items, or am I just being... It's certainly not a healthy atmosphere to work in this temperature.
In the absence of the temporary absence of the provost, in terms of realism, I mean, it's a reasonable point. I suppose that's precisely why we've said we need to review this annually. That's closely tied into the financial strategy. We need to review annually because things are changing rapidly, and we need to ensure that the council plan is set in that context and revised in that context as the financial position changes and as we monitor our performance against it. In terms of the heating of this building, I can't answer that question. I hadn't noticed it was anything other than a pleasant temperature.
Well, I'm sorry, Chief Executive, but there's members here sitting with gloves on, so it is cold.
I think, Councillor Nimmo, you'll find that the majority of senior citizens are sitting in the cold as well just now.
Absolutely, I appreciate that as well.
Do you want to come and start? Good, Councillor Steenbank next with the question.
All right, Councillor Steenbank.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. I'm just turning back to the sort of detail of the plan, and I do appreciate that I've asked a few questions and we've had dialogue on this before, Chief Executive, but it's just in regards to the community asset transfer programmes which are under supporting stronger and healthier communities. If you look at page 55, that in terms of success measures, we're looking at 2 as the number of asset transfers per year for community ownership. I think we previously clarified that as per annum, just for the clarity of this question. How are we looking to directly and effectively monitor the success of community projects, and how are we incentivising take-up on projects that might have fantastic effort and community engagement built into them, but not necessarily the resourcing behind them to get a community asset transfer over the line? And how can this plan help reassure potential take-ups of CAT that they could potentially have a project in their community and not to get disheartened whilst looking for funding in various areas of the council?
Mr. Laurie.
I think for a detailed response to community asset transfer, I have to call on colleagues. I'm not sure if Malcolm's able to pick up on that one.
Mr. Berry.
Through you, Provost. The community asset transfer activity is a kind of partnership between the communities team and the assets team within Place Services. So you see the performance measures in the plan at the moment are to ensure that we get 2 full transfers and 2 leases per year. So that's how we'll judge it. But I'm happy to get a briefing on the community asset transfer activity that's ongoing, if that would be helpful for yourself.
Yeah, no, that would be, again, a useful resource. It's more how we can improve by using this plan and the sort of objectives, putting it into a certain priority to incentivise, I think, groups that might not feel the resourcing had previously been there. And obviously with stuff like community choices coming forward in various aspects of programmes in the council, we could potentially give groups hope where there wasn't necessarily before.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Steinbach. Mr Gillespie, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Provost, for letting me in here, and just to maybe help augment what Malcolm said there. Certainly, this would be through the communities team itself. It's one of the things we've recognised through the Falkirk plan about supporting our communities, and part of the council's decision to move part of community learning and development within the communities team as well, to support the communities, to actually help them and empower them more. One of the things, as you'd mentioned there, was about community choices, and this was our first step about making that information aware to our communities to make them stronger and more aware. So certainly the team have started that. There is 2 sets of team within the community team, and as our Chief Executive said in an earlier response, that was the idea of building up that team. We have these measures in place, and we're confident with the resources we have and the closer working with relationships with our communities that we're going to invest the time to support them to take it forward, and rather than just leaving them to look at what resources are out there.
Thank you, Mr Gillespie.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Councillor Deacon.
I just have a thanks, Professor. I've just got a wee bit of clarification. Page 57, the street cleanliness score, Scotland value is 90.10. We're aiming for 81.12. And the CO2 emissions, Scotland value is 4.09, 3.61. In the better value cases where the Scotland value is the better option, why are we not aiming to try and get the baseline to the same as the Scotland value, specifically on street cleanliness score? Because there is a lot of trash out there.
Okay, thank you. Mr Benny?
Through you, Provost. That score reflects the fact that during COVID, the street cleansing was not considered to be an emergency sort of provision, and during the period the street cleanliness score dropped to a level which would be below what Falkirk Council would normally expect. So that figure of 81.12% represents a kind of recovery journey position, and obviously this would be a 5-year plan to which I would expect us to, incrementally rise back up to a position. I guess the caveat to that would be dependent upon resources, that we allocate over the coming 5 years to those tasks.
Thank you very much. Mr Benny, is that a satisfactory answer? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's regarding 5.8. But I think we're all very mindful the world's very volatile at the moment, and obviously the 3 things covered: climate change and the cost of living is affecting us. I do appreciate in 5.8, given the uncertain financial outlook, this will make sure the council takes stock of commitments and resources at regular intervals. But my question is, what vehicle have we got at the moment that alerts us to the crisis, and what arrangements are in place that we can meet immediately to deal with something? And also, what can the council do being proactive with that? Because the world is changing very quickly, and things is happening to our community very quickly. So how can we be proactive, and what is the arrangements for contingency plans if there is a change with these 3 things that I mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benny. Mr Laurie?
As a council, we're monitoring our performance against the plan. We're monitoring our financial position. We're working with communities on a daily basis on various projects with our communities. So I think that throughout, and we've got a huge amount of contact across our front line, right across our services, with the concerns and the anxieties and the issues that face communities. And as councillors, you're very much, at the front end of that as well. So I think as a council, we have the ability to change course, to bring forward reports, to take decisions as the situation changes. So I'm not concerned about our ability to do that. I'm concerned about some of the issues that may arise because of the financial crisis, because of the cost of living crisis and the pressures that will put on us. But we do have the mechanisms to respond, and I think it's really important. I suppose thinking back to the best value review, where it talked about collaborative leadership and decision making, that if we sense there's issues which we need then to respond to, we will bring forward the necessary reports. We will discuss them and debate them in this chamber, and we need to take the decisions that respond to the needs of our communities and indeed the financial challenges that we face. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Gives me some reassurance. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Binney. So we have a motion moved and seconded. We don't have any amendments. Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Next item of business is the financial strategy, and after this item we'll take a 10-15 minute comfort break. This is a report by Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services, pages 60 to 102. Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. This report presents the Council's financial strategy for approval. And as we've heard, the strategy sits within the Council's planning framework and sets out the financial context that the Council's operating within. However, as we've seen in the last week or so, the economy is extremely volatile and the position can change very rapidly. So the strategy is a baseline position, and future reports will outline changes against that baseline position. The document includes information on housing for both revenue and capital and general fund capital. However, today in this presentation, I will focus on the general fund revenue position, which is the area facing the greatest and most immediate pressures. So the strategy presented today has broadly two sections. The first outlining the financial position and the second setting out the approach to balancing the budget gap. The first section serves a number of purposes. It emphasises the importance of financial sustainability in supporting the Council to deliver its visions and priorities, and recognises that the Council's Best Value Audit Report has emphasised that Falkirk needs to make significant progress in this area. It also puts the Council's finances into the wider economic context, explaining that the pressures facing households in terms of rising costs are also impacting directly on the Council. It explains how the Council's finances work, with a focus on the general fund revenue side in particular, setting out the sources of income and explaining the largest areas of spend and biggest areas of cost pressure. And on page 85 of the agenda, the strategy shows the culmination of all the assumptions that we're making at this point in time on the Council's income and expenditure. And that's what's giving us the forecast gaps, which total 69 million over the next 4 years, with the biggest pressure coming in 23-24. The reason that the strategy has been laid out in this way is to try and improve the collective understanding of how the Council's finances operate and to provide a clear context for decision making going forward. This document should serve as an anchor point so that when decisions are being taken, they will refer back to the document and be seen in this context. A shared understanding of the problem should help the Council to take decisions in a collaborative way, and it's intended that service proposals with financial implications will be brought to members for consideration throughout the year and not solely as part of the budget setting exercise in February or March. The document will also serve to underpin consultation exercises that are undertaken with our communities, again to try and ensure that there's a shared understanding of the Council's financial challenges. And whilst the covering report doesn't cover budget consultation work, a draft engagement plan is being developed and discussed by officers at the moment. The second section of the document, from page 86 onwards, sets out the Council's approach to balancing the gap. And there's two main approaches. The first is labelled corporate accounting proposals, and the second is service proposals, and I'll touch briefly on both of these. Corporate accounting proposals covers three main points. Service concessions, council tax and borrowing. Service concessions are explained in more detail on page 87 of the agenda. And just to flag that this is a really complex area and work is ongoing to try and quantify the potential benefits and the impact that this option will have. And it's perhaps worth noting that the final guidance on this area was just issued by the Scottish Government earlier this month, so it's very much a work in progress. We are likely to ask our Treasury advisors to assist us with these detailed calculations. So at this point, it's not possible to quantify the potential benefit from this area, but we hope that we'll be able to do that within the next couple of months. The council tax strategy is set out on page 88 of the agenda and charts an approach to gradually increase council tax so that Falkirk's charge is more in line with the Scottish national average. It's important to remember that the £69 million gap that's already shown in the document already assumes an increase of 3% per annum. So an increase of less than 3% would add to that £69 million gap, and an increase of more than 3% would reduce that gap. The strategy is suggesting an increase of 4% per annum, which would see the Falkirk average Band D charge reach almost the assumed Scottish average charge by 27-28. At this point, we're not looking for approval to increase the council tax rate, and there will be a further council tax setting report coming to members as part of the budget exercise. However, we are asking members to agree the approach in principle and note that an EPIA will be prepared in advance of the budget meeting. Reference has also been made to the impact of reducing borrowing for capital investment purposes and an explanation provided of the impact of borrowing on the revenue budget, and that's included in pages 90 and 91 of the agenda. There's no specific proposals included in the strategy for this point at this stage. Page 92 of the agenda goes on to set out the approach to service proposals and the 3 routes to financial savings, which are transformation, improvement activities and service reductions. Given the scale of the gap, it's likely that all of these routes will have to be used to balance the budget, and the Council will be asked to consider what it can reduce, stop or transfer. The Council's approach to transformation is important and was an issue raised in the Council's Best Value Assurance report, and the review of the Council's approach to transformation was considered by the Executive in August this year and is reflected in the strategy document. It is important that there's clear alignment between the Council's transformation work and the Council's financial position, and the strategy aims to ensure that the links are clearly made and that there's improved reporting on progress with our transformation work going forward. Transformation is clearly the best option for the Council. Ideally, our transformation work will allow us to improve outcomes for our communities and save money at the same time. These types of projects are difficult to identify, but officers are committed to taking this approach as much as possible. Projects in the Council of the Future Transformation Programme totalling £10 million are set out on page 94. These projects continue to be developed and refined and will be reported through the revised governance structure as reported to the Executive in August. Page 95 highlights that Chief Officers are also working to identify improvement projects and service reductions that will result in financial savings for the Council. This is very much a work in progress, with future reports and updates expected to come back to members. At this time, services have identified around 12 million of options which would fit into these categories. And the table on page 96 summarises the position as things currently stand. If all the options identified to date were taken, the gap would reduce from 69 million to 43 million, with a gap of almost 28 million falling to next year. So clearly there's still a huge amount of work to do, and over the next few months we'll be refining our assumptions as more detailed and definitive information becomes available. And again, I would like to stress that the current estimate is based on the best information at this time, and it is very much a moving feast. We'll be working to get a better understanding of the potential benefits of service concessions, as I've said, and we'll be working with services to identify more options for transformation, improvement and reduction, and where necessary, preparing reports to members for decision. As well as these tasks, a further 2 are set out in paragraphs 5.4.4 and 5.4.5 of the covering report, which is on page 65 of the agenda. Those 2 actions are the review of the use of a target operating model for the council. So we want to consider how this type of model has been used in other councils and how effective it has been for other councils. However, I think it's really important to note that whilst this process may help shape some of our decision making, it will not take away the need for difficult decisions to be taken. We also propose that a financial strategy group is set up to replace the budget working group. That group would be chaired by the Chief Executive and would consist of group leaders and the finance spokespersons from each group. And if approved, the aim would be to have a first meeting of that group as quickly as possible and agree terms of reference. And again, that's a key part of our work in improving collaborative leadership going forward. I'm happy to take any questions, Provost.
Thank you, Mrs. Templeman. Mr. Laurie would like to come out at this moment.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I'm very grateful to Amanda and our colleagues for the excellent work in bringing forward the financial strategy. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I mean, firstly, members will recall that financial sustainability is one of the 2 key issues that emerged from our best value audit, which was published earlier this year. And of course, since then, recent developments in terms of inflation, energy, pay, cost of living crisis have only made the challenge much greater. So that figure of 69 million is an enormous figure for the council to bridge. It is unprecedented for us. I think it's really important to recognise that. And I think unless or until we really get to grips with the issue of financial sustainability, we're always going to be on the back foot, because we'll be too focused on the seemingly endless search for budget savings rather than maximising our performance within the resources that we have in delivering on the council plan, which the council has just agreed. So the financial strategy is a really important first step towards addressing that. And whilst wherever possible, we will seek savings through transformation and improvement activity, as Amanda has said, it is, to my mind, inconceivable that we will bridge the budget gap without service reductions. And I think we need to recognise that. And that does mean really difficult decisions will need to be taken. And we'll need to start on that early. We can't just wait again. As Amanda said, we can't just bring everything forward as part of the budget process. We need to be on the front foot in relation to that. It also means that the whole issue around about collaborative leadership is really important. The members will recall that that was the other big issue that emerged from the best value audit. There will need to be strong and effective joint working across the council to deal with this scale of challenge. And all councillors have an important role to play in that. It will also be essential to exercise tight control on in-year spend. So the last report, or the report on the financial position that came to the last meeting of the executive, projected that we will be close to 2 million over budget at the end of the current year. That's not a sustainable position, and will further limit the council's ability to deal with its budget gap. So one action that the corporate management team has agreed is a recruitment freeze on non-essential posts, and that will help to limit spend in the current year and protect the council's reserves. Additional actions will be taken to manage the financial position, and where necessary, member approval will be sought. So, Provost, this is a really important report. I think it's the first time we've had the financial challenge in terms of sustainability set out so comprehensively and so well, and that is exceptionally important given the sheer scale of the challenge the council now faces. And I just wanted to make these points before the debate started.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laurie. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do, Provost. Thank you. And again, like the council planner, I just want to pay tribute to the finance team who have been pulling together this financial strategy to match our aspirations within our council plan. That is no mean feat, particularly in the current climate. And I know that work continues to be ongoing in that in order to ensure that they deliver on behalf of all the members of the council. But when we look at even the last few days to how things have changed to when this report was written, it does just bring home just how challenging a financial environment we're in. Currently have the Bank of England predicting that the size of the UK economy is going to fall within the next 12 months and will enter a recession. Nationally, that means there's going to be less jobs, less company profits, less taxes, poorer settlements for local government, and as a result we're going to see inequalities. And that all has to be done in the context of both Scottish Government and local government being dependent on the UK Government for grant. We can't get away from that. There are so many uncertainties within the economy, making it very difficult to predict and to plan over the next 5 years. Uncertainty will have to be taken into account as part of our financial planning, not just but throughout the year, as things are so variable. Best Value report, as the Chief Executive just said, highlighted that the need for robust financial planning in order to give the Council that financial sustainability. It was critical over the reliance on use of reserves in the past and the delays in taking key decisions and the lack of pace around transformation of services, all of which has contributed to the high budget gaps over the last few years and the inability to invest. The financial strategy still gives elected members a democratic decision making, but sets a clear direction of travel, and that's where we need to actually get to a common agreement on. We will need to use all the tools available for us to be able to meet our budget year, and they are set out in the papers at Director of Finance. To date, just under half the savings have been identified, leaving significantly more to do. All the easy savings are likely to be us much more challenging than ever before. Compounded by the magnitude of this year's gap, it will therefore be important that decisions are taken at an early stage, as they will require much more work and lead-in time in order to be delivered. This will involve elected members engaging with the budget process at a much earlier stage than previous and having very frank discussions. The previous budget working group did not work as effectively as it should have. There's an opportunity in a new council and a fresh start. Therefore, I would support the proposal for the Member Officer Financial Strategy Group to do that collaborative work and develop a strategy and budget proposals. What is clear is that we will require to either stop delivering some services or look at how we can deliver them differently in the future. The more we can transform, the less we'll have to consider stopping, and that's why the Council of the Future Change programme will be critical to driving forward savings proposals. And while there's been much positive progress following the programme, much still needs to be done in order to a 5-year gap of 60. Tax is one of the key enablers within the strategy to meet our priorities within the council plan and 20% of our income. While Falkirk has a history of low council tax, having been lower than the Scottish average in 2011 with the council tax freeze, where there was a year-on-year 3% increase over a 10-year period, we are still starting from a much lower base. It left us disadvantaged and has contributed to the high budget gaps last year and this year, and the reliance on use of reserves to meet our budget gap, which is no longer sustainable. The financial strategy is a framework to work within. Without the council tax strategy being agreed and having an annual and returning to purely an annual setting of the council tax will impact on the ability to have a robust plan in order to meet our future commitments, placing greater reliance on service transformation and cuts. Council budgets are pressured, as the Scottish Government, who have a finite budget, competing priorities and very limited borrowing. There's only so many ways you can cut a cake, so we are relying on UK Government for settlements. In the current climate, it's irresponsible and unrealistic not to work towards the Scottish average of the council tax and indeed a false economy. Perhaps the UK government should not have cut tax rates for higher earners and use that to help public services. While difficult at this time, those that are on the lowest income will remain to be protected. I therefore move the recommendations in this paper, including the agreement on the council tax strategy, which will assist with future planning subject to agreement as part of the budget process. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Meikle. John, do you have a seconder?
I formally second and reserve the right to come back in.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah, do you have a notice of an amendment?
I don't currently have a notice of amendment, but would reserve the right after we've had an opportunity to ask some further questions, depending on the answer to those questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have notice of an amendment?
We have an amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have notice of an amendment?
No, but I do have some questions.
Okay.
Firstly, can people hear for this side of the room? I know there's difficulty with the technology. With the leader of the administration, it was very difficult to hear. And
Okay,
the cameras are off.
How's
this
everybody
side.
for hearing? Okay.
Must just be this end.
Must be.
To speak to his amendment, and we can display it after he's finished his speech.
Okay. Councillor Kerr, would you like to speak to your amendment, please?
Thank you, Provost. I think on page 79 and 80 clearly states the obvious. The council is usually reliant on government grant. The ratio of government grant funding to council tax is 80-20. This means that a 1% reduction in the government grant equals to £3 million. Would require to increase of over 4.3 in the council tax to make up the difference. However, it is important to note that for budgeting purposes, the council already assumes an increase of 3% annually. Nationally, funding to local government reduced by 4.2% in real terms between 2013 and 2021, excluding COVID funding, as shown in the chart below. In addition to this pressure, there has been an increase in the amount of grants which has been ring-fenced for specific policy delivery in local government. For example, spending early years provision has increased nationally due to Scottish Government ring-fence funding. However, due to the overall reduction in funding, this means that other areas in the council budget are subject to spending cuts. In May 2022, the Scottish Government published the Resource Spending Review, setting a high level of requirements for resource spending in 2026-27. The spending plan shows a settlement for local government remains at the 22-23 level until 25-26, with an increase of 100 million nationally in 2026-27, a 0.9% increase to 10.616 million. The Scottish Government Information Centre produced a brief paper in June 22, which considered the impact of the review. This demonstrates that local government would be faced with a reduction in funding of 7% in real terms over the period of the RSR. That was based on the information at the time, and this is before inflation. We agree with the recommendations of 1, 3 and 4, Provost, but our amendment is to delete item 2 until the budget meeting. We're not saying we're not going to support anything. All we're saying is we would like it deleted until the budget. I've give Mr. Perry the amendment by email. As simple as that, just to delete item 2 until the budget meeting. Thank you, Provost.
So I think, Deputy Provost, the amendment moved by Councillor Kerr is very clear. There are 4 items in the recommendations which forms the motion moved by the Leader of the Council, and Councillor Kerr's amendment is simply to delete the second of those in relation to the council tax strategy. So Deputy Provost, I think we just need to see if we have a seconder for the amendment.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that?
Happy to second.
Okay, thank you.
We've got an amendment moved and seconded, so I'd just like to open it up for debate. Any questions, Councillor Spears?
Thank you. It's really just a question. Well, two questions, in fact. I agree with the motion that's coming forward. The budget should be for the budget, and to set not just guidelines but rules for the budget before we've come to the budget is demeaning that particular budget. We have, can everybody hear okay? I know there's difficulty with the technology on this side of the room. Is it?
We can hear you loud and clear, Councillor Spears.
Right, I think it's mainly for people outside. I know they can't see anything, but the Chief Executive was very explicit that, you know, we're cut to the bone now, I think, and the only thing when you're cut to the bone is amputation. So my question is fairly simple, and it'll be the question that most people out there and our workforce are asking quite explicitly. Will there be redundancies because of this forthcoming budget?
Mr. Laurie?
I'm not going to preempt that at this stage. The comment I made was that I see it a very difficult route forward without service cuts. Service cuts are inevitable. How we manage that is the critical issue. And previously, the council, whilst it doesn't have a no redundancies policy, has always managed to avoid making compulsory redundancies. I think that becomes increasingly challenging as we move forward, particularly if the transformational and other decisions which will come before the council aren't taken.
Councillor Spears, do you want to come back on that? Is that a satisfactory answer?
No, there's concerns here. I mean, we've already had a scrutiny committee where the education convener has said that pools will close, things will close. If you're closing some of these facilities, you can't keep employing the people that run these facilities. So we need clear definitions here. People, if they're looking at part of their workforce, if they're going to be redeployed or they're going to have to find a job somewhere else, just to say it's somewhere down the line and we live in hope, we need to be very clear here because our employees expect that of us.
19.1, Provost. As the education convener, can I just...
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you. As education convener, I'd just like to correct that I have never said that in a scrutiny committee, and that to give that impression is irresponsible and is not the accurate position of what has been said.
Sorry, it was the Director of Education. My apologies.
Don't believe that's what he said either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah? Or Nimmo first?
I think Councillor Nimmo was first.
Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Last year, the SNP increased the council tax by 4% with no real benefit to the public except for further cuts in service delivery. Now, we're all getting complaints from members of the public regarding things that aren't getting done in our wards. Labour last year quite rightly voted against the last SNP budget cuts and is against a further increase in the council tax at this point. What we're trying to do is try and financially protect the vulnerable out there who can't afford an increase, and I think this is the way to do it. So we will be supporting the Tory amendment. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to say that, first of all, I welcome the setting up of a financial strategy group. I have raised these issues about the importance of us collaborating and the importance of collaborative leadership. And I'm really keen. I have heard a great deal about what's in the best value review, and how important collaborative leadership is on the council to take us forward. And I am absolutely 100% committed to working together with all parties and with council officers in trying to come to the best deal we can for our local communities. But I have to make a point here about the nature of collaborative leadership. Collaborative leadership is not a one-way process. Collaborative leadership has to work in a number of different ways. And I think it's important that information is shared, and that information is shared openly and honestly and at early opportunities. And I have to say that sadly, in relation to a number of issues that I have raised these issues with officers and other councillors, the information sharing has been less than I would have liked to see. I would also suggest that point 2 of the recommendations is in some respects evidence of that. We set up a financial strategy group, but then we are going to take some things out of the purview of that financial strategy group in terms of discussions. And I think that is somewhat troubling to me. And for that reason, I would be supporting the amendment that James Kerr has put forward, because I think that if you have a financial strategy group, you need a group that is going to be given the information and the remit to look at those financial issues.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Any other questions? Councillor Colley?
Yeah, just a couple of questions on practical information. I think we are all extremely keen to protect the most vulnerable in our communities. So I actually wanted to ask a question around the EPIA, and I think the equality and poverty impact assessments, these certainly should help inform our decisions, and in relation to what they contain, particularly in relation to a council tax, is around the household profiles for what information will be available in relation to that. So the household profiles, how many people who receive full council tax reduction, how many people receive reductions in other ways or are ignored for council tax purposes, but equally to try and get a balance of how we understand the incomes of individuals, particularly in relation to energy costs. And we know that there's been support come forward both through the UK, but also through the Scottish Government. So to try and get a bit of a picture of what those profiles look like to help inform our decision making. And it was just really a question of how detailed the EPI will be.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Colley. Who will answer that, Mr. Benning? Oh, it's yourself, Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. So we've started to look at how we'll prepare the EPIA, and I suppose just as a sort of baseline position at the moment, there's about 13,000 people who are fully protected from an increase in their council tax. We would expect that if the charge increased, the number protected would increase as well, but we need to model that out. So that's the type of modelling we want to do for the EPIA. Paul Ferguson, who's our Revenues and Benefits Manager, he has started to work on that and been looking at some examples, sort of which may be helpful for the financial strategy group to consider, looking at different scenarios of different levels of income. Obviously, there's so many different types of income level and a benefits level out there. So we're trying to sort of as part of the EPIA work, trying to look at the type of people that may be impacted and what mitigations are in place where possible. I think one of the points I'd make is that we said in the strategy that to balance the budget, we either reduce spend or increase income. So if we need to be clear, if we choose not to increase the income, that we're comfortable that the reduction in spend is the better option. And I think that's the challenge that we face. Thank you.
Councillor Bush.
Thank you, Provost, as I did reserve earlier on. I found this quite interesting. It's been, and I don't mean to go into history too much here, but in the last 5 years, it's been interesting, and the lessons that we've learned, and particularly last year, I think it showed when we were showing figures that smaller councils actually have a bigger return from council tax than what Falkirk does. It shows you at a time when a decision was made, and I'm not complaining about that decision, to keep council tax rates low. It's ultimately given us a problem over the years because we've not been able to catch that up. I appreciate where the Conservative group are coming from. I think we've got to remember that we're not talking about, and I assume we're not, because sorry, I was listening quite hopefully intently. I don't think and I think you were comfortable with the 3%, and it was just the concern on going over. Am I right on that?
We just thought it wasn't at the right time to bring this forward when we're not even got the group up and running yet. So we were uncomfortable making a decision at the moment. Similar to Councillor Hannah says, until the group have their meeting and get together to make a decision before that group's even started, we didn't think it was right, and that's why we've asked it to be until
in that case, what it's looking to do here is to agree a principle, not agree a rate. I think it's just been mentioned there just now by our Director of Finance that we have to put the strategy together on whether we're going to look on income or we're going to reduce spending. And if we're going to, because I hope we learnt this in the last years, and I appreciate there's a number of councillors who are new to here, but we've learnt this over the last couple of years, that focusing on the spending side of it is really not where this council wants to be. We're wanting to focus more on the income. This is a strategy. It's not fixing it. It says it quite clearly. Agree in principle, the council tax strategy, and note that the formal council tax approval will be required as part of the revenue budget settings. It's about bringing us to a median on Scottish council tax. We are, and it has been helpful very low when you say, oh, he's wanting to put up council tax. If we were talking about putting up 1% over the 3% next year, you're talking about a cost for a bandee of £1.15 per month. We're not talking about adding on thousands of pounds on this strategy. You're talking over the 6-year period that it would be £73 over the 6-year period. But over a 6-year period, you would expect it to go up, which would be £6 a month difference over that 6-year period. So it's not that we're looking here to boost a council tax by enormous amounts to cover anything. It's about having a reasonable strategy that we can actually get to a point where our council tax is hitting the median area. I hope that's clear, and I appreciate, and I can possibly see where the vote's going on this, but we're not talking here about setting a council tax. We're talking about agreeing a strategy amongst ourselves that we have to get to a better position with regards to council tax, because it has cost us literally millions and for many, many years. And I think that's what the Director of Finance was pointing at. I'm also very, very, very conscious of growing income rather than cutting where finances. But I'm quite happy if you want to concentrate on the cutting finances, then that's what we'll need to work with.
Thanks, Councillor Bowes. Are you coming in to sum up, Councillor Meekin? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Provost. And I'm sorry if folk can't hear me. I do have a second microphone if this one cuts out. Just wanted to address a number of things, including the amendment. But just on the spending review and just to highlight the trajectories based on assumptions. Not on actual fact, on actual what will come to local government, and have to also remember that the Scottish Government has to use the figures that they're given from the UK Treasury in order to be able to do their financial planning, and those could well be adjusted, but at the moment in time that's based on information from UK Treasury, and that's why we have this assumption. That could change in reality. Also, there seems to be a bit of a mismatch here, and what's a strategy? A strategy is only a direction. It's not about making decisions. It's a framework to work within, and that's all that we're being asked to decide today. When it actually comes to the detail of that will go through the financial strategy group. It will be discussed. It will then go to elected members for final decision. Therefore, I don't see how that is then taken out of that strategy process. It's part of a process. And I'm pleased to hear that there is a commitment to that discussion and collaboration, because that, again, is not what's happened in the past. Although I did have discussions with Councillor Bissett and Councillor Kerr in the past, but there was not that open discussion and sharing within the budget working group. And I do hope that that will be a safe place in order to have some very challenging discussions, so that we can take that forward. So I'm pleased that there's a commitment to that. In relation to the council tax, I think we need to look at what could be false economy. We could potentially be making more people coming through different doors and actually having to claim benefit by not raising the council tax, because it does mean that we are going to probably have to reduce services, and that's the bottom line. I think what we have is in agreeing a strategy to go forward on the council tax, the ability to plan for the future, rather than doing it on a salami slice and doing it on an annual basis. And that's what the strategy is all about. That was one of the key criticisms of the Best Value report, is that we were not planning far enough out in our assumptions and putting in the strategy to actually deliver on those. This constrains us in doing that. I would also challenge the fact that the increase in the 4% has delivered nothing. I think we would have had some significant further financial challenges in year and decisions we would have had to make if we had not have made that decision at that time, in order to do that, and indeed we would have had a larger gap to fill. So I think people are misunderstanding the seriousness of the current circumstances and the situation that we're in, and that is really disappointing. It doesn't bode well for that collaborative leadership going forward, and the sharing of information. And we've seen another example today of that lack of sharing of information, having been landed with a further amendment for another item on this agenda at 9:15 this morning. That is not in the spirit of where we are right now. And on the sharing information, I would just like to highlight that there's been far more sharing of information with other members of the council in this council, and there was in any previous council, and we've always been working towards sharing as much as we possibly can at the right time, to be able to do that, and often there can be good reasons for the timing of that. So I'm happy that we stick with our motion, Provost, and do appreciate that there'll be a collaboration elsewhere.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meekin. We'll now go to the vote. Mr Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. The motion consists of the recommendations set out at paragraph 2 of the report, and that motion is moved by Councillor Meekin and seconded by Councillor Bowes. against which there is an amendment which has been moved by Councillor Kerr and seconded by Councillor Bundy, which is deleting item 2 from the recommendations to the Council's tax strategy until the budget meeting. Motion. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
For the motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
For the amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
For the motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steinbach.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 12 votes for the motion. There are 18 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Thank you. We'll now have a 15-minute comfort break back here at 12:05. Thank you. This agenda item 8, Capital Programme Review, the joint report by the Directors of Police Services and of Transformation Communities and Corporate Services. Mr. Benny will take the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Amanda will start the report and then I'll pick up halfway through.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. So I will introduce this paper, set out the background to the review before passing to Malcolm, Director of Police Services, to go through the various projects and proposals that are in the paper. Again, the focus of this paper is the Council's General Fund capital programme, and so the Housing Investment Programme is not covered at this point. The Council approved an ambitious level of capital investment in the budget for 22-23 to 26-27, and that was in March of this year, and that totalled 188 million. And in addition to this, there's large-scale investment projects, which include the Falkirk growth deal and the bid for green freeport status. So the Council has recognised the value of targeted and effective investment to not only ensure universal services can continue to be delivered, but also that the delivery of priorities can be supported. In the report on page 106 of the agenda, section 5.1 of the report sets out the rationale for this review. And given the medium-term nature of the capital programme, I think it's reasonable that there's a periodic assessment to ensure that the programme is appropriately targeted and affordable. And the purposes behind the review are set out in paragraph 5.1.1, and that includes financial constraints, changing priorities and emerging investment requirements. And I just want to touch a little bit more on the financial constraints issue. As we discussed earlier on in the meeting, the activity in the market over the last few days has led to UK bond yields rising to the highest level since 2008. That's for the 10-year gilts. And that has a direct impact on the Council because PWLB borrowing interest rates are based on those gilt yields. And our long-term borrowing is predominantly borrowed from PWLB. So it's entirely possible that if the rates continue to rise in this way, the borrowing we have planned to undertake may become unaffordable. And as I said earlier, we're meeting with our Treasury advisors next week to look at this in more detail. Even as we've been sitting in the meeting today, the Bank of England have made announcements which has seen the bond yields reduce significantly in a relatively short period, but it is very, very volatile. So I think it's just to make it clear to everyone that this is an area we need to keep under review. Section 5.2 of the report just sets out the main sources of funding for the General Fund Capital Programme and the level of borrowing already included in the budget. The level of borrowing included in the capital budget at the moment will be reflected in the revenue budget and in the gaps that we have discussed as part of the financial strategy report, albeit changing interest rates mean that we need to continually update those figures. Section 5.3 of the paper outlines the factors that have been taken into account during the course of the review, and that includes the call for bids for phase 3 of the Scottish Government's Learning Estate Improvement Programme, and Malcolm will cover that in a bit more detail. But that section also sets out how the investment programme aligns to the priorities that were considered by Council and approved as part of the new Council plan. But it is important to recognise there's a number of projects that are essential to the ongoing delivery of services across the Council, and that these areas require investment as well. And it's important that we strike a balance between investment in new priorities and investment to sustain our services. And Provost, at this point, I'd like to hand over to Malcolm Benny to pick up on the remaining areas of the report. Thank you.
Through you, Provost. You'll see it 5.4, an update on the Learning Estate Improvement Programme, and this is a source of funding from the Scottish Government that the Council has not previously benefited from, and it was felt to be a priority for us to at least assemble a bid that could have a chance of securing this external funding in this financial year. So officers have worked together to develop several options, and as those progress to the final stage, the opportunity to create a 3 years to 18 years campus at Carron Grange High School became the strongest bid. It's recognised that this is an area that has already had investment in its school estate, but the mitigation for that would be that pupils from across the Falkirk area would benefit from this provision. And in addition, it will help the council to ensure that pupils with additional support needs would be able to receive that support from within the Falkirk area without having to be supported out with the boundaries. And in addition, the project would also support a reduction in the overcapacity problems that we're seeing in the Larbert area. The proposal is now ready to be taken forward, but in doing so, we have to illustrate as part of the bidding process how we as a council would fund that. The project is currently estimated to cost in the region of about £23 million. And at the table you see on page 112, you'll see a range of ways that will be is proposed is taken forward. The first of which is a £7 million allocation from the strategic property review into the bid. The second is that there's currently £2.6 million of capital receipts which are not currently allocated, and they're free to be aligned to this project. The former Falkirk Community Trust had a rolling capital programme. It's the view of officers that moving forward, the council should work on a prioritisation basis, and so the allocation applied to the Falkirk Community Trust could be applied to this project. The Shampney Junction improvements, it's our hope that the West Lothian Levelling Up Fund bid will be successful, and therefore we will not need the allocation we currently have within the capital plan, and that would free up £1 million that we could put towards the LEAP bid. And finally, as I mentioned, by no longer needing to support children out with the council area for which we have to pay a fee, we would make a kind of revenue saving that would allow us to apply for additional borrowing, and that would account for the £1 million there. And then you see that the remainder would come from additional borrowing to the capital plan to meet the £23 million target. At 5.5, we lay out a number of projects that are in the capital plan that have insufficient funding, and also new requirements that have come through the council's capital plan bidding process. So the officers have identified an estimated £2 million shortfall in the DEAR scheme, and we're proposing that that is supported by a £1.2 million reallocation of funds from the Sports Pavilion Fund. Currently, we're working through a number of Sports Pavilion improvements, but there is £1.2 million in that fund at the moment that is not currently allocated. There's the remainder of the Shampney Junction improvements, which would go to support the DEAR scheme. In addition, we've identified some urgent investment required in the ICT estate, and so we're proposing that £500,000 from this year's £1 million change fund and £500,000 from next year's £1 million change fund is reallocated to that ICT investment. Furthermore, the Energy Efficiency and Carbon Footprint Improvement Fund has £10.4 million in it. Currently, £6.8 million is allocated to ongoing projects, but that leaves £3.6 million not allocated, and it's not anticipated that that would be allocated for 3 or more years. So rather than wait for that process to happen and not make best use of that capital funding, we're proposing to reallocate £3.6 million to the vehicle replacement fund, which would help to allow us to green the council's fleet and make inroads into the net zero targets. And finally, £300,000 was allocated into the Kinneil Shed, which was in the March budget. But due to changing guidance from the Scottish Government, that's no longer required. And so we're proposing that that £300,000 is used to support the purchase of front and rear vehicle cameras for the remainder of our fleet that currently does not possess those. And then moving forward to 5.6, we're just highlighting that the existing capital fund has one major funded commitment, which is the Council HQ and Arts Centre. But at 5.6.2, we're recognising that both officers and elected members have voiced interest in seeing investment go into the council's learning estate modernisation, and we estimate that that would require at least £50 million worth of capital investment. And furthermore, in order to meet the council's net zero aspirations by 2030, there would need to be an estimated additional £75 million worth of capital investment. So the total of those two would be £125 million of additional capital investment, which would equate to £8.1 million of additional borrowing from the council's revenue budget. And as we've heard from the finance update earlier, the council already has a gap in the revenue budget of £69 million. So any additional borrowing funded from revenue seems highly unlikely at this point. And therefore, we need to work within the existing capital plan. And that capital plan would not support a reallocation of £125 million. And therefore, there's an acceptance at 5.6.5 that whilst officers remain completely committed to improving the council's learning estate and the net zero target of 2030, realistically, it will not be possible unless we're able to secure external funding to support those projects. And I think that's everything I need to say.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Councillor Meikle-John.
Okay, thank you, Provost. As follows on from our financial strategy, our capital plan continues to be challenging to deliver. We're seeing changes again, as highlighted on a daily basis, both the impacts of Brexit and inflation with escalation of costs, materials, shortage of workforce, etc. And a few more that probably have happened since we've been in this meeting. Historically, we've had slippage within our capital programme and had to use ad hoc arrangements to escalate projects to reduce that slippage. hence the need to have a scale-back programme, and that was what was proposed in March. However, since March, life's changed ever so slightly yet again. It's important that with such scarce resource, it is directed appropriately, and that it is clearly linked to our council priorities. And we can see within the report that there's a number of our rolling capital programme that is clearly linked to our priorities. And it's therefore appropriate at the time of agreeing a new council plan and financial strategy that we review, taking into account such volatile financial environment, changing priorities and investment requirements. All projects have to go through a robust bidding process before they can be included in the capital programme and will be ranked in order of priority. And we have ongoing rolling programme of delivery, most of which are tend to be smaller projects. We do have one major project which has already been agreed and budgeted for within our capital programme, and that being the replacement town hall, and also our contribution to the growth deal from Scottish and UK governments is linked directly to that. We have to date not made a bid towards the Scottish Government's Learning Estate Fund to support new school buildings. This is the last year of the fund, and it'd be right that we should consider putting a bid in which the opportunity now presents. This will provide up to 50% of the costs. It's therefore proposed that a bid for an extension to Karen Grange School is considered for that bid. Currently, we have to place children out with the authority, as Malcolm has detailed, at high cost, as the current capacity is not able to meet the demand. We do know that the demand for schooling for children with complex needs is anticipated to increase, and that has to be factored in and planned for. Doing that and having the facility locally as part of our closer to home, we'd make some revenue savings, and also by vacating the current facility in Larbert, enable expansion of Larbert High School, also alleviating the capacity pressures as well as revenue costs. Young people from all over the district go to Karen Grange School, and therefore I would hope that people will be able to support that, and it will be subject to a further report to a special meeting of the Education, Children and Young People's Committee before the bid timescale closes. In order to be able to fund the Council's contribution to the capital programme, it needs to be realigned, and Malcolm has very kindly detailed that, and it's in the paper. With the Levelling Up Fund bid to West Lothian having been made, and the funding we had been allocated to Champney Junction, should that be successful, it allows us to redistribute that funding to other projects, and obviously the reserves that were available from bringing back Falkirk Community Trust back into the council have been able to be reallocated. That's not to say that there will be no investment in any of the previous trust facilities. They would just be subjected to the same as all other services and going through the capital bidding process. There's also a need to look at funding replacement of critical IT, as well as the additional costs of projects like DEAR, which are critical to our infrastructure and has been subject to inflationary rises. The redistribution of the capital programme takes all of that into account, as well as progressing our move towards net zero with the purchasing of EV vehicles. Reprioritisation will enable us to manage things under constrained resources, target investment to agreed priorities where we and our communities will see the greatest benefit. I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meikle. Do you have a second?
Thank you, Provost. And I would just like to thank Amanda, Malcolm and Paul Kettrick for keeping me updated in these projects as we've moved forward. Happy to second and reserve the right, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment forthcoming?
We have no amendments already on the table. I would reserve the right in the event that discussions give rise to any other issues, that I reserve the right to ask to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr, you got a notice of an amendment?
No amendments, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, notice of an amendment?
We have no amendment at the moment, but reserve the right to maybe come back with one.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to open up the debate now for asking anybody wants to ask any questions. Councillor Ritchie.
Thanks, Provost. It's just regarding the Champney Junction. Malcolm's saying that due to West Lothian putting in a bid to Scottish Government, when will we find out if that's been successful or not?
Mr. Bennett.
Through you, Provost. It's our hope that we'll find out before the end of the year. But obviously it's a decision for the UK government, so the exact timescales can move around.
Right. So if we don't find out if it's been successful or not, will this work still take place before March the 31st to the Champney Junction?
Through you, Provost. So the Champney Junction works are not scheduled to begin, before this announcement will happen. So if the concern would be that we might allocate funds which would otherwise not allow the project to happen, but we want the project to happen, then that isn't a concern. The sequence here will be that we'll hear the Levelling Up Fund announcement from the UK government, and we'll then be able to judge whether or not we need our own allocation to support this. But we also have to remember that the LEAP funding is an application in itself and is not guaranteed of success. So that too is dependent on whether there's available funding.
Right. So if we find out it's not been successful, you're going to have a real look.
Well,
You've said in here.
Yeah, my view would be that council has a kind of pre-agreed desire to see the Champney Junction upgraded. So if it's not funded through the Levelling Up Fund application, then it's something that as officers will need to return to review the existing capital plan in order to deliver it.
I've got grave concerns about all this because there has been issues at the Champney Junction. It's needing looked at, it's needing taken forward. If we don't get the funding, where are we going to get the money to actually get the work carried out?
So if
because this money was actually guaranteed to do this work, but now we're getting told no, it's not. So
through you, Provost, if the Levelling Up Fund bid is unsuccessful, but the LEAP bid is successful, then the council will have a shortfall in this project, and I'll undertake a review of the capital plan in order to find a way that we can fund this project. So really it's just a vehicle at the moment to allow us to move forward with the LEAP application, but officers would remain committed to delivering the Champney Junction project, and I would come back to council with an update on how we would do that.
Right, can I get a further update at the next full council meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask Mr. Benny, can I have some clarification on your understanding of the Champney Junction, please?
Mr. Berry.
Through you, Provost, I don't have an intimate knowledge of the project itself. I can get officers to come and update you if you'd like that. I've got officers in the building with that information.
I'd prefer the information pretty sweet while we're still having this conversation. Thank you.
Okay.
Champney Junction to me is one junction, which I don't know why West Lothian would be involved, because it's nothing to do with West Lothian, it's solely within Falkirk. I have a funny feeling we are talking about part of the motorway intersection as well, which does come under West Lothian. That's not Champney Junction, that's Boroughmuir Junction. It's a completely separate thing. I have, same as Councillor Ritchie, have grave issues around that. Champney Junction to me is a junction which has had several deaths over the last few years. Very poor lighting, very bad layout. That's one issue, but I have a funny feeling we're getting mixed messages and people aren't fully understanding the whole project here.
Thanks, Councillor Richardson. I think we'll just bring in Mr. Catrick.
Thank you, Provost. Through yourself, I'm aware of the differences between the Boroughmuir Junction and the Champney Junction. The bid that's been submitted by West Lothian Council covers both locations, both within West Lothian Council's area and the Champney Junction, which sits within Falkirk Council's area. And the basis of that is that West Lothian are proposing to go to a fully both ways junction at Boroughmuir, and that will impact upon the Champney Junction. So the intention by linking the two projects together is to ensure that the works that we do at Champney reflects the new traffic movements and the requirements that will be generated by the Boroughmuir Junction, which is pretty close by. And that was the intention then, is just to do a joint bid with West Lothian, was to ensure that if there was funding available that could help us on the back of the works that they would be doing anyway, then that was the strategy that was proposed. And I think it's the right one, because clearly we don't want to go ahead, do works at the Champney Junction, they subsequently get approval to change their motorway junction, and that then means that we have to then go back and revisit the Champney Junction without necessarily having the funding and having that integrated approach to delivery.
Thanks, Mr. Catrick. Do you want to come back?
Yeah, just Mr. Catrick says it's close by. It's probably at least 800 yards, and you can't actually see the junction from the Champney Junction. You can't see the motorway junction. It's that far out the road. Champney Junction to me is the most important out of the two, rather than the Boroughmuir Junction. As I said previously, the Champney Junction is the one that has had various incidents. There's, sure Councillor Mitchell will back me up, there's ongoing accidents on a weekly basis, a lot of near misses as well, and there has sadly been many deaths over the years. So, Champney Junction to me is more important than Boroughmuir. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Richardson. Councillor Redmond?
Just about the Falkirk Community Trust. We've got £2.3 million worth of cuts to come to it. Has there been any thought put into, obviously, Falkirk Community Trust has been growing a few years, we want to get more members in and try and use it to generate more revenue. Is there any thought, if we take this £2.3 million away from them, and they've not got money to invest in new gym equipment, or when equipment becomes dated, and the Falkirk Community Trust is for the benefit of everyone in the whole Falkirk, everybody can use it. It's open for, so if we take £2.3 million away for that, is that going to have a negative effect? Are members going to say, well, this facility's not as good, or maybe we should go elsewhere, we could go to, exercise for less or something? Just a thought, has the implications of that been thought out?
Mr. Benny, can you respond, please?
Through you, Provost. It's important to say the Falkirk Community Trust is now part of Falkirk Council, so its assets are the council's assets, and as part of the new Strategic Asset Modernisation Board that we've created, we are prioritising capital investment on the projects that are the best return for the council, or recommending those to elected members to decide. So the process here would be that the investments that you're talking about just then, if they are valid and would have a good return for the council, would be submitted as capital bids to that process and identified to see which are the most important. So you'll see in the report here, we're identifying the ICT investment as an absolutely critical investment for this council, because it allows us to maintain hybrid working, allows us to move into our modern offices like the Foundry. That would be judged at this moment to be a greater investment than another project. So if a project comes forward for an investment in a new gym or new gym equipment, then if there was a business case to support that investment that showed that there was a return in terms of increased income, then it would rise up the list in terms of where the capital funding would be allocated. But I don't think it makes sense for us to leave sort of ring-fenced investment to particular areas of the council out with this prioritisation process. We should be looking at the finite funds we have in the capital plan and allocating them where our priorities are.
All right, well, thanks. I can take that on board, but at the same time, if it's the money's going elsewhere, so even if they do have a priority, they're not going to have the money. The money's just not there to spend. So I don't know. I take your point, but I've got concerns about that.
Thanks, Councillor Redmond. Councillor Hannah?
Yes, and to some extent following on from both Councillor Aitchison and all three, Councillor Ritchie, Councillor Aitchison and Councillor Redmond's points. I mean, maybe my understanding of of capital is inadequate, but it seems to me that if we've got capital that we're taking from one place and putting to another, it's no longer available to that one place, and therefore things that might have been done in that one place can't then be done. And maybe that's simplistic, but I mean, you're talking about taking £7 million from the strategic property review. The strategic property review we've already discussed at length, having been going on for some considerable time. There are important issues about it because it will enable possibly, depending on what the decisions are, it could possibly enable us to actually realise some funds. So that could effectively be investment which would be bringing in funds. Again, as Jack was saying about the community trust, and I would also add the sports pavilion funds, can we be assured that these transfers of capital are not in any way going to have a detrimental effect on these other services and these other projects that we would consider to be important?
Mr. Bailey?
The assets that were formerly in the Falkirk Community Trust will be able to access the capital funds of this council in just the same way as every other service that this council operates. So if those projects, like an investment in one of our leisure centres, is considered to be the best priority or the best investment in that particular year, then it will be apportioned funding. I guess the counterpoint to that would be to not do that would mean that we'd be allocating investment to projects that were recognised as not the strategic priorities for the council in that particular year, which wouldn't be best use of our finite capital funds.
And could you come on to answer my last point? Can you assure us that this is not going to have a detrimental effect on any of the projects from which the funds are being taken?
I would say, as we talked about previously, with the strategic property review, it's my expectation that projects need to come forward that have clear business cases that show that they would deliver savings. With regard to the £7 million that's coming out of the strategic property review to the LEAP bid funding, that clearly links into the strategic property review because it's a change in use of our assets, but also will offset costs that the council might otherwise have faced by needing to continue to see pupils supported out with the council area. So for me, there is a direct benefit to the council financially in terms of that investment. I think that the movements of all the projects in this report is a positive thing for the council because we're seeing activity get on with us getting on with activity and making progress.
Thank you.
Councillor Spears?
Thank you. There is great concern in the community at large regarding the community trust takeover, and it's almost been a year now. Will there be a report coming forward regarding the strategic property review concerning the community trust properties, any investment as well that's going to happen to existing properties, and any proposed closures that are coming forward? Because you know, there's a great deal of deliberation going on at the moment about leisure facilities. This town hall, for instance, Bowness, sports complex. People are greatly concerned for the future. So can we have a review on how Falkirk Council, taking the trust back in hand, has one, either improved that service or has it been retracting under this takeover?
Councillor Spears. Mr. Benny, could you comment on that if the report's coming forward or anything?
Well, through you, Provost, to pick up the first point, we've already talked about how a review on the strategic property review is coming forward in December, so that'll address the issues with regard to the strategic property review. It wouldn't be for me to talk about a report regarding the integration of the Falkirk Community Trust into the council. I would probably ask if the Chief Executive wants to address that one or not.
Would you like to make a comment, Mr. Laurie?
Well, I mean, in terms of the performance of the former community trust services, I mean, you'll notice that these are covered to a degree in the new council plan because they're part of what we run as a council and they are a priority. There'll be ongoing performance monitoring of that as there would be of any other service. So, I mean, it wouldn't be my proposal to bring forward a specific report. It's another council service, and we will monitor performance, seek improvements, and through scrutiny, ask questions about it as we would with any other service.
Hi, it's as you would imagine, I speak to a lot of people, and speaking to former board members of the Community Trust, they are really interested to see a report, a comparison report to how the former trust services are compared to that was then are compared to now. And I think the public at large deserve that. They want to know if taking it back in-house has been an improvement to the service or if it's went backwards.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll go to Councillor Kerr now.
Thanks, Provost. Like previous speakers, I'd like to thank Amanda and Malcolm for the report. And the Falkirk Conservatives appreciate the consolidation of these funds. As we all know, we're not in a position to keep spending and spending. So redistributing these funds, we feel, is the right thing. And we welcome the request to the Learning Estate Fund. It won't just let the children stay in this area. It also gives a much needed capacity to other schools where this service is used. So I think we've got 4 or 5 primary schools where these children go to. If we're successful in this bid and they go to Clarence Grange, that frees up the capacity for these other schools. So we're quite happy to support the recommendations.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Nimmo, then Councillor Steinback.
Thanks, Provost. I'm just looking for a bit of clarification here. It's already been said that the SPR is still a long way off from being completed, but we seem to realise £7 million at the moment. I'm just wondering where this has actually came from.
Benny?
Through you, Provost, the SPR has £7 million allocated to it in the council's capital plan.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Provost. And I'd just like to echo the comments made about the LEAP bid, and it does, I think, in principle, have some crucial benefits. And as the Council's Children and Young Persons Champion, I am glad to see, especially echoing Councillor Kerr's comments on capacity, that this could have a huge opportunity. And I do also appreciate that a lot of councillors do have a lot of interest in where the savings are coming from. It's just on the last point, which I think is the £0.3 million saved to be allocated towards the accident and insurance payout levels. Obviously, I appreciate Mr. Benny in our briefing did answer a few questions from myself on this, but I was just wanting to ask, in terms of the reputational benefit that this project could potentially have, when would we be anticipating a timescale to monitor that? And also in terms of the insurance pay reductions that hopefully would come alongside any allocation towards this, what sort of timescale would we be looking to for that financial benefit in that sense?
Through you, Provost. The first chance that we'll get to see in terms of the improvements that we've made on the insurance premium will be when we go out to tender later this year. We've already taken steps this year to reduce the accident rate of the fleet significantly, but obviously it will take some time to provide full reassurance to prospective insurers. I chair the Council's ZBB Transport group, which meets monthly, and we monitor the accident rate and other ongoing measures, which you can read about in the executive report that's coming next week. It would be our hope that if we maintain the positive direction of travel that we've had with the accident rate, and can be able to tell potential insurers, look at this significant investment we're making in the fleet to improve safety and improve the kind of reputation of the council, that we would see further kind of reductions to the premiums that we might have to pay in the coming years. But I guess until we see that investment come in and we continue that positive progress, it's hard for me to kind of prejudge sort of progress. But I'm happy to update councillors, as regularly as they would like. So I'm happy to, do a briefing at some point in spring, probably next year, once we've seen what the tenders have come back like and what sort of efficiencies we're seeing out of that.
No, thank you very much. And sorry, I meant to say this in my start. I would also like to appreciate my thanks to the Director of Education for briefing me on the LEAP bid as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure he appreciates that. We'll go to Councillor McCabe and then we'll finish off with Councillor Bundy. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Reading the report here, it's deeply concerning that we're being advised that we may have to, and I quote, revisit the programme due to issues of affordability. Mrs. Templeman's already mentioned the increase in cost of council borrowing. It's moving in the wrong trajectory. So even at this point, I've got grave concerns. In the 5.11 investment requirements, there's a comment where there are a number of investments requirements which aren't able to be delivered at the present time. Just for my benefit, do we have any idea what these are? I'm just curious.
Mrs. Templeman, are you going to take that?
Thank you, Provost. If I start off with the bit about paragraph 5.1.1, I think that was setting out why we were looking at the review. And so that was covering things like the LEAP or the ICT investment. So it was sort of recognising that there was things we were wanting to invest in which we hadn't allocated money to in the current capital programme, and therefore that was part of the driver for doing the review in the first place. And I think also, as Malcolm set out, there is references to, for example, in paragraph 5.6.2, which is on page 117, sort of the work that we would ideally want to do on learning estate modernisation and the additional investment we would want to make in net zero, but financially we're constrained. So I hope that answers that element of the question. I think, as we were talking about today, the position with the cost of borrowing is so volatile at the moment that we, as well as every other council, will be looking at the affordability of our capital programme. And I think that's probably going to be an iterative process for the next few months as we try and see if the market settle down and the rates that we can borrow at settle down. You know, from the shift from when we approved the budget in March till now is quite marked. in terms of the cost of borrowing. I think because our programme is a 5-year programme, it gives us some flexibility to try and defer or to move things around to try and smooth out some of those issues. But I think it's just something that we have to be clear that we'll have to keep under constant review.
Thank you. Do you want to come back in?
Yeah,
Councillor
if you
McKee?
don't mind, Provost, I've got another couple of questions, please. Page 110. At the top of the page, you'll see that it signifies priorities. Can you advise what these priorities are? By that, I mean, are priority ones more secure than priority three? If you go on to page 118, 7.2, it suggests that resources will be transferred in response to a priority-driven programme. Is that fair to say?
Mrs. Templeman, do you want to take that?
Thank you, Provost. So in terms of the table on page 110, I think that's maybe just how I've presented the figures. Those are just the 3 priorities from the council plan. So they're not in an order of priority, if you see what I mean. It's just the 3 priorities that were considered earlier on in the agenda. The reference in paragraph 7.2 is really saying that, as Malcolm's talked about, if I take the example of the SPR or the pavilion works, officers have been trying to identify projects and a myriad of projects to try and make best use of those funds. I think what we're saying in paragraph 7.2 is that if we can sort of refocus and prioritise the programme as a whole, that will help us to refocus officers' time and to make sure that we can deliver these priority projects going forward. So effectively that we're not sort of spread too thin, as we talked about when we were looking at the performance indicators. So I think that's just an acknowledgement that that prioritisation process will assist officers taking these projects forward.
Thanks very much, Amanda. And Higgs boson particle is. It's a wee in-joke between myself and Amanda there. Final point, Provost. I'm actually really quite shocked at this. It's page 114. The fact that we're having to reallocate funding for DEAR. I had always thought that DEAR was fully funded. The question I had written down here, we are advised of a £2 million of reallocated monies to assist the funding of DEAR. Is this £2 million in addition to the 5.5 already identified for DEAR, or is the project currently underfunded? I now learned this morning the project was underfunded. We've been told, the local community, that this has been in place since 2018. Funding has been fully funded and it was ready to start in 2018. What's going on here? Where, if I were doing my calculations, 2 from 5.5 means that we've actually only had £3.5 million of funding for Den Eastern Access Road. And apologies, by the way, to Councillor Ritchie, the fact that we appear to be stealing money from other projects for DEAR.
Councillor McKee, we'll bring in Mr. Kettrick here.
Through yourself, Provost. Yeah, since taking on the DEAR project in the past number of weeks, we've identified two main challenges. One has been the passage of time and the construction inflation pressures that we're seeing, and also there was a decision previously taken where the funds associated with the town centre and receipts from the town centre would no longer be allocated or no longer requested to go towards DEAR. So those two factors, in addition to some minor changes in specification in dealing with overhead cables has resulted in that there is an increase in the construction costs required, and we're just about to get to the stage where the design is finalised and get to tender, and ultimately once we get the tenders back we will know what the costs will be. However, initial indications are based on our cost analysis is that this additional funding will be required to complete the works.
Thanks, Mr. Ketrick. Is that okay? Councillor McCabe?
I'm far from happy about it, Provost, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy?
Thank you, Provost. It's on page 113, the point that it was just a quick question about the efficiencies that creating a single campus will create. But there is a single campus school in Falkirk already at St Mungo's for Catholic students, and I was just wondering if there's been any analysis of the efficiencies of that single campus school has been done to make sure that these figures are accurate.
Thank you. I'd like to bring Mr. Naylor in at this point.
Thank you, Provost. The efficiencies will be largely relating to the staffing structures of the school. At the moment, we have primary provision for children with severe and complex needs at Madison Primary and also at Kinnaird Primary School. We also have an overflow from the Thistle Wing at Kinnaird Primary School occupying the former Carn Grange High School on the Larbert High School site. All of these provisions require us to have management capacity within these units, and when we move to the expanded 3 to 18 school, we'll be able to have some efficiencies in the overall management of the school and also in terms of the equipment use within the school. So instead of being placed over, as we currently are, 4 sites, it would be over one site. In terms of St Mungo's, the efficiency there is that we have a very highly occupied school. A school that has in excess of 90% occupancy is necessarily efficient. Thankfully, in Falkirk, our secondary school estate is largely pretty full and therefore pretty efficient in terms of the cost per pupil in each of our schools. So rather than having perhaps 2 smaller denominational secondary schools in different parts of the authority, obviously a decision was taken many years ago to have the St Mungo's campus, and it's proved to be a success.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Naylor. Councillor Garner reserved the right to come back in, so if you'd like to come back in and finish off.
Thank you, Provost. I have a couple of questions, if that's okay. And the first one is in relation to the Champney Junction. And can you confirm that it's our commitment to the Champney Junction has not changed, and it's basically the funding model that we're looking at that has changed? Can you confirm that?
Mr. Bennett?
Through you, Provost, absolutely. Remain completely committed to the project.
Thank you. And the second question is to Mr. Ketrick. And you did mention, I was quite surprised that Mr. McCabe didn't realise delays and delays to the project would increase the cost dramatically, as is doing with every project across the full of the country just now. Can you maybe give us a sort of a best guesstimate from yourself as to what the from the CPO process and the objections until now has actually cost the council?
Mr. Ketrick, did you hear all that?
Sorry, Provost, Councillor Garner broke up there. However, I think the question was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, what the indicative cost implications were as a consequence of the delays due to the compulsory purchase process. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, pretty much.
It's difficult to determine because clearly the position on inflation has increasingly become worse now as it was back 2-3 years ago when the compulsory purchase process was commenced. But clearly there will have been an impact on that. You know, based on a rough rule of thumb, or perhaps 6 months to a year that potentially delayed, as opposed to a normal negotiated settlement. If we were taking an average over the period of maybe say 10% construction inflation, clearly then a £5 million project would be £5.5 million project at 10%. So it would be round about that sort of £500,000 type indication. But that's purely my best estimate of it. I would need to go and do some work as to what the actual consequences were and what the delays would be, but certainly it would be round about that area.
Right, thanks, Mr. Kedrick.
Thank you, Mr. Kedrick. That is quite a sum, and one that I wish we didn't have to foot the bill for. I just want to confirm to local members, to Councillor Ritchie, to Councillor Devine, and to Councillor Aitchison, that we are committed to the Champney Junction, and that's what we will do going forward. It is just the funding model that we're changing just now. And I would also like to say how happy I'm to hear to Mr. Kedrick that we're very close to the tenders going out for Deer, which I'm sure will be welcomed by the vast majority of the people in Ward 3. We know that's been a long-awaited project. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. So we have a motion.
19-1, Provost.
Oh. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I'm fully aware that projects increase, particularly if you don't start them when you say that you would start them. Elected members advise the local communities about things starting at certain times and things being fully funded. They do things like post on social media, and then they don't follow through. That's what I find so problematic about this. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much. So we have a motion moved and seconded. We have no amendments. Can we agree to the recommendations in the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Council Headquarters and Arts Centre, and we'll have some members of the public present. Thank you. Services, page 132 to 185 and 186 to 197. We'll be taking both reports together. Mr. Kedrick will be speaking to 10A and Mr. Bennett to 10B. We have two deputation requests have been made by Miss Amy Sutherland on behalf of the Falkirk Operatic Society and by Mr. Robert Johnson on behalf of the Scottish Flower Arrangement Societies. Is Council minded to hear these deputations?
Yes, indeed. Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
So Miss Sutherland will be the first person to speak, and you have up to 10 minutes to speak, and then councillors can ask you questions after that.
Provost, could I be a real nuisance and ask, and I can't, that's fine. Could we have the noise off, because I think it's difficult for some people to hear. It's the heating, I'm afraid, so while we jumped very quickly as the temperature rose to put the heaters off in the middle, I think if we can have that one off, and then maybe if people
Good
still
idea.
cold, the heaters in the middle.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name's Amy Sutherland, and I'd like to thank everybody here for accepting my request to speak at today's meeting. I have come here today to speak on behalf of my musical theatre organisation, Falkirk Operatic Society, about the proposed closure of Falkirk Town Hall. I'd like to put forward the concerns that not only our company has, but many amateur theatre companies and charitable organisations, clubs and societies throughout the area share regarding this proposed closure. These concerns range from financial implications to organisations, lack of a suitable replacement venue for performances, and also the potential future of the arts in Falkirk. Falkirk Operatic Society, my company, will be celebrating its 120th year next year in 2023. Since 1903, there have only been 3 periods in history where FOS has not performed a show. This was during World War I, World War II, and the COVID pandemic. Falkirk Opera has been an institution within the Falkirk area and an example to the endurance and love for the creative arts within Falkirk. We currently have members ranging in age from 20 to 75 years old, all of whom dedicate their time and efforts to making our society what it is. Within our society, at any one time, there's actually the potential to have 3 generations of one family performing in a single show. Each year, we put on 2 performances, our main production in April and our fundraising concert in September, both of which are held in Falkirk Town Hall. Whilst it could be said that our fundraising concert could be performed in an alternative venue, we continually choose to hold this in Falkirk Town Hall due to the facilities, technological capabilities and our existing relationship with the hall and the staff who work here. We are not the only society that uses the Town Hall. Our fellow sister societies, Falkirk Bohemians, Big Bad Wolf, Falkirk Youth Theatre, Project Theatre and Stenhouse School of Dance, just to name a few, also use the Town Hall on a regular basis. This also does not include the professional shows such as the pantomime and any outside renowned acts which have come to the venue in the past, such as the comedian Jason Manford. As Treasurer of Falkirk Operatic Society, I can only speak to the final implications that will be present within my own society. However, I feel that I can speak to the passion about this topic and the feelings of all members of these clubs that I've mentioned when I say that the closure of Falkirk Town Hall without a suitable replacement in place is going to be absolutely devastating to our community. I personally have been a member of FOS since I was 9 years old, performing my first show, South Pacific, in which I wasn't quite good enough for the leading little girl, but they were so inclusive that they actually created a small part for me. Musical theatre has been a huge part of my life, as it has been for so many other people. My friends, not only within my society, but friends within our wider musical theatre circle can all attest to the huge role that performing with our companies has in our lives. I have direct quotes from members of my company who have stated that were it not for Falkirk Operatic Society, they would not have stayed in the Falkirk area. This obviously in turn contributes directly to the overall community and economy in Falkirk. It's provided them a place to socialise, make friends and connections for life. And there are many companies with many members sharing the same stories of how these art societies affect their life and choices of whether to remain in this area or not. Speaking to the direct financial implications that the closure of FTH will have on Falkirk Opera specifically, we have already paid for our costumes, scenery and performance rights for our planned April 2023 production of Shrek the Musical. As I've just mentioned, it was due to be staged in April of next year here. It was set to be a huge earner for our company and bringing potential full houses of audience every single performance. Not only are we losing potential revenue for the company in the future, but we are also immediately losing non-refundable deposits for each of the assets that I just mentioned. The closure of FTH that means that we will not find another venue in this area physically large enough to house the scenery that we've hired. To my knowledge, there's not another venue in the area that's actually tall enough on the stage to house this scenery. Therefore, we will lose just under £2,000 in deposits for the scenery. Without the scenery and without time to source another provider who can give us a smaller set, we'll be left with no choice but to abandon this show, therefore losing the deposits for costumes, a further £2,000. The performing rights for the show are also directly linked and granted based upon the venue in which the show is being performed. So even without the costumes and scenery, the closure of FTH automatically means that our performing rights may not be upheld. In short, FOS stands to lose thousands due to this closure, not only in potential future revenue, as I mentioned, but in non-refundable monies already paid out. Although a loss of 6 to 10,000 may not sound like much, a loss such as this would be devastating to our company and may make us no longer financially viable. And to lose our society just short of our 120th year would be absolutely devastating. We're a charity, so we rely on these performances to keep our society alive, and a loss such as this would be catastrophic. We do understand that Falkirk Town Hall is unfortunately reaching the end of its useful life. We understand it's no longer fit for purpose and would require significant work to bring it back to some form of safe functionality. What we are asking for is a timeline for a suitable alternative venue to be made available and for the proposed closure to please be extended by even a period of 6 months to allow any pre-booked performances to take place for companies who have already paid out monies, and for any companies who wouldn't be immediately affected by this closure to source other venues, potentially change their plans for selected shows should they have to avoid being in the position that my company now finds itself in, with an April show we've already paid for being pulled out from under our feet. To our knowledge, there are no concrete plans yet in place for a new venue to be built, its location, its size, capabilities or a timeline. If there are plans for this, I do apologise. I've not seen them, but I would welcome a sight of this. Some of our companies may consider taking their productions to other council areas who may have more suitable performance spaces. There are obvious implications here to the Falkirk arts community, and it will start to dwindle as our cultural attractions like musical theatre and dance performances may be moved out of the area entirely. What we ask is that any plans for a new venue please be considered and approved quickly so that work can begin on creating this new performance space. We do understand that these things take time and planning. However, we could not survive a period of 5 to 10 years without a suitable performance space. Within the agenda, we also saw that there's plans for funding to be provided to the arts within Falkirk. This is a welcome sight and something that's sorely needed. Unfortunately, the feeling within the arts community at the moment is that the council does not appear to hold interest in what we do or the importance of the arts not only to us but the wider community. The benefits of the arts in many aspects, such as physical health and mental health particularly, are widely publicised. Without a performance venue, our arts groups could slowly disappear, and the people who rely on them for the social connections and creative outlets may suffer drastically for their loss. Within both my own company and other companies within this area, there are many, many members who suffer from mental health issues and have registered disabilities. We're inclusive societies and we aim to include everyone that we can within our companies, and with the potential danger that we find ourselves in with this proposed closure, it could be devastating to our members who rely on us as a safe space, a place to feel included and accepted. And for those who might struggle with the idea of change, this is already an incredibly difficult concept for them to grasp. As I mentioned earlier, musical theatre societies cater to all walks of life, and we don't judge or underestimate anyone. We welcome each and every person who shares our love for the arts. Unfortunately, a musical theatre society without the ability to perform can slowly fade away. There's an absolute wealth of talent within Falkirk. We have so many young people in the area with huge talent to share, and without a venue such as FTH or adequate assistance from this council for the development and support of the arts, these young people will look to other areas to share their talent, when we should have the facilities and opportunities for us to showcase our homegrown stars. The lack of live music venues within Falkirk is commented upon frequently, with FTH being one of the only adequate spaces within the town centre area capable of hosting big concerts or shows. Removing FTH without a replacement further hinders any hope of having a thriving cultural economy within this area and would devastate future potential for the creative and performing arts. In short, the closure of Falkirk Town Hall is not only potentially devastating to my own company, but it also affects so many others within this area. Not only the company members, but the members of the public who frequent our productions who will also be losing out. Our own members will lose their creative outlet, their safe space, and sometimes their only social connection. The cultural heartbeat of this town is being proposed to be ripped away with no sign of when it might be brought back to life. Whilst there is an offer of financial aid, any share that we may receive, if our application should be accepted, would not even scrape the surface of what we at Falkirk Opera stand to lose should this go ahead, or cover any cost that we would incur to set up a new venue with the technological capabilities required to put on a performance. The monetary loss aside, the loss of a long-standing institution, a company reaching its 120th year when it's completely out with our control, is simply heartbreaking. So I hope that you'll take into account what I've said today when you're casting your vote, if not for the sake of my company or our sister companies, then for the sake of the cultural, artistic and creative heart and soul of Falkirk, and what we stand to lose if there's nowhere to express our talents and our passion. Again, I would like to thank everybody for allowing me to speak today. I look forward to hearing the results of the vote, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thanks very much, Amy, for that excellent presentation. We'll open up now to members if they have any questions for Amy. Councillor Spears.
You say that any remuneration will not scrape the surface. Can you tell us how much you have been offered so far?
We saw the proposal that a budget of £10,000 would be put forward to support the arts. However, we saw that this was an overall pot that would be shared between different societies. To put this into perspective, if we were to go into an alternative venue, say Grangemouth Town Hall, the cost of actually rigging lights into the place, inserting a sound desk, that would come to somewhere in the region of £7,000 or £8,000 alone, without actually paying for the staff to operate those facilities, which again would come to another £3,000 or £4,000. The technological capabilities within the town hall, I'm sure everybody is aware, cost a lot of money, and we would need to pay for that to be put in each and every time we were to use a new facility, and it's not financially viable for a small company such as ourselves.
Can I ask the director then, is this a correct amount, and are these fears justified?
Councillor Spears, the questions for the director will come after he's given his report.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much, Amy. I can only say I think I agreed with every single word you said. Can you tell me how many members of the society are there? You gave a rough idea of the age groups and so on.
So our society at any given time can range from 20 active playing members to sometimes over 50. We also have many non-playing members who support our society. We have honorary life members who also support our society as well. Similarly, we can actually be one of the smaller theatre groups in this area. There's companies such as Big Bad Wolf that can have up to 60 children on the stage at a time. Falkirk Bohemians similarly.
Thank you.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks for coming along today. With regards, you've read the report. Is there any other venues in the Falkirk area that you think could accommodate your group?
So we have had a look at some of the proposed venues. We saw facilities like the Grangemouth Town Hall, Bowness Town Hall, the Barony Theatre were also suggested. I personally have performed on the Bowness Town Hall stage. I know its capabilities, I know its size. To adequately put on a musical theatre performance, you need storage at the side of the stage to store a set, and in Bowness Town Hall they simply don't have that. In Grangemouth Town Hall, similarly, the facilities, it's just not capable to host the type of productions that we have within this town hall. It could be said that we could scale back our productions, but that significantly limits the scope of what we would be able to do. The Barony Theatre has its own issues. It's a tiny venue with a drastically reduced seating capacity. It would infinitely limit our ability to produce any profit on any production that we put on. With the suggestion of using schools, most of our companies actively avoid using school facilities. Most of our companies actively avoid performing during any sort of school holiday period so that they can maximise the potential for audience attendance. So if we were to use a school facility, some of our members are actually members of societies out with this area who do use schools, and they have been told that were they to perform out with a holiday period, they would be required to take down any set, take home any costumes each and every night after the performance, because they could not be left in a school. And for us that's just simply impractical to do that, because it would drastically increase our costs for having to hire it for a longer period of time to enable that every single night. And it's not only impractical, it's impossible to do something like that on the scale of productions that we currently put on.
Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you, Provost. I'll probably lead on to more questions on that for the director.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. Anybody else got any questions for Amy? Councillor Colley?
Yeah, and thank you for your presentation. It's very interesting to hear about your society. I suppose you've outlined some of the challenges in relation to things like storage and things like I'm going to try and say technological technology. That would probably be better in terms of your lighting and staging and things like that. If those issues were resolved, would it make more practical sense to be practical ability to be able to, for example, use Grangemouth Town Hall or the schools, and to have a sufficient paying audience?
It's not something I could answer with any certainty. I could speculate, just knowing what I know about these town halls and the facilities that they have, having performed on them in the past, that it's the size of the stage limits the amount of company members you could have on it at one time, which means you would have to pay for an extension to the stage. So yes, if lights and sound systems were permanently installed in these venues, it would certainly help, but it wouldn't be an automatic apples to apples fix to the facilities we currently have.
Okay, Councillor Gardner, or did you want to come back in, Councillor Colley?
No, I don't know, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Garner.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks for coming along, Amy, as everybody said. It's appreciated. I know one of our officers, Leslie Hare, has been contacting organisations throughout the district to discuss their situation and see if there's a fit that we can do. Have you been in consultation or communication with Leslie? And if not, is that something you would appreciate?
I personally have not, but if there was an open dialogue surrounding it, I would certainly be interested in getting involved with that.
Leslie's sitting right at the back here, so I'm sure she'll be willing to take that forward.
Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much, Provost. Amy, thanks for coming. Definitely interested. I know some people who are Bohemians. I used to work with the DAM Media Group and Drama Group myself, and there's a new drama group starting up promoting awareness of mental health. So that's something I'm going to get involved with myself. Never joined Opera Theatre because I can't sing or dance, so that's why I've never came on. You mentioned that you've spoken from other people who've worked in schools and other areas. Have you spoken to anybody about the schools in here, because they may not have the same limitations, especially over holiday periods?
We haven't, and a large part of that is we have looked into school facilities in the past, and the main contributing factor to us not pursuing that has, quite frankly, been the cost. Yeah.
Is that Councillor Binney? Have you got your light on?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
I have. Thank you. Thanks very much, Amy. It was really interesting what you said, and empathised with everything that you said, and obviously the good work that you do and people you engage with as well. One of the things you mentioned actually when you were speaking was the timeline for the new town hall. In your view, what would be a reasonable time for a new town hall, do you think, in the event that this place does close or whatever? Don't know if you can answer that or not.
I think that's putting you in the spot, really. I mean, that's building contracts and everything like that, really.
Yeah. No, just what your group maybe would expect. I mean, if you've got a vision for something and what you would like. I mean, people in our community do have visions. They do know what they would like. But obviously, I do appreciate you maybe couldn't put a dot on it and say exactly, the month and things like that. So, was there any idea that you thought? Because you did mention a time, I believe. You did say within something.
Yes, so I mentioned that a period of 5 to 10 years just wouldn't be sustainable for us.
Yes,
we could go a period of maybe 2, maybe 3 years maximum of just doing fundraising concerts or smaller shows, but to get back to an area of profitability for our charity and to continue doing what we would do, and it wouldn't feasibly be sustainable past a 3-year point.
Yes. Thanks very much, Amy, for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Binney. Any other questions for Amy? No. Well, I'd just like to thank Amy for coming along and speaking so articulately. I think you were the right person to speak on behalf of the society. So
thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now I'd like to invite Mrs Marie Rutherford to make her statement on behalf of Scottish Flower Arrangement Societies. Again, it'll be 10 minutes and questions afterwards.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to come forward and make our comments regarding this issue. I'm here on behalf of the Scottish Association of Flower Arranging Societies because their chairman's at another meeting. I'm a member of Falkirk Floral Art Club, and we used to hire this room once a month. But due to the uncertainty, when we have to book demonstrators a year to 2 years in advance, we have moved to the church hall round the corner, St Francis Hall there. Falkirk Town Hall is a central point with easy access, road and rail, and all 63 clubs in Scotland and members based throughout Scotland to take part and attend what is one of SAFA's main prestigious, eagerly awaited social events on the floral calendar. It's good for this local economy. Local hotels and businesses benefit from our floral art show being held over 4 days in Falkirk Town Hall on the 20th and 21st, or am I right or wrong, 21st, 22nd of this month. The poster's down the stairs. I haven't put that in here. The venue provides excellent facilities for us. One of our larger events, usually held in October, is the floral art competition in the main hall, with floral art demonstrations being held in the studio upstairs and the photography competition being exhibited in the area called The Space, plus room for a variety of stalls to add that extra touch to our event. Can you all hear me when I lower my head? Are you okay? This popular event is open to the public who can view the exhibits or just sit back and enjoy the demonstration, which is in the upstairs studio. Demonstrations plus much more. It is very much a social event, meeting old friends, making new ones, learning new skills, and forming new and different ideas. SAFAs depend, apart from our affiliation fees, depend on the monies raised from the biannual conference and floral art show. This money helps us to continue to provide ongoing educational courses and training for new members in all disciplines to become either a floral art area demonstrator, a speaker, or a judge, which is of course extremely important to sustain SAFAs year on year. With no new demonstrators, judges, or speakers, clubs would eventually fold. Now that is because when you make up your syllabus, you don't want the same demonstrators each month that you had last season. You want new demonstrators, someone different. And when I was demonstrating, I would say, now, if you've heard one of my stories before, just think you've got a good memory. Training is ongoing to national level. We've involved local housing associations this year to support the show, with them helping to distribute posters and leaflets via their housing officers to all tenants in the local and surrounding areas, increasing the footfall to our event and raising awareness of other forthcoming attractions being held at Falkirk Town Hall, including this year's Panto. We can only try our best to highlight what we think would be a wrong decision to close Falkirk Town Hall for a variety of reasons, plus without having another suitable temporary venue in place. Do the council have quotes to demolish and build on the same site, which they could proceed right away with? Or are they closing Falkirk Town Hall while they go searching again for another site and quotes? Without having a temporary venue in place to continue producing high quality events enjoyed by all, and of course bringing people together, local and surrounding areas. Local groups need a venue to hold their concerts and displays. That's why the children and the adults go to rehearse every week or every fortnight. It's very much a social gathering to meet old friends, make new ones and learn new skills and form new different ideas. To use Bowness Town Hall or Larbert Dobby Hall as temporary venues, parking is poor at both Larbert Dobby Hall and at Bowness. Grangemouth, we have considered that for Falkirk Floral Art Club. It does not have disabled access and especially nothing to take you up the stairs. It now does have a ramp at the front, but upstairs is out of bounds as far as I know for disabled people. In the talk of houses being built on this site here, is it true? If so, where are the school places for the children? I'm not saying there aren't any, we're just questioning it. And where are the patient places in doctor's surgeries? I thank you all on behalf of SAFAS for this opportunity to talk to you. I will try and answer any questions, and if I can't, I'll take your number and I'll divert it to Brenda, our SAFAS chairman. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Marie. Thanks for that excellent presentation. And I'm sure some of your questions will be answered later on in the debate. Just like to open up to members if they've got any questions for Marie. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you very much, Marie. That was a very good presentation. Can I ask, it's a few questions, I'm afraid. First of all, how many people on average attend your conferences? And are they, I presume they're from all over Scotland?
Yes.
Yes. So how many people attend your conferences would be the first question.
Well, we were at Seymour Hotel over on the West Coast this year. I would need to get the numbers from Brenda. I didn't go for the 3 or 4 days. I went down on, they have the conference over 3 or 4 days, and they have an open day where you can just go and see 2 demonstrations and have lunch. Oh, sorry, I keep touching the microphone.
Okay. Could I ask you, you made comment about different levels. Does your organisation assist people to obtain qualifications in flower arranging? And
SAFAS run demonstrators training courses, and that they become they can go out and work as a trainee, and then there's a test date arranged. We've had them here. I passed my test here many moons ago, first on the Falkirk stage because I lived in Falkirk. It's a NAFAS qualification. You qualify as an area demonstrator. That means you can charge what you like if the club are prepared to pay for it. And then you go on to do a national test. And that's obviously to a bigger audience, and it allows you to charge more. It doesn't mean you're better.
And just finally, are there people who come up through your organisation who then go on to set up their own businesses and to run their own organisations?
So once I'd done my
for profit.
Once I'd done my demonstrators test through NAFAS, I then went and did a City and Guilds and did that in Telford College in Edinburgh. And I thought I would do teaching when I didn't fancy driving all over the country at night time doing demonstrations. I would maybe go to Forth Valley. I knew the lady who was teaching at Forth Valley, and I was still demonstrating, so I didn't want to put her out of a job. So they are pushing, and that NAFAS runs their own courses, and you finish up with a NAFAS qualification.
So there is a sort of career progression.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Provost. Can I ask, have you been offered any remuneration?
For demonstrating?
For if you lose your class.
Well, I'm not teaching at the moment. No, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear.
Your organisation that uses this facility.
Yes.
There was discussions with the previous speaker regarding remuneration if you were getting into difficulty because you couldn't have this venue. Have you been offered any?
Well, there's rules about if you have a demonstrator booked and you cancelled the use of this hall, and I think if you cancel them a month before, they're entitled to claim a fee, if that's what you're looking for.
No,
I think
not exactly,
Councillor Spears is talking about compensation perhaps for the loss of the venue.
No, support. The support and remuneration, I believe it comes from the Falkirk Common Good Fund to help organisations that use this facility. It was fully discussed with members at their briefing on Monday.
Right.
I'm sure the director will be able to address this when he gets his chance to speak.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll get to that later on. Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Provost. Thanks, Marie. When you says that the size of the venue that you use, are you talking about this hall here?
We're in the studio once a month. Well, we were in this room once a month for the Falkirk Floral Art Club. And that is the problem, getting halls, because lesser halls or church halls, the Catholic Church, quite often they want it let to cubs or brownies or guides, and they're there every Monday in the month or every Wednesday in the month. They don't meet once a month. So we screw up hiring out a Monday because we want the first Monday in the month. So that makes it difficult to get bookings in some halls. And we've persuaded, one of our ladies persuaded one of the church people at St Francis. They wanted the Monday for his own use. But Maureen said, we need the money. And twisted his arm, I think, because we were kidding her on what she had on this gentleman, that she could get the Monday, the first Monday in the month for us. So, and it's a bit cheaper. Okay, it doesn't have a stage. Well, this has a stage and it doesn't have a microphone, but it's a smaller hall, and due to COVID, our membership's down 25%. So it's being cheaper is better, although you're very good here and the facilities are great. And we actually had the use of 2 cupboards in here in the kitchen, and we could keep drape stands that are 6 feet tall in the corner cupboard. So, but missing that, I'm just trailing it back and forward from Falkirk, from Pullman every month.
Thank you very much for that. Probably leading on from what you says about the first Monday every month, how many of your own members come that first Monday of the month to the classes?
Well, they're not classes, they're watching a demonstration. We need 16 members in the practical class to make it payable for this hall when we had another Monday here. But we needed 16 members paying an extra fee other than their club subscription. And I took the class for many a year. And then I decided, you know, I'd been there, done it, got the T-shirt. And numbers were just beginning to dwindle before Alison Rogers, our previous chairman, took it for a year or 2 years. And it had to pay its way. The club couldn't afford to subsidise it. And what we're doing now is 4 workshops throughout the season. And we're in one of the halls down at Thornhill Road, the one on the west side. Yeah. And they have to pay members. It's only for members, and they have to pay, I think it's another £8 or something. But they come.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. We'll take the final question from Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much, Provost. Marie, thanks for coming along. I'm not going to lie, I know nothing about flower arranging, so please forgive me. What is the general demographic of the group?
Well, they come in and they should watch it. Well, they watch a demonstrator who normally does 5 arrangements. They sometimes do second placements, one I prepared earlier.
Sorry, I mean demographics as an age group, we make genders, that kind of thing.
Sorry?
Like the age group,
the age group,
and all that kind of information.
It's aging, like we all are.
Okay.
And after COVID, I think they've got used to not going out in the evenings. But fingers crossed, but most clubs are down 20 to 25%.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Colley.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation as well. I suppose, first of all, you know, obviously it's really great that you've managed to get the church hall at St Francis, and I suppose, you know, you noted some things there around storage. So, and I can't remember what you said they were called, but they were 6 foot tall.
The drape stands. It's metal poles that you put a T-bar on and drape polyester uncrushable fabric so that it gives a background to the demonstrators' arrangements rather than putting it up there and having all these trees behind it. So they're on the stage, there's a table either side with the drape up and the drape to match on the table. Pale turquoise.
Right, that's helpful because so now I know what
I'm talking about. That's okay.
I suppose it's the sort of practical things about being able to get something on the first Monday of the month, things like storage, and I wonder also about other venues, like for example schools. And I wondered whether you'd been able to engage with officers about finding some for some support with them about looking at alternatives and potentially for your organisation being able to move it around and maybe move it around the district and maybe be able to pick up some new members, I guess.
I've been involved booking the hall for too long, and schools are no use because infant schools want you out by 9 o'clock. Now we booked this from 6 till 11 when we were here. Demonstrator comes in at 6, cars unloaded. She does her second placements if she doesn't travel with them. So she's in here at 6 doing maybe a second placement for the first design and the fifth design. The members start to come in at 7 and we start at 7:15. She should be able to do her 5 arrangements in an hour and a quarter. When I trained, my friend and boss said, if you can't get it done in an hour and a quarter, you'll lose them. They start to yawn and cross their legs. So, go prepared. Have all your bits of leaves pulled off the stems before you put them in the wasters. That's all preparation in your garage before you come. So they get an hour and a half, an hour and a quarter to an hour and a half on the platform. We then have the raffle for the flowers. That takes about 10 minutes. And then a vote of thanks. And then we used to serve tea to the members, which they pay for. But with COVID, that was out. That was stopped. They just came and went because, well, you could have served tea with a wrapped biscuit, but then you still had the kitchen handling the cups and all that. So we said we wouldn't be serving tea. And demonstrator gets away, hopefully. I mean, mentioning schools. Infant schools want you out at 9. Senior schools want you out by 9:15. Now, the guys here are great. We're always out the door by 11. But in honesty, we should be out the door by 10 to 11. That wee girl that's on duty, or Will, or whoever, has still to go round the toilets and check there's not a tap running. Lights are off. I know the lights through there go on and off as you go in. But they maybe don't get out till 11:15. If the demonstrator's slow and you're packing up and you've got everyone to get ushered out. So that's why schools are no use to us.
I'm sorry, I was completely unclear there when I asked the question around the schools. I was actually thinking around your bigger shows as to whether not your monthly meetings. No, and right. I think apologies that I wasn't clear enough on that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Colley, and thanks very much, Marie, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, everybody.
Can I ask Mr. Kettrick to speak on item 10A, Council Headquarters and Arts Centre? Are you there, Mr. Kettrick? Oh. Aye, pantomime's a couple of months yet.
Thank you, Provost, members of Council. The purpose of the report before you today is to provide an update to Council on the action taken following the decision on the 20th of December 2021 with regards to the Civic Headquarters and Arts Centre project, and makes recommendations on the next steps. Members will recollect that officers were instructed to develop proposals to build an HQ building of circa 200 workstations, incorporating civic accommodation to the front of the current site and update the costs associated with that. Officers were also asked to consider the structural disentanglement of the municipal building office block from Falkirk Town Hall and review the possible scope for a refurbishment of the Town Hall, reflecting again upon updated costs of repairs and meeting energy efficiency targets. Sections 5.2 to 5.6 outline the findings of the appraisal in relation to a new HQ, and in particular the estimated costs of this would be approximately £32 to £33 million, and this is based on the previous specifications. As members will be aware, the demand for administrative office accommodation has significantly changed over the past 2 years, and certainly post-pandemic, and staff now working hybrid and more remotely. In addition, the Council has developed modern office accommodation at the Foundry, at Cairnbank and Denny, and there is hubs now available in Grangemouth and Falkirk. We're also progressing to deliver accommodation at Falkirk Stadium. These provide substantial existing capacity, and given the change in position and space available, the demand for further accommodation is limited, and therefore the business case for any new civic accommodation requires to be reviewed, given the extensive costs that are involved. Section 5.7 to 5.10 outlines the revised valuation undertaken by the district valuer to provide context in terms of the value of this existing site, and they have estimated the value to be £4.7 million. If Falkirk Town Hall was to be retained, the disposal of the site would be challenging until it was cleared. As instructed in 2021, officers and the external professional advisors have appraised the disentanglement of the existing municipal buildings from the Falkirk Town Hall and have identified that whilst technically feasible as outlined in the appendices, there is concerns in relation to the challenges and the impact this would have on Falkirk Town Hall and the costs associated. Appendix 3 and 4 summarise the options considered and the various issues that require to be addressed, including matters such as service disconnections, the provision of new service installations, and the creation of new changing facilities. Even with the careful demolition to limit structural impact and the potential for vibration damage, there will be impacts operationally on Falkirk Town Hall, with a closure of 12 months necessary. The most viable option is estimated to cost £2.3 million and would include undertaking some minimum repairs. A review of the previous condition and structural surveys and a new survey on the services at Falkirk Town Hall have been undertaken. These concluded that approximately £2.3 million to £4 million of works are required to bring the building up to a basic condition at the lower end of the scale and to a better condition at the upper end of the scale. These works would not, however, overcome the operational challenges the building has. Officers were also asked to look at the energy efficiency of Falkirk Town Hall, and whilst improvements can be made through the installation of new services and some fabric elements, improvements the building would remain poor in terms of its thermal performance. To deliver a modern equivalent performing facility, construction costs would be equivalent to a new build and would still not overcome the challenges of the existing 60-year-old structure that would be built upon. The conclusion of the various investigations are that none would fully address any of the operational theatre deficiencies, such as stage depth, lack of studio space, poor circulation space, and in particular front of house accommodation, and do not therefore represent value for money. As a consequence of the findings and recognising the potential closure of Falkirk Town Hall for 12 months, it is recommended that the Town Hall is closed at the end of the year after the pantomime. Should that decision be made, and recognising the property as common good, a further consultation will be undertaken to accelerate the demolition of the property, and it is proposed, if this was approved, that £200,000 from any capital receipt generated would accrue to the Common Good Fund, and any receipts that are generated would be applied towards the cost of the replacement facilities. As outlined in the report at 5.28, there continues to be a commitment from the Council to a new arts facility and a new Falkirk Town Hall, and it forms part of the growth deal that the Council has signed up to, with the intention that any new facility acts as a catalyst for the wider regeneration and forms a core part of the region's cultural sector. Members will recognise that given the challenges of inflationary cost pressures, changing operational requirements and an uncertain economic climate at present, it is essential that the Council's substantial investment in a new Town Hall project is optimised to deliver the maximum benefits. It is therefore proposed that the business case for the project is reviewed and developed to reflect the current circumstances and any future location parameters. In pursuit of identifying a new site and developing a robust business case, a framework is set out in the report at 5.31. The framework seeks to ensure that the project acts as a catalyst for regeneration, can be the fulcrum for cultural activity, aspires to be a low or zero carbon building, and demonstrates best value. It's set on further at 5.36. Based on the recommendations of the report, should these be agreed, officers have set out a number of actions that will be immediately progressed. These include progressing the demolition works across the whole site, progressing the business case development and feasibility of options for the new Falkirk Town Hall project based on the framework that's outlined in the report. This will include opening negotiations with several landowners on the sites that are available. We would look to review the locational opportunities for the delivery of project with a focus on deliverability and value for money. And we would be looking to bring back a report to a future council meeting with the outline business case for the new Town Hall with a commitment to timescales for delivery. As set out in the table in section 7.1 for financial implications, the budget currently available within the Council's General Services Capital Programme for the delivery of a new Town Hall is £39 million. Members will note the table at 7.1 mentions including growth deal support. This is a typo and should state excluding, as funding has obviously not been awarded and is subject to the decisions we make on the new Town Hall. The detailed financial position and the spending to date is provided in Appendix 5 and reflects the position more accurately. In conclusion, Provost, the proposed delivery of an HQ on the existing site would not only generate a capital receipt, it would act as on the existing site would not generate a capital receipt, would not act as a catalyst for town centre regeneration and would not be compatible with the growth deal. The requirements for a new Town Hall facility have changed significantly due to the staff working arrangements, and more flexibility is required in the accommodation that we deliver. With the significant inflationary pressures being experienced in the construction sector, it's important and essential that we progress with a positive decision and move forward with the development of a business case. As outlined in the report, I'll summarise that the disentanglement and condition works required to Falkirk Town Hall will result in an expenditure of between £4.5 million and £6.5 million. These, whilst would not overcome the operational challenges of the facility, would provide a limited extension of the building's life. In addition, if the works were to be progressed, the Town Hall will require to close for 12 months to ensure that these are undertaken safely. It's unfortunate that Falkirk Town Hall is proposed to close prior to a new facility being available. However, the refurbishment of Falkirk Town Hall is not considered to represent best value and would compromise the resources as outlined that would be available for the development of any future Town Hall. And looking forward, if a decision is to progress to a more permanent, centrally located High Street location, there is the opportunity to maximise the resources available to the Council from the disposal of the existing site, hopefully secure the growth deal funding, and will allow us to recast the business case to fully align the project with proposals for wider regeneration of the town centre. And I'll pass you over to Malcolm now to take you through the second report.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kettrick, for that very concise report. Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Provost. As we've already heard, the condition of this building is very poor. We've also heard that disentangling the building from the municipal building would come at a cost of £2.3 million.
Provost, can I interject, please?
What would you like to do?
I don't know if Mr. Moody, apologies, Mr. Benny, I don't like doing this. Maybe Mr. Moody can clarify things. We have two different agenda items here. We have 10A and 10B. Would it not be better, much more efficient, that we actually dealt with 10A first?
Mr. Moody will clarify that. Thank you.
I think Councillor McCabe raises a helpful point, Provost, and I think it's maybe just a word of explanation that they are listed as 10A and 10B rather than 10 and 11 to represent the fact that they are interlinked reports. And I think the presentation that Mr. Kettrick has just given, I think, segues very well into the one which Mr. Benny was just starting. I think the view is that the report's subject matter, although separate reports, are so interlinked that they're better presented together. The decision making, if this provides some reassurance, will come separately. So any voting on any motions or amendments will be separated and will be clearly distinct.
Excellent. Thank you, Colin. Apologies again, Mr. Benny.
So on a point of clarification, amendments will be for both A and B, or do you want them separately?
Correct, A and B.
Because we have two amendments, one for A and one for B.
Yes, we'll take A first and then we'll move on A to B.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Yeah, we've heard that disentangling the building from the municipal buildings would come at a cost of £2.3 million and need a full closure of this building for 1 year. Upon reopening it, it would need further investment to keep it in a sustainable operating fashion. During the closure, there would be a financial burden of £400,000 on the council, as no income would be generated and staff costs would remain in place. Looking ahead, the combination of being located on a demolition site, along with the venue's backlog maintenance issues, are likely to lead to increasingly poorer experiences for the public in the coming years and a predicted reduction in income. Furthermore, and this is a really important point, the vulnerability of the asset threatens the council's reputation, as there is a danger that future shows could be disrupted due to the failings of this building. Given these circumstances and the requirement to deliver a significant efficiency from the former Falkirk Community Trust, it's recommended that Council closes the Falkirk Town Hall after the Panto at the end of this year. This would be a managed and planned closure that would allow us to do it in partnership with users, but also protecting the council's reputation. The closure of the Falkirk Town Hall would provide the opportunity to launch an exciting new arts programme across the Falkirk area that maximises the use of popular community venues and buildings. This arts programme would be backed by funding and staff and serve as the catalyst for the journey towards the new Falkirk Town Hall. The aim will be to make new work, attract in quality productions that fire the imagination and keep our existing customers coming back. The recommendation would be to create a series of mini festivals throughout the year, which would be delivered in strategic parks, community halls, town halls and schools, as well as other cultural venues such as the Hippodrome and Calendar House. This programme of live performances would be supplemented by existing and new participatory activity, performing art workshops, singing and youth music initiatives. Such a programme would give the council the opportunity for the first time to take live performances to venues across the council area, as well as developing the existing programme of outdoor theatre and events. Staff and budget will be required to help relocate the voluntary arts sector into alternative venues, and there are 10 regular bookings each year, and this could be achieved by creating a new voluntary arts budget of £10,000 per year that would provide financial assistance to this sector to buy in the relevant technical support to deliver their programmes in alternative venues. Groups would potentially bid for this funding typically in April at the start of each financial year once the council budget had been agreed. In addition, we're proposing that £50,000 of the Change Fund is set aside to assist the team to look for external match funding opportunities to really make the new events programme as exciting and engaging as possible. We recognise that the disruption this closure would have to many local groups, and if agreed, we would take a proactive effort to engage with the groups to see how productions could be modified into alternative venues and supported to still be successful. We recognise that the capacity and technical facilities fall short of those available in this building, but alternative options include Grangemouth Town Hall with 434 seats, the Bowness Town Hall with 390 seats, Doby Hall with 476 seats, the Falkirk Trinity Church with between 240 and 440 seats, as well as a number of high schools. Now, I heard the very relevant feedback with regard to school provision. But if COVID's taught us anything, it's that we can find solutions to problems and do so at pace. And I'm confident that we can have positive conversations with education about changing access arrangements around school. But also in our other venues, we can look at moving the lighting equipment that we have in this building and also looking at accessibility. And for me, that's the opportunity that would present itself after today for us to engage with groups, understand what their requirements are, and then look to how we can support them. I'm confident that we can work with our council colleagues and our voluntary performing arts community to ensure that we continue to support performing arts in the Falkirk area until the opening of a new Falkirk Town Hall.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Benny. We'll now move to Councillor Meikle-John. If you've got a motion for item 10A.
Yes, Provost, I intend to move the motion as per the papers, but I would like the opportunity at some point to speak to that.
Seconder?
Happy to second. Do you want me to speak to that item now, or do you want to?
Oh,
no, come back.
Just now. So.
I did give notice of an amendment. I do have an amendment, and everyone has a copy of that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. You got an amendment coming forward?
Yes, we have, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Do you have an amendment coming forward?
For 10A, we have an amendment. Are you asking for 10A and 10B?
Just 10A at the moment.
We have an amendment.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll just move on to 10B. Do you have an amendment for a motion for 10B?
I'll be moving the motion as per the paper, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah, you have a motion for an amendment for 10B?
I do have an amendment for 10B, and again, that was circulated to everybody in advance of the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment for 10B?
Yes, Provost. I'm unsure if it was for 10A or 10B, but
Thank you.
Yes, there is.
Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment for 10B?
As previously indicated, we have an amendment for 10B.
Thank you very much.
Provost, I think we have the indication then that the motions for both items will consist of the recommendations. We appear to have 5 amendments, I think, 3 for 10B, and I think 2 for 10A. Possibly Councillor Kerr's, I think, is for 10B rather than 10A. I wonder, Provost, in the light of the fact that we have 5 amendments available, if those who are moving those amendments are content that where they haven't been circulated, they can be circulated now, and that may give all members of the council an opportunity just to understand what is being moved by each of the groups, and it may be in that case, Provost, that a brief recess might help just to allow people to digest what is in each of the amendments.
Okay, that sounds fair.
In that case, Provost, I think the amendments can be circulated. They will be emailed in one by Mr. Perry, and I think Mr. Frawley will be circulating them in paper.
Could I possibly ask that there are also physical copies for the people who have had deputations, because I think it would be only respectful that they're able to see the amendments as well.
I think that's a good point, Councillor Hannah, and that will happen.
How long do you think we need to go over amendments? 15, 20 minutes? 20 minutes? Okay, 20 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I hope everybody's had time to have a real look at the amendments, and we'll go straight to Councillor Meikle-John to speak to our motion.
Thank you, Provost. And because they are both so interlinked, I'm going to speak to both A and B. And I appreciate that might be a bit of a challenge, but I think people will be able to work that out for themselves as we go on. And I think that might be just helpful rather than having to be disjointed and repeat. Firstly, there's a huge history to the HQ and Arts Centre. And over many years, there's been a huge amount of work, particularly over the last 5 years, looking at a wide range of options and doing options appraisals, feasibilities, costs, etc. And if anybody is not aware of that, then I'm not sure where they've been, because it was certainly the subject of a lot of discussion, particularly the elections, and a lot of question, a lot of work's gone on into that, and I thank officers, many of whom are no longer here now, for the previous work that they've done, and indeed the officers that have been pulling together that work since and doing the update work. What it has meant is that there's been a constant delay in actually reaching any decision, and for the want of a better word, it's been like wading through treacle to try to get to a positive outcome that would be for Falkirk, for our town centre, and for the arts community. And there's been a lot of public comment with regard to that delay and the impacts it has had. We now have the outcome of the work that was requested a year ago to reappraise the existing site for office accommodation and the refurbishment of Falkirk Town Hall. Time has moved on in that period, and the need for office accommodation for the council's own business has been reappraised, and with hybrid and mobile and flexible working, our office needs have been determined that there's not any need for any additional office accommodation, and I think that's the right thing to do. We are rationalising our estate and looking at the costs that we no longer need to have built in to office accommodation, and that's where we are with the rising costs. The provision of an office block on the existing site would be somewhere between 32 and 33 million, is what the officers indicated previously. And looking at the condition of the municipal building site, of the Falkirk Town Hall site, the fabric of the building is the same age as the municipal buildings. The building is no longer fit for purpose. We know that we struggle to attract professional acts because of the stage, the backroom facilities. We know that the building is in need of significant investment, and there has been no investment over the last couple of years because of the look at a new building, and until there's a decision on that, it wasn't going to be possible to look at the levels of investment that would be needed for the building. There are huge risks with the building, huge risks of failure in the building, one of them being the heating, which we've all experienced today. But obviously the roof, and there's other aspects of the building that create a risk and could be what can be considered a catastrophic failure, and that could impact on the use of the building and particularly performances going forward. And whether or not that is something that could be repaired, it would very much depend on the levels of repair and the investment required to do that. Taking into account the condition of the current Falkirk Town Hall building and the cost of disentanglement and the need for a year-long closure and recommissioning the building, levels of repair that's required, it's not considered best value. Being mindful that we also have competing priorities for investment. Therefore, the proposal to close the Town Hall and develop a community arts programme, professional and community-based, across the district, and the commitment to delivering a new Town Hall is the way forward. At the time of originally agreeing to keep Town Hall and decouple the Town Hall, best information available at the time from our consultants said yes, it's possible, and there was an indicative cost put into the budget. However, now that we have a bit more of a detail around that, the costs are significant, and we also know that the costs of the repairs are significant. Repairs have been known for some time, and they have been detailed in previous iterations of reports over the last 5 years. But the age of and condition of the building clearly makes the investment not value for money, hence the proposals that are before us. It's always been desirable to keep the facility open until a new facility was available. And as I said, the previous surveys indicated that was possible. But however, with such complex works, the costs have become significant, and it's not therefore possible to keep the building open during the demolition works and the decoupling, and it will have to close for a year. That is something that's not negotiable. That is something that has to happen. It not be possible to keep the building open during any further demolition works, or similarly to leave the current site undemolished. Costs of reinstatement have significantly increased, as generally all costs have increased, but in fact more substantial work would be required as part of the reinstatement work, which would not extend the life of the building other than a few years, nor provide any improved facility for user groups nor audience, and importantly, impact in the delivery of a new building. I'm sure fundamentally we all want the same thing, and that is a new town hall, a modern replacement for the existing facility that is currently beyond its end of life and no longer fit for purpose. The report makes it clear that if that is not an option to keep the building open while the disentanglement takes place, and that reinstatement works would take a year to do, and a cost of between 6 and 8 million of investment required just to reinstate and do the essential repairs such as the roof, without any actual improvements to the building, all of which would be have to be taken from the already allocated budget for the delivery of a new town hall, and potentially make that no longer a viable option. There's £39 million in the budget available for a new town hall, and that the reinstatement works would all have to come out of that budget. The decision is taken to close now. There's the prospect that a new facility could be available in 3 years' time. If we don't, and there's not a timescale for delivery of a new town hall, nor the investment that would help kickstart town centre regeneration. The delay in the demolition of municipal buildings will incur additional costs, and it will depend on the length of the delay, around rates, security, and increase in the number of risks. The site won't be able to be marketed until the confirmation of the demolition timescales is known, and potentially we could lose a capital receipt. And if the town hall is reinstated and opened, we will definitely not be able to maximise the income from the sale of the existing site, as developers would not want a site with a building already in situ. Delaying the decision today in relation to Falkirk Town Hall will also incur further unsettlement around the closure for staff, and similarly the user organisations. Setting a clear closure date means that groups will not be left wondering whether they'll be disrupted or not, and allows the work to go on about booking alternative venues, and that is where the service is right now, and trying to work with them in order to be able to do that. Extending the arts programme across the district, utilising other venues, will give great opportunities to each of the localities, making it easier to access, help sustain some of the other facilities, and hopefully leave a legacy when the new town hall does open. In relation to the proposals in 10A, there's a number of aspects to that. Obviously, there's clear risks with making no decision, a reputational risk, losing confidence in relation to the town centre, particularly the businesses, and a complete lack of faith that we as a council will invest in our town centre and deliver on anything that will help regeneration within our town centre. Just today, I was asked to contact a couple of people who are owners within the town centre and are looking to make further purchases. Today's decision whether or not we move forward and seek to identify a suitable site for a new town hall will be a factor on their decision whether to continue to invest in Falkirk, to purchase any further properties, to actually help the regeneration or to offload existing properties. That is something that we will have to seriously consider going forward. The agreement to demolish the building and release the full site allows us to maximise the ability of the capital receipt. That again would be able to be put towards any new build, and similarly if we look to develop the existing site, we will lose the growth deal money. That is equivalent of around £11 million that we would be short in taking forward any new building. Obviously, the current building sits on part of the common good. We've already done a consultation with regard to municipal buildings around the common good, and we would have to do likewise in relation to the town hall. It would make sense to give a recognition to the common good and make funding available to any of the local groups, organisations that can bid into the common good. So therefore, I'm happy to support giving a contribution to the common good and making that available. It would not impact significantly on the capital receipt that would then come in and impact on the business plan for the development in the town centre. So recognising some of the correspondence and things that we've all had today, I am more than happy to accept the amendment that has come from the Conservative groups in relation to the challenges given particularly to the Big Bad Wolf Company, and the ability to be able to compromise around the timescales for the closure, and would support delaying until their production is concluded. However, I also recognise that in doing that, there are others that could come and say that they would want to wish further extensions. However, that does then impact on our timescale for delivery of the ARCH programme, and that can only be delivered with the savings made from closing Falkirk Town Hall, and there's a balance to be struck there. We will work with all user groups to find suitable alternatives, and what is not going to be possible is to have like for like. Therefore, it will be important that we work innovatively to make alternative venues work for everybody, and hope that we can be able to move forward today, give officers permission to go and do the work that's needed to try and identify a site for a new building, allow the demolition of this site to go ahead, and contribution to the common good as well as a consultation, and obviously a report back to members in due course. I think delay is not an option. We've had 5 years of constant delay for delay's sake, and that is something that has been recognised by many within the community, and including the arts, and that is just not an option left to us. It gives the credibility or a lack of credibility to the council. and it's also something that was cited again in our best value report, that we had not moved on with that. We hadn't been in a position to be able to take difficult decisions. This is a difficult decision. It's not one that is easy to make, but there's compelling evidence in front of us, not just around costs, but the risks associated with this building that we're sitting in. And I believe that the best thing for all our communities is for a managed closure of the building, and to look at how we can deliver an arts programme which is innovative, different, and will attract not just locals but people from out with across the district. I therefore move the recommendations as in section 2, but I'm happy to accept the amendment from the Conservative Group Provost.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. So you've moved your motion for A and B, so do you have a seconder for A and B?
Thank you, Provost. And picking up from what has been stated, it will cost £2.3 million to disentangle the Falkirk Town Hall from municipal buildings and require the complete closure of Falkirk Town Hall for at least a year. In addition, upon reopening, a further £2 to £4 million would need to be spent to keep the building operational for the next 3 to 5 years. This potential £6 million investment would not improve the building's outdated performance or resolve its poor energy efficiency. In addition, a capital receipt of approximately £6 million from the sale of the current site would be lost. And I'm sure we can all agree climate change and its implications need to be taken seriously, and this building is one of the biggest contributors to our CO2 emissions. In para 520, we read Falkirk Town Hall represents a massive energy consumer with approximately 205,000 kilowatts per hour of electricity and 413,000 kilowatts per hour of gas consumed per year. This represents approximately 143 tonnes of CO2 equivalent. The project team have been considered this works that could be undertaken to improve the energy efficiency to net zero, and have concluded the cost would be the same or more than the new building. I'd like to thank Amy and Marie, who have come along today speaking towards this agenda item and given us their own thoughts on what this town hall means to them. The passion shown here and through the email correspondence all elected members have received show how integral the town hall is to the community of Falkirk District. To me, this highlights how important a brand new state-of-the-art fit-for-purpose facility will be for the users, the community, very importantly our local businesses and the town centre regeneration. Some of my happiest and indeed earliest memories are from the town hall, from standing on the stage singing Three Blind Mice with my fellow terrified St Pat's classmates, to attending a sellout fishing show with videos of exotic locations and expert anglers giving advice, to more recent times like my first Proclaimers gig, attending award ceremonies and our very poignant Remembrance Day and Holocaust memorial events. This town hall has been a part in all of our hearts, and as such these proposals before us have been looked at in great detail and any decisions have not been taken lightly. I'd like to personally thank our officers, past and present, for the work they have done over many months and indeed years, preparing reports and answering the many questions put to them. You have heard how we need to move forward and the reasons why we need to take the approach before us in these recommendations from officers and the council leader. Does Falkirk need and deserve a town hall they can be proud of? 100%. Is a town centre location of this facility imperative to try and assist our many town centre businesses, increase footfall and be a catalyst towards our town centre regeneration? Yes, it is. Will a brand new state-of-the-art facility add to Falkirk's tourism attractions and make Falkirk the place to be? Most definitely. Fellow members, this is not a time to delay further. This is time to make bold, positive decisions and do what's right for our communities, our businesses and indeed our youth, as this is about the future. I'm happy to second these reports and the amendment from the Conservative Group.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah. Do you wish to speak to both amendments or just one at a time? Do you want at a time if you want? No problem. I just thought I'd make the offer since Councillor Meikle-John spoke.
Well, I understood that we'd already agreed to do them separately, but you then allowed the motion to be put forward together. So I was prepared for doing them separately originally.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm fairly new to this council. I only was elected in May. Since I came, that said, I was aware of a history related to the HQ and Arts Centre. I haven't been living in a bubble for the last however many years. I was aware of the problems that there have been about getting a decision. And one of the reasons I decided to stand for election was that I thought it was time there was some common sense brought to the decision-making process, and I'm hoping that I'm able to bring some of that. I have listened over the last few months to people talking about the problems there have been. I've had people accusing one group, accusing another group, accusing officers, accusing everybody of being responsible for the delays and the inability to make a decision. The Best Value Review has clearly said that there is a problem in our decision-making processes and clearly said that we need to collaborate more. I have said at every turn and corner, I am happy to collaborate. I am very happy to collaborate. But collaboration to me means a great deal more than someone telling me, here's a proposal, agree it, and that's all there is to it. And that is very much the way this has been brought forward. Both officers and those putting forward the motion have said that this is going to be a managed closure, a managed and planned closure. The first time the closure date of December this year, or is it March next year, because in the two reports there are two different dates. The first time I was aware of these dates was when I saw the reports. The reports were made public on the 20th of September. That was the first time anybody, apart from presumably the administration, knew that this proposed closure was imminent. That to me is not a managed and planned closure. And we have heard excellent presentations from Amy and from Marie, and I will not go through some of the things I was going to say, because I think Amy and Marie very, very well said some of those things about the importance of a venue of this sort. Now, let's be very clear here. The amendments that we're putting forward from the Labour group are not saying we just want the town hall kept open. That's not what we're saying. We're all accepting that the town hall has problems, that it's not in the long term, as it is now, an ideal venue. We all know there are problems, and the dozens of emails that I have had and letters that I have had, I don't think I've seen one yet that said this town hall should be kept open forever. I'm very pleased to hear that we're talking about a replacement, a new, a better town hall for the Falkirk community. I mean, I'm very pleased to hear that we're looking forward and not backwards. However, I would have hoped that the proposal to close this town hall would have been put on the table for this council alongside the proposals for alternatives. All we have here in front of us, there have been things said about how we want a new all singing, all dancing town hall. We want decisions made that will be developing the community. But that's not what's on the table here today. Now, my amendment is about saying, let us, for the time being, shelve this idea of closing the town hall precipitately, because it is a precipitate closure. As far as I'm aware, there are events planned up until April next year. There may be more that I don't know about. This is a precipitate closure with no alternatives, no realistic, viable alternatives in their place, ready to go. Now, if what officers were doing was bringing to this table, this room, this council, a proposal for closure of a planned and managed proposal of the town hall, alongside the proposals for replacement, I would be in a very different place today than I am at the moment. The place I am in today is that I see this as being putting the cart before the horse. If I want to move house, I don't sell my house and then be homeless for 4 years, 3 years. I've heard 3 years, I've heard 4 years, I've heard 5 years, whatever. I think at the moment, because we don't have a proposal for the replacement, we have an unspecified number of years. There's nothing on the table at the moment that is the replacement for us. Now, I don't sell my house today, be homeless for 4 or 5 or 3 years, with the thought that maybe at some point I'm going to be able to buy an alternative home. And I don't think there are very many people who would think in those terms. And that, in a sense, is what you're suggesting we agree to for these organisations, for the organisations that have used this town hall. Now, I don't think anybody loves the building or the way it is as it is. What people love is the memories, and I think Paul said that quite well. For myself, I have many, many memories of watching my daughter, of bringing my daughter to the singing kettle, of watching my daughter playing her bagpipes, playing her piano, watching her singing, watching her dancing. And those memories are really, really important. Now, if we have 3, 4 or 5 years without a venue of that sort, those young people lose that opportunity and those parents lose those opportunities. Amy said very, very clearly she has concerns that we will lose a great deal of the artistic and cultural community if there's a long closure period with alternative, less viable venues. And let's be clear, any talk about alternatives, the town halls that have been referred to, they already have events. They're not sitting empty waiting for the events that normally would be in the town hall here. They're not sitting doing nothing. They already have local events going, and I am all in favour of supporting those kind of events and promoting those kind of events. But we need also to have something, not just for Grangemouth, not just for Bo'ness, not just for Larbert, but also for Falkirk. The proposal of this amendment is to say, do not precipitately close this town hall. Keep it open. I am not specifying a period. There have been suggestions about February, and I do think there's a difficulty in saying, yes, we will extend this deadline for the Big Bad Wolf Company, but not for the Operatic Society, and not for Paul Young and Lulu. Also events scheduled for April next year. I think it's difficult to be saying we'll extend it for that period. My amendment is suggesting we extend it, and the period of extension depends on when our officers can come forward with viable alternative proposals. And please bring to us at one and the same time the proposals for a planned and managed closure of the town hall and the proposals for a replacement town hall. Absolutely accepting the changes in terms of the question of the headquarters, and I don't want to get into great discussions about that here today. I think the important question here that's on the table is what happens with the town hall. So please, please, please support my amendment. Please support the cultural and artistic community of the Falkirk Council area, and come back with a vision. Please, That's what we are all wanting, is a vision of what the future will look like. We want that vision. We do not want, yes, we'll cut this off, we'll shut that down, and then we'll think about what we're going to put in place of it. Bring us a vision and we will have a very, very different conversation.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hannah. Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
Thank you. Yeah, we've all heard the public outcry. Our inboxes have been full and we've heard from people here today. The closure of the town hall in 94 days really feels as if little regard has been given to the organisations that use it and the people of Falkirk. Specifically, our young people who've had to sacrifice so much going through COVID-19 to have planned events pulled away from them at short notice. I got a delivery from the children of Sunny Stars, who delivered a beautifully illustrated petition to have their voices heard in this debate. Apologies that I didn't have time to circulate it, but I would love to show you it all before we leave today, and it is truly a work of art. We're all aware and we've all heard today the financial pressures on the council, but to now move for closure in 94 days, having minimal consultation with the groups and the publics, no concrete alternatives and no projected date for a replacement, not least of all no real environmental impact report, I feel unable to support the motion as it stands today, which is why I second the Labour Group amendments.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patterson. I wonder if we could just display the Labour amendment online for those watching online. So we've heard for Councillor Meikle-John speaking to our motion. We've heard for Councillor Hannah with her amendment. So we'll now open it up for discussion. Any questions you'd like to ask? Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I was just wondering if the officers could give a rough figure. I know that there's uncertainties, but a rough figure about the cost of, the combined cost of losing the growth deal money if we were to build on this site, the cost of not selling this site, and the cost of repairs. So basically, if we accepted the Labour amendment, how much would we lose from the budget for the new town hall? Thank you.
Mr. Benny?
It would be myself, Provost. The growth deal monies are £6 million. The value of the site's been estimated at £4.7 million, so roughly £5 million. The cost of the works to the site is £2.3 million disentanglement, and then anywhere between £2.5 and £4 million. So my rough maths is that could be 16-17 million pounds in total when they're all added together. But there's a number of scenarios in there that could reduce that, particularly around condition works or site values and things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Redmond.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Aaron and Siobhan were saying. The theatrical groups have given a lot of value to the Falkirk community. A lot of people go and really enjoy the shows. It gives young people hope that want to get involved in acting and things. It's an opportunity for them. We've got companies like sorry, I forgot her name. They're saying they've invested in the Shrek show that's going to be in April. They've put money in to something that they thought was going to happen, and now because of us, they're losing out on their investment, which just doesn't seem fair. They've been loyal to us for all these years, 120 years or something, I think they said it's been going for nearly. So I don't think it's fair the way we're treating them, just saying they're closing a drop of a hat like that. Also, just other questions regarding the growth deal. Now, some people are saying that this current site is in the boundary of the town centre, so it might not be 100% that we lose it. I mean, I think if we decided as a council that we were going to use this site, or just maybe up there a wee bit, 100 yards, they're not going to, is the UK government or the Scottish government going to turn around and say, no, you're not doing that? Would that not look quite bad in them? Also, with maybe this is a question as well, a site in the town centre, say you lose the £6 million growth fund, how much is a new site in the town centre going to cost? How much is the legal fees for that going to cost? How much is it how long is it going to take as well? Because we're going to need to go in the other time to buy the building. We're going to need to then, whatever tenants are already in it, we're going to need to evict them or get them somewhere else to go. You get there'll be legal fees involved in that. Then we're going to have the cost of demolition, because I don't think there's anything suitable as yet. So the time to get all that done, I think, could be more than 5 years. I think possibly be 10 years. You're looking at that. So that is the one advantage with this site, is you could put planning in tomorrow and section off a small part of it for, as we say, we don't need a big, massive town hall anymore. We could have a decent sized theatre and a chamber for debates. So other things. But I do agree with other members as well that we all do want a good town hall. We all do want, but it's timing, and just saying to groups like this, you're out, we don't know when we're going to have a replacement for you, just doesn't really seem fair. And that's all I've got to say. So that's why I'm going to back the Labour motion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Mr. Laurie, would you like to pick up any of the questions raised?
I'll specifically, thank you, Provost, pick up on the question around about the growth deal, and I'll perhaps ask Mr. Kettrick or Mr. Bennett just to come in terms of the value or the potential costs for the site in the town centre. So I'm just looking at the heads of terms that we signed off with the Scottish and UK governments last December. So they were agreed by the council in December of last year. And in relation to the 6 million for the Falkirk Arts Centre, so that's 3 million from the UK government and 3 million from the Scottish government. Within the heads of terms, it says the Falkirk Arts Centre aims to create a vibrant new fulcrum for the region's cultural sector, whilst igniting the renewal of Falkirk Town Centre. And additionally, it says the Arts Centre will help drive Falkirk Town Centre's regeneration, repurposing it as a vibrant cultural and residential centre. Now, I mean, ultimately, the UK and Scottish governments will take a view on whatever we come forward with, whether that satisfies their criteria. But I think it's we should bear in mind that both the Scottish government and the UK government are very committed to town centre regeneration. And I'd say actually, particularly probably the UK government has talked about culturally based regeneration of town centres being a key issue for it. And reprovisioning a facility similar to the existing one on this site on the fringes of the town centre, my view would be very difficult to argue that that is igniting the renewal of Falkirk Town Centre. And certainly the discussions I've had with UK and Scottish Government civil servants suggests that what they're expecting is something which will make a big difference to the town centre in terms of regeneration. I think that would only be achieved by something which is actually in or near the high street. That's my view of it, though ultimately, clearly the Scottish and UK governments will take a view on what they're prepared to fund. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Mr. Laurie. Mr. Kettrick, would you like to pick up on some of the questions raised by Mr. Benny? Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Provost. If we were to develop on this site, we do not fix any of the vacant or struggling sites in the high street which require regeneration. So they would stay up the high street still without any hope of some sort of transformation. We'd also lose the opportunity to generate a sizable capital receipt for this site, which it's our view would be in excess of the price we will pay for a site in the high street. We would lose the chance to bring up to 100 homes to this site, and that would be bringing up to 300 people who would then go into the high street and spend money. We would lose that opportunity. We would lose the £6 million of growth deal funding. We would lose the chance of external funding that we believe is possibly out there if we go for a high street regeneration project. And finally, if we were to develop this site, we would still need to close this facility for a period of time while we build a new one. So it's for those reasons, as well as others, that the officer view is that this site does not represent best value or the way forward to have a regeneration impact on the Falkirk High Street area.
Thanks, Mr. Berry. We'll now go to Councillor Steenbank and then Councillor Angelo.
Thank you, Provost. I think the one thing that strikes me is the seriousness of the action that we're to take here today, and we need to acknowledge that. New councillors, those who were on the previous council. I'd just like first to thank the many members of the arts community who have been getting in touch and those who spoke today very excellently, as well as the officers for work on this project, which has been admittedly, even from an outside perspective, before May, a long-standing saga within our town. I'm quite glad to see, and especially in the approach, even though I think quite a few of us are aware of the seriousness of this, that history on this project has been presented as in facts, and we're trying to keep our solutions to what present action can be taken right now. On the approach of the administration and potentially the Conservative amendment, I respect the attempt to manage this period, but what we've heard from organisations today and previously, I'm getting the impression that we're putting them on the back foot, that we're trying to get them to organise their way out of this thing that we released last week. And with any future proposal in this town, they are going to be the ones, as they have been before, who are the backbone and heart of the culture of Falkirk, which wherever we decide to have the new town hall, I'm very aware that we're currently, I believe, in my ward, and any proposal in the town centre would be in my ward as well, that there is an incredible success that project needs to be to bring success and regeneration to the town. And I believe that these people have been representing today in the strongest possible terms for us not to close it are essential partners. What we're doing in this amendment is not to delay, dig our heels in. It is to show a way forward for this, to attempt to show how we can bring people with us, make sure that any eventual project that we can agree on in this chamber can bring the benefits to the town centre that, and I agree with the council leader, I believe, who said this, that we all have the same objective over. The perspectives of the various different stakeholders has been deafening over the last week. And as the Council's Children's and Young People's Champion, I said last night over my social media accounts, and I'd like to reiterate today, is an absolute testament to how seriously the organisations in the arts culture of Falkirk take youth participation. It was a manifesto promise of those of us who sit on this side to embed considerations of young people and the impact it will have in every future policy, and this will be a motion we bring to future meetings. I believe has been an illustration of how important this is today. Young people, when they go into the creative organisations and arts culture that are housed in this building and any future arts site that we decide to build integrated with the HQ or not, are so important for that formative stage of what could for a lot be a lifelong passion, potentially career, and potentially becoming some of the most prominent people to come out of Falkirk. We've all talked about our own experiences, and I think that many of the people who have expressed their pathway into success in the arts and culture who have came out of Falkirk had their first steps in this building, showing how crucial a proper facility is. I do have some questions for officers around various parts of this, but I'm aware that there will be a lot more contributions to be made to this debate. Just in conclusion, the sustainability of our arts and culture community is imperative to any success of any future project we put into this. I believe this amendment represents the best possible pathway for this. I believe that Councillor Hannah, as she introduced this amendment, shows that we are engaging in good faith to set out proper timelines and engagement. I think that many people have said, you know, there isn't any quick fix to this, but I think we're trying to provide a clear fix to this, which provides certainty to the people of Falkirk and the Falkirk arts and culture community. Cheers.
Thanks for your contribution, Councillor Steenbank. We'll now go to Councillor Anslow, then Councillor Buchanan, then Councillor Flynn. Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, I'd like to reiterate both
what Councillor Meiklejohn and Councillor Hannah has said. We are in agreement in the fact that Falkirk Town Hall is a very, very important asset. I could cite things from my childhood. I've appeared on the stage. I've been to pantomimes with my children. It is a very important asset we have. However, dropping a bombshell like this on the communities that use it, I think, is devastating to say the least. I know I'm a new councillor. I was only elected in May, but if we've been contemplating and discussing this for the last 5 years, why has proposals not come forward before this for alternative sites? Why does it seem to be at the end of, that's it, its life's finished, shut it down, and then we'll start looking, much as Councillor Hannah said? Where's been the consultation with the community on this, as should be required under the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015? We're hearing from the flower arranging and the Operatic Society today. They didn't know before the release last week. We didn't know. So where's the consultation with the people of Scotland? I'm not necessarily set that it has to be knock down the old, build on the new. If we can find an alternative site, fine. However, I don't believe it's the be-all and end-all when it comes to the regeneration of the High Street. If you want to regenerate the High Street, this is an important factor, very much so. But it should also lie alongside a wider view of correction of our public services. And by that, I mean reinstatement of the bus station and taking up our opportunity to increase the services so more people can get in, because not everybody can come in by car. And my final point on this matter would be, we've all looked at the footfall. Yes, we're all in agreement, we want bigger, we want better. But just don't go away from the view that also extends to roundabout. And when I say roundabout, I mean access, taxi drop-off points, public service integration, areas for small buses can come in. Because I know my granddaughter who's disabled in Stirling, their school takes them to school pantomimes in small buses. And last but not least, the disabled. I'm one myself. And while I love the town hall, as a disabled member, it's not clearly as accessible as it could be. There's inadequate and inappropriate disabled car parking, which would need to be added in. And at the moment, there is no middle banister. So there is much wider things that seem to be missing from these reports. And I don't think we should be shutting down until we've got a clear and proper proposal, be it A, B, C or D, as I was taught in the armed forces. But we need to have sight of a proper proposal without just cutting it off. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Angelo. Councillor Buchanan?
Thank you, Provost. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Fine, thank you. Obviously, there's been a lot said, not just today, but a lot said over the years in relation to this. It became a bit of a political football and what happened then was that major decisions were taken maybe based on politics instead of common sense. I'll draw a parallel with the situation that's developed just now, with the situation with members that are still here from the previous administration, when we were suddenly, for a number of years, had been told that the municipal buildings in Falkirk was no longer fit for purpose. And then there was a sort of a limbo state, and then suddenly we were told that we're having to get moved out. Now, the fact is that what's been said by the previous speaker and also Councillor Hannah quite clearly was the fact is that there's no proposal for anywhere else, and yet we're going to ensure that these people no longer have a facility for the arts programme in the area. The situation with the council was the same when they moved the members out. We were shunted down to, I'm not going to describe the area too well, which was Abbotsford House. We're there for some considerable time. We're in a situation then when many members wouldn't even use that facility. including myself. I think I was only in it about 4 times. Then suddenly we were shunted then to Larbert. So what we've had here is we've had members getting put out of the municipal buildings because of the fact is that, and what everybody's got to remember is that most people that are councillors are laypersons. We're no structural engineers. We haven't got the professional capacity to answer any reports that come forward to us in a professional manner. So we take everything on board. So we were told the municipal buildings wasn't fit for purpose. We've been told lately that we could have been there for another 5 or 10 years. So we're moved there, moved to Abbotsford House. Then we're now going over to Larbert in an area where you can sit there. You can't bring members of your communities in. There's no real place to put any of your files. I've been a councillor for 30 years now. I've got plenty of files, as everybody knows. So we were forced into that situation. Now it seems to be that we're going to force the arts community out of the town hall. The reasons have all been given. Now, over the years, I've held a number of events in most of the town halls in the area, Bowness Town Hall, Grangemouth Town Hall, and I've actually got a concert booked again for the 12th of November in Falkirk Town Hall. I'm a great advocate for that wonderful building, and personally, I would like to see that building retained. I would like to see a new HQ on the old municipal building site just now. One that's not as big as what's standing there, but it's going to be brought down, because the fact is, I think the leader of the council said quite clearly, it's a different world now for a few years ago, when we don't need as much accommodation as we did when that was built for 700 people. People are working from home, blah, blah. But the fact of the matter is, the crux for this is quite clearly, as what Councillor Hannah said at the very beginning of her amendment, we've to take a decision today to ensure that this place is going to be closed up whenever January, February, March, April. And then there is no real proposal set for the future, this wonderful art care that we have in our area. Wonderful young people have been involved with a lot of them. I've got some of them involved in my concert in November. They're wonderful people. They deserve better than this. If we had a motion coming forward today that states quite clearly that I'm afraid that we'll need to be out by April due to health and safety, blah, blah, blah. But our alternative is that we're going to have this started, blah, 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 and with a certain date in mind. That's no happen. It's all ifs and buts. And the money that they're going to put forward, we've heard the £10,000. How's £10,000? We've heard that young lady this morning saying it takes about £8,000 just for the technical equipment. I know fine, because I hired Grangemouth Town Hall a couple of years ago, and it cost me £7,000 to have an event there just for the technical equipment. There is nothing in place for them. There is no real funding for them. And the fact that at the end of it, we haven't got the facilities to fund or to propose these people to go here and to go there. So the fact is, I will be supporting the amendment by the Labour, because I think it's common sense. No disrespect to the administration, because we're all in the same game. We're all singing for the same hymn sheet in terms of we want to see a wonderful attraction in Falkirk for the betterment of our communities as a whole. But in this particular case, no, there is not enough being put in place to assure everybody and all these fraternities that they will have an opportunity to continue. And as far as I'm concerned as a councillor, I wouldn't support being in limbo as we have been as elected members. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCann, for that contribution. Councillor Flynn?
Yep, thank you, Provost. Thank you very much. I've got 2 questions. I'll come to those in a second. Just really to say that from my perspective, and I'm sure a lot of other people, we've spent far, far too long. I mean, I've been a councillor for the last 5 years. I try to come to a decision where we're going to move, or we're doing this, doing that. And finally, we're at a stage now where the businesses and the people of Falkirk want a decision. They want to know what's going to happen ahead. And I think this is an opportunity to do that, you know. So we should, there's no ideal solution that fits everybody. You know, it's like many things in life, it isn't a one size fits all, but we'll have to follow through and make the decision that will lead to something happening. I have confidence in our officers. I have confidence in the people of Falkirk. I have confidence that our officers will come back with proposals. They've mentioned it will be in the high street. Well, that's good. That's got to help businesses. They've mentioned that it will help perhaps the retailers and attract businesses in. Now, my two questions are straightforward. Is that the lady from the Falkirk Operatic Society mentioned that some of the venues weren't suitable, and the main reason was the sound equipment and lighting. Now, clearly, if we decide to decommission the town hall, there is a relatively new sound system and sound deck, etc., that's there, and I don't know much about the light system. My first question, but I'll ask both questions and then hopefully someone will answer it, is how quickly after we close the town hall could these systems be taken out and then fitted into another hall, Grangemouth, Town Hall, Bowness, or whatever, because that would then tick a box for Falkirk Operatic Society and perhaps other groups as well. My second question is equally important, because one of the things that's coming through is that there is a danger that groups, small and large, are left in limbo to swim against the tide and try to find things, places and venues and negotiate prices and that. I would just like to ask the officers, is there a lead person, one named person who has the accountability and can lead the coordination of that, so that these groups can contact that person and they can delegate it to their team or whatever to efficiently and smoothly find alternative accommodation in a very short time scale in the early part of next year? Because I think that is crucial. It's not a case of saying we're doing it, well, over to you, do what you want. I think we as a council should make sure that whether it's financial, whether it's negotiations, whether it's space or location, ensure that. So my second question is, who is that person, named person, that would be there? And thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Flynn. I think we'll go to Mr. Keswick to answer the first couple of questions, maybe.
Thank you, Provost. I'll certainly answer the first one. There is a number of pieces of equipment within Falkirk Town Hall that we would be looking to recycle and relocate to the venues. In terms of how long that would take, I couldn't give a definitive answer, but certainly we would be doing it as quickly as possible to minimise the disruption. The demobilisation period will take us about 3 months in the town hall in total. That's what we reckon, hence why the time scale between end of the year and March for the full closure of the building. So certainly during that period we'd be looking to take what equipment we could and get it relocated and ready for groups to be available for them. There would also be any suitability works that we need to take at venues within reasonable means to try and help groups be accommodated.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Mrs O'Hare, are you going to answer the next question?
Hi, Councillor Flynn. We already have a comms plan in place. We'd contacted all the lessees for 2023 once the papers were published to advise them of the proposal that's been put forward, and that the decision, a decision would be reached today, either. So what we have now in place is that we will be contacting all lessees once we know the decision following today's meeting, to meet with them individually to look specifically at what their requirements are. We've already put out feelers to the other venues in the area to look at available dates. We're in discussion with the high schools as well in terms of provision there. It's very early days. The proposal was confidential until last Wednesday morning, but I think we've got a detailed comms plan in place, and hopefully we'll be able to help most of the lessees get relocated.
Well, thank you. That's very reassuring, and thank you, Provost.
Thank you, and thanks, Mrs O'Hare. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I had a number of questions and points I was going to make, but I'd just like to refer to some of the other people who have spoken. I think everybody's spoken wonderfully well today, and that includes the two ladies at the back. Thank you for turning up. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Councillor Redmond asked a very pertinent question regarding the funding for the growth deal. And if we built the new town hall or HQ here, would we lose that funding? We then heard from Mr. Laurie, and he advised he doesn't know, because we don't know. So I don't like to hear it stated that if we develop a municipal site, we'd lose the growth funding. We don't know if we would lose the growth funding. We also mentioned, or it was also stated that if we use this site here, potentially we could be looking at 100 houses, and obviously the council tax that we could be bringing in for that, and the fact that we could have 300 new residents here who would all make use of the town centre. I don't like the flip-flopping about how this isn't in the town centre, and yet for certain purposes we can state if 300 people live here, they will use the town centre. I don't like that. I don't know whether to answer just a wee bit of clarification. Do we have a substantive motion? Is the Conservative motion the substantive motion? Not quite as yet.
Provost, if I could assist at this stage. The leader has moved both sets of recommendations at 10A and 10B, but has accepted the Conservative amendment in relation to 10B. So at this stage, we're still on the amendment for 10A. So if we're thinking specifically about the motion and the amendment, we've got the motion at 10A and we've got Councillor Hannah's amendment for 10A as well.
Thank you very much, Colin, as ever, very succinct. I was going to leave this until later, but I think it'd be fairly prudent to say it now. Page 133 within the report, section 2.1, paragraph 1, it states, this does not represent best value. My question is, so what's changed since July 2022? Now that's a rhetorical question. I'll move on. Page 135, section 4.1. In 2017, this was pretty much the preferred option. In 2021, this was the preferred option. And as late as July 2022, this was the preferred option. So why the change? I'm going to refer to a scrutiny committee meeting dated the 1st of April 2021. In that meeting, Mr. Duff, previous employee, advised that negotiations were in regard to the site for the future HQ and Art Centre, and an update report would be submitted to Council in May 2021. And then goes on to say, a wee bit later on, once Council had settled on its preferred location, it would be possible to determine office requirements. We still haven't settled on a location for a new HQ or an art centre or anything. And yet we've been asked to make decisions about this. I don't care how clever you are. You're never going to make a good decision when you don't know the answer to these fundamental questions. Section 4.2 refers to a report being considered on the business plan, revenue cost, subsidy, etc. Where is that? Section 5.3 refers to the intention of a reappraisal of the extent and approach to accommodation required. Where is that? We've been asked to answer these questions. We don't have the information. Page 139, 519. Within that, it states operational theatre deficiencies, stage depth, lack of studio space, poor circulation space, etc., or energy efficiency. What alternatives have been identified to address any of these deficiencies in the proposed temporary accommodation? In other words, where Falkirk Operatic Society are going to go, is the stage big enough? We've already heard from Amy that Bowness that she's performed on is not big enough, and it's probably our best option. And further to this is probably one of my most critical concerns. What's contained in the design brief for the new town hall to address these inadequacies? Nobody can answer that. Nobody can answer that because we don't even know where we're going yet. I can't tell you that the new stage for the town hall will be as good or better than what we have because I do not know where we are actually going. 5.22. It's recommended that Council reconsider creation of a new build. Where is the new build to be located? The dimensions, the brief, the details, specifying that. Page 140. Falkirk Town, I'm quoting here, Falkirk Town Hall was to remain until a new replacement facility was constructed. The reputational damage to this council is already incalculable. We are required to carry out a common good consultation, so why the frenetic haste to make this decision? 529. Again, I'll quote, delivery of the new facility has progressed as quickly as possible. This should happen as a matter of course. It is not reliant on Falkirk Town Hall's closure. Page 141. Paragraph 5.32. This is probably the most alarming one for me personally. A limited location in terms of size may not be able to enable all accommodation required. That statement is setting us up for failure. That statement is saying, if we go to the old Marks and Spencer site, if we go to the old Calendar Square site, if we go to Howgate, we're not going to have enough space, so we're going to have to mollycoddle something together and we'll fudge it. We don't have any vision for the people of Falkirk, and I think that's scandalous. (536). Review the location opportunities for the delivery of the project. That's critical. We need to know that. Page 143. Paragraph 7.6 and 7.7. I think these paragraphs specifically highlight that we can't take this decision today. We need to await the results of the consultation. We have to consult under the common good consultation. It's a requirement. Page 146. Indicates a report in July 2022. The very one I was talking about. Page 149. This brings me probably back to my original question. What's changed? Page 149. Remember, this is July 22. This isn't 21. This is July, August, September. We're lucky to be 3 months away. The opening statement about our civic presence. A building which is a focal point on approach from the town centre and has civic presence with regards to mass, elevation and landscape. and we've just thrown it out the window.
Councillor McCabe, you're well over 4 minutes, so I'm trying to be lenient.
I appreciate that,
So I
Provost.
wonder if you could perhaps
I'm just about
sum
finished.
up.
Everyone else has spoken very. That is actually my last point. That's a very powerful statement which defines Falkirk Council's what Falkirk Council alludes to be. Why is it now being dropped? Why has the ambition been abandoned? Why the lack of vision? Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCabe. I believe Mr. Laurie would like to come back in on one point, and then Councillor Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Provost. There's a lot in there. I just wanted to perhaps come back on one of your very first points, Councillor McCabe, which was in relation to the growth deal. Now, I did say that it was not for me to say exactly what decision the UK and Scottish governments might come up with in relation to using growth deal funding on this site. But I did also say that the indications are very strongly that this building on this site would not enable that funding to be accessed. And I think that if you look at the wording in the agreement in the heads of terms for the growth deal, perhaps that's fairly self-evident, because it's re-provisioning a facility on the same site is not going to have the regeneration benefits that something in the town centre would have. And it ties in also to the point made by my colleague about regenerating 2 sites rather than 1. And if I can just, Provost, very briefly touch on a couple of other items very quickly. I mean, I can't speak to the ancient history of this work, but since I joined the council in August 2018, officer recommendations have consistently, throughout that period, been to build in the town centre. So on various occasions, the council has taken decisions which have not supported that, and that is right of the council. But the officer proposals have been consistent about not using this site and using the town centre site throughout that period. And I suppose just finally, and this relates to the first. Sorry, 2 more points. The one relating to the first recommendation, in terms of what's changed, I think this was picked up by Mr. Kettrick earlier on. Post-COVID, we simply do not need a new office block. We do not need it, and we do not want a new office block, and it would not be an appropriate use of this council's money in any way. And finally, just you quoted comments around about the a site, a gateway site with the massing and the something that would appeal and regenerate Falkirk Town Centre. That was not a reference to this site. It was a reference to the Coburn Street site, which was put forward by officers, I think in September 21, if I recall correctly.
Provost, I'd like to come back on that, please. There's a couple of inaccuracies within there. What I'm quoting from here, Mr. Laurie, is Falkirk HQ municipal site. Well, the graphics are actually about that site over there, the old
health centre.
The health centre, yeah, the one we just knocked down. That's what we're talking about here in July 2022. I appreciate, Mr. Laurie, that you may feel that the thrust of your officers have been looking to develop off-site. That's not what it's saying in here. That's not what it's saying in a report that we have received from, I think it's Michael Laird Associates Architects.
Mr. Laurie, you want to come back on that? Or?
I mean, I stand by my previous answer. I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, then Councillor Spears.
Some of the answers were clarified by Mr. Moody. I wanted to know what we were agreeing here, and it's 10A. and Councillor McCabe came back in, and as there is 2 amendments, how will that go? I think he was asking that, and he never got an answer for it.
So in relation firstly to 10A, we have the motion from the leader, the amendment from Councillor Hannah. At the conclusion of the debate, there'll be a division on that motion and amendment. The successful motion or amendment becomes the substantive motion, against which there is a further amendment from Councillor Spears. So we'll deal with each amendment at the time, and at this stage we're on the Labour Group amendment.
Councillor Spears, was you coming in or are you okay?
Thanks to Councillor Kerr. I was just asked, I mean, we seem to be getting a bit convoluted between A and B and the 2 amendments, and everybody's speaking about them all at the one time. There's quite clear divisions here. That was my first question, and it was clarified by the legal friend there. And, you know, I think we should maybe go to the vote, and if that is the Conservatives are in agreement that their amendment goes in with the SNP motion.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Councillor Colley, did you want to come in? Would you like to summarise where we are, Mr Moody?
Provost, did I get an opportunity to sum up and at least to respond to some of the points?
Of course.
Thank you. I'll try and keep it fairly brief because it has been a long debate. I think everybody heard my colleague saying good there. This has to be a carefully managed process, particularly in relation to the town hall, and I know that that's in section B, but just to say that there had to be discussions with staff and the lessees at the same time as everything was going public, and it's right that we do that because our staff should not hear from the press situations. It's really frustrating not to see Falkirk move forward, because for years we have debated this existing site continually, and our town centre is telling us that a new build on this existing site will not give them the economic benefits. They didn't have the economic benefits before when the municipal buildings was populated with staff and the town hall was there, and they've been very, very clear about that, that in order to get that regeneration, the culture-led regeneration activity within the town centre, it is going to have to be in the town centre, and that's one of the key reasons. However, we would get the economic benefits of reprovisioning this site for something such as housing, because we would get a different type of economic benefit in doing that. And the town centre would benefit from it just because it's town centre living, and that is part of town centre regeneration. We risk not having that and regenerating 2 sites, as has been said there. Not making a decision today doesn't give officers the opportunity to go ahead and actually explore sites that will then be able to deliver on a scheme, business plan and design going forward. If there's further delays, and I'm sorry, I've had 5 years of delays in this, and the town centre people out there are going to say, you know, what Falkirk Council doing? And I appreciate there's new elected members here, but and I also appreciate there's a huge amount of documentation and information available, but it is all there, and it has been delay after delay after delay. And I do remember a Labour member a few years ago and saying, the next report, we've got to make a decision. We've got to make a decision. That didn't happen. And it feels like we're back at that today. We're not making a decision. It's a difficult decision that's before us, but that's what we're here to do, is to make difficult decisions and be able to move things on. The growth deal, I Robert and James attended meetings around the growth deal, and we know quite clearly the challenges around the contribution. If it's like for like, then we're not going to get the growth deal money for it. That's the bottom line. We can't afford to lose that contribution. Similarly, we can't afford to lose the capital receipt. Otherwise, it compromises the delivery of a new building. That's it. Because we will lose so much in doing that we will have to compromise whatever we then build to be able to meet the pot of money we have. And I think our aspirations need to be better than that, particularly for our arts there. There's a whole host of things that in amongst that is really for the next item I'm trying to discern from that. Don't know where and got the information regarding the lifespan of municipal buildings. Yeah, I saw the technical reports 7 years ago for that building, and it did give great concern. We also did not have our staff in the best possible working environment, where we had heating that wasn't working, windows that were held together with gaffer tape, and an awful lot more other things. What we do have is a building here that is the same age and a huge risk associated with this building, and that for me is far greater risk than actually taking the decision to close this building in February, because if there is a failure in something such as a leaking roof, where we have to start to cancel performances, that is not a managed closure of a building, and that is where we are getting to, is that there could well be issues that with this building that mean that we have to cancel at short notice performances, and that I think is wrong. We have a dereliction of duty, and if we don't take that managed closure forward. And I'm not going to really sort of go into the things that Councillor McCabe, because obviously he's not really taking the time to look at the history and the reports that are before us, or taking into account the changes that we're now at and why we are now in this position. So I would urge people to take a decision, take a clear decision, allow us to move forward, let us work with the various groups around the use of the town hall going forward, and allow officers to go away and continue the work, because they've not been sitting and doing nothing to look at sites available to us, and I know that work's progressing at this moment in time, and bring back proposals in the new year that could see us move forward and give us that time scale that we're looking for, and be able to get on with the job that we're elected to do for our communities and do the best for our communities. Thank you.
19-1 Provost.
Okay, Councillor McCabe.
I don't look at the reports that's been alleged. I think you find I do look at reports. I'm the chair of the Scrutiny Committee. I find that remark quite insulting, but never mind. I'm going to ask a question of Councillor Meikle-John. What sites are being identified by officers?
I'm not in a position to answer that question, but then Councillor McCabe.
Councillor Meikle-John summed up, so we'll now be going to the vote. And just after the vote, we'll have a 10-minute comfort break, then we'll come back and we'll take Councillor Spear's amendment. Mr Moody.
Thank you, Provost. So just to clarify the position again, we're voting on item 10A. The motion consists of the recommendations. Those are moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Garner, against which we have the amendment from Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Patterson, and that's been circulated. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
The motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
For the motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
The motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 16 votes for the motion, there are 13 votes for the amendment, and the motion is accordingly carried.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Back here in 10 minutes.
Provost, can I raise a point of order before we break up?
Okay.
Standing orders dictate that we can't go past 5 o'clock, and I know members might have other time commitments tonight. I know I've got a surgery at 6 o'clock.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
What standing orders indicate, Provost, is that the meeting shouldn't continue past 5 o'clock unless there is general agreement to do so. So I suppose the question, is there general agreement among members that we proceed after 5 o'clock, perhaps at least to continue to conclude item 10, so the item on the town hall and the HQ?
Provost, I'm quite happy to go on. It's just obviously members might have to make alternative arrangements for surgeries or whatever that they might have tonight.
I think if we can conclude the HQ Arts Centre one, then we'll probably have to continue the rest of the business to another day. Okay, Councillor Spears, you want to speak to your amendment, please?
This is the non-aligned independent groups amendment on agenda item 10A. I'm going to try and put it in 7 bullet points. There's been a lot of emotive talk so far, but it's mainly been financial talk, because the emotive talk was really given by the two ladies over there, and I'd like to thank them personally for bringing such relevant points to the attention of the council. I don't know if everybody heard them, but they certainly resonated with myself. This really comes down to whether I can change the Conservatives to vote to support the people of the area, the kids of the area, the people that use this particular facility. Now, nobody denies that further down the line, we're going to need a new town hall, right? So that's really my first bullet point. The time has come. This is make up your mind time. And we will be judged on this decision by the people of this district. We need to make a decision. That decision needs to be based on facts, and the facts, whether we believe them or not. Some of them will prove to be a bit ambiguous today. You know, Common Good Fund, is it just for Falkirk? Is it for everybody? Government grants, how far is the town centre? Must it be in the town centre? You know, but it does come down to one thing. What we're talking about today is a theatre. Not the theatre we see here before us, but the theatre we hope to see before us. Now, you ask any top act, they will not come to a venue unless it's got 600 seats. It's not profitable. Here we are in the heart, the centre of Scotland. Great access, great parking. But the big acts won't come here. Well, a town of tribute acts and amateur theatre. And if we want to attract the kind of acts, I'm not talking about the stadium. I must admit the Killers were great, too loud for some, but we had moved on for the Wrinkly Rockers, thank God, and started getting bands for those younger people. And I can say that as father of the council. We need an auditorium that has 600 seats before we can start attacking these bigger acts. The acts that will bring the people in to regenerate the area. We hear much about any theatre will do. Any theatre won't do. Our lady for the opera told us very eloquently that theatres need specific things nowadays. Times have changed for the old Falkirk Roxy, where we would just take anything as long as we could put bums on seats. Now we need to put something that's state of the art, of a size, that will bring in acts to. If we want Falkirk and Falkirk District to be a place to go, we need to follow the example that was maybe given by people like myself years ago, bringing the wheel, the kelpies, bigger things that have attracted millions of people. Not to build some wee provincial theatre. You know, this isn't the Windy City for the movie. This, if we want to go forward and maybe even one day get city status and be a place of renown and recognised, then we need to think a lot bigger than we're thinking at the moment. But we cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because if we close this place for any substantial length of time, then we've lost all our local arts groups, our floral arts groups. I know Councillor Kerr will be distraught at that. But, you know, there's many groups. There's youth theatres. A lot of people that were in Falkirk Youth Theatre have went on and are acting all over the world. You know, if we throw that out, and I'm speaking to mainly the opposition because I think the SNP administration's entrenched on this, and it's what they're prepared to do is take anything and throw out what we have for some kind of myth. A myth that suddenly Falkirk High Street will be brimming full. It'll not be brimming full unless we bring the acts that people want to see. That's reality. That's why we need proof that these theories that have been put forward to us, and that's what they are, theories, will work. Suddenly, town centre rejuvenated. Dream on, nobody's come to a 400-seat, 500-seat theatre. No big act can make a profit out of that amount of seats. So we need to think bigger. We need to believe in ourselves. We need to move on here. Instead of being stuck in this rut that we've been stuck in for so long, yes, decisions need to be made, but we need to make the right decisions. My God, we've had enough time to think about it. And lastly, my last bullet point, public opinion. We sit here having every one of us been inundated with emails for the public. We know how the public feel. They want this place to stay open till we have a place. The leader of the administration refused to say where these places might be. So beware when you vote for something somewhere sometime, but no definition. We need clear and concise definition of where this theatre will be. Will it be adequate size? Will it fulfil the ambitions that it's being sold on? Or is it just another small town theatre in some backwater? We're the centre of Scotland. Start living up to what we are and look forward to a brighter future and a theatre that represents the town, not a place for tribute acts. You know, let's start attracting people. That will regenerate the town. So what I'm saying is it's time to listen. It's time to listen to the people that spoke to us today. And it's time to listen to the public that's inundated us with emails. And it's time to believe in ourselves and move forward, as we did in the past with the Helix and the Wheel and the Kelpies that made this place a place to be recognised, not some small theatre town. So the vote's in your hands, and I look directly at the Conservatives. The vote's in your hands. If we move on with a vision, or we go back to being a backwater.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Do you have a second?
Provost, 19.1, just very briefly, just because this is in public session, to clarify, I didn't refuse to say about the sites. I don't know sites. That quite rightly is within officers' hands right now.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Spears?
I'm happy to second, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCabe. And open up for any questions. No. Councillor McCabe, do you have a question?
I don't have a question, but if you'll allow me just to add some supporting comments to Councillor Spears'
sure.
Support of the amendment. Our amendment's looking for a revised business case for the new council HQ and the Civic Centre facility. Because even at this late date, I still don't know what this arts centre is. Is that an arts centre? Is it a theatre? Is it what? I just don't know. The information's not there. So we need a revised business case, and hopefully we would have an input into what that business case should actually be. Section B of our amendment, you'll see that they talk about separate reports and consultation processes. We're looking for critically a detailed business case with specific locations identified. To hear the council leader less than 2 minutes ago say she doesn't know where our new HQ is going to be or doesn't have any knowledge of any of the sites, I find scandalous, to be perfectly frank. We shouldn't be looking at council officers to be coming and saying, Brian, I've just identified, there's a wee site round the corner there, we'll get it dead cheap or whatever. I should be saying to council officers, we're looking at specific sites, we're looking at specific sites, they're here, here and here. What we need is a theatre this size to accommodate a stage, to accommodate front of house, to accommodate parking. We should be doing all of that, but we don't appear to be. So we're asking for that. My final point is, seriously, if we do not understand the grave concerns of the Falkirk area, Falkirk arts community, and honour the prior commitment that Falkirk Town Hall remain until a new replacement facility is constructed, we're basically slapping the face of the arts community. As Councillor Spears alluded to, the people will decide. Thanks very much, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Hannah?
Yes, thank you, Provost. Many people will know that there's not all that often that Councillor Spears and I are at one, but many of the things he has just said chime very, very closely with things that I was saying earlier on. We have to make a decision, I agree, and I object to the fact that it's been put forward that somehow by going with the amendment we're not making a decision. Making a decision involves going with the amendment, deciding on the amendment. And I, like Councillor Spears and Councillor McCabe, am concerned that if I'm being asked to make a decision, I am doing it in the full knowledge of all the facts. I'm not doing it in a situation where I don't know what the options are. I'm concerned that I don't know the site of a new arts centre. I don't really know what the new arts centre is either, because I wasn't here during all the previous discussions. I feel very much as if we're being asked to vote for a pig in a poke. Close this place, but we're not going to tell you what we're going to put in its place. At least not immediately, maybe sometime. I'm going to support the amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hannah. Anybody else want to speak?
Thank you, Provost. I could sit here and speculate about sites because I know the sites and from the site appraisals previously, some of those will still be in the frame, some won't. But in order to protect the integrity of the council, it's not something that I should be involved in, nor should we be discussing because of commercial sensitivities around that. And I would thought that people here would have been mature enough to understand that. The process that we went through previously in identifying the Coburn Street site, members were involved in, but officers went away and did the work, did the options appraisals, brought them in front of members for decision. That same process will have to be gone through on this occasion as well. We have already a design brief that was there, and it clearly says in the agenda under item 8, agrees that officers revisit the business case for a new HQ and civic facility. So there is information already there on what was there before, and officers are currently working on bringing forward that alternative. However, until there is an indication of what's likely to come forward as a site, as each of the topography of the sites may well be different and the layout of the sites may be different, these have to go hand in hand. So I think that's what's been asked for in the report here. Unfortunately, life's moved on. And that's what people seem to forget from where we were a year ago or where we were 3 years ago when we went very in depth into this process. And that is why things have changed. It's also why things have changed in relation to this building. And every delay in closure of this building will incur additional costs. Additional costs to the council, and again that will then impact on our ability to take forward a new building. So that is why there is a need for a decision and to actually move forward, and the decision that's before us in the amendment doesn't actually make a decision, it just delays things further. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Patrick.
Yes, I mean, as a member of the opposition groups, as I've been described as, I agree with Councillor Spears and Councillor McCabe that we have to think big. I want Falkirk to have a facility that the big productions will come to, and I have faith in our local organisations, the voluntary ones in particular, that they will survive. It's not going to be easy. I mean, the reality is we don't have a replacement for them to move into straight away. But my concern is that we don't take a big decision today, and one which is tough, and it's one I in a way regret having to take. Then we will not have the finance available to create this big venue, and we're going to end up, as Councillor Spears has said, with a kind of mediocre replacement. So I'm afraid tough decisions have to be taken at some point, and we have to work as a council to ensure that these local voluntary groups who are still there support them. There's many issues that have been raised and many, I think, things that we can look at to do that. But we don't want to have a mediocre venue. We need to take big decisions. It's a tough decision, but I think we're all doing this for the best of Falkirk in the future. And not just to kick things into long grass. We have to make tough decisions. I'm afraid the time is now.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thanks, Provost. I actually agree with what Councillor Spears says for A and B. C, no. I don't see how we've got to keep the town hall open. Once we know where it's going to be and whatever, we have got other town halls that we can go to, other schools we can go to, and so on. So we don't have to keep the town hall as long as we know we have got somewhere. And that is what I would have rather have done with the first vote and waited till April and May till we knew. But that's been taken out of our hands now. So under 6 months, sure we can't do anything, but 2 to 3 I do agree with. It's just the third one I don't.
Thanks, Councillor Ritchie. Any other questions? I think we'll go to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And just to clarify again, we remain on item 10A. The substantive motion remains the recommendations moved by Councillor Meikle-John, seconded by Councillor Garner, against which this time we have the amendment moved by Councillor Spears and seconded by Councillor McCabe, and that has been circulated. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
For the motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
For the motion.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
For the motion.
Councillor Devine.
For the motion.
Councillor Flynn.
For the motion.
Councillor Forrest.
For the motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
For the motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion. It's not
Councillor
me.
Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
For the motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Robertson.
For a motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 16 votes for the motion. There are 12 votes for the amendment. There is 1 abstention. The motion is carried.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 10B. We've already heard Councillor Meikle-John's speaking to her motion, so we'll now go to Councillor Hannah to speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Provost. I'm conscious of the time and I'm conscious that people have other commitments. I will try to be concise. I apologise if earlier on I did stray a little. I think perhaps it's a lesson for us all that maybe if this had been a single report, the amendments and different things would have been easier for all of us. However, I'm now talking about item 10B. And I do want to say again, in this motion, I'm suggesting that we do not go ahead with the closure at the end of December 22. I do not give a date for when I think we should, because I am absolutely clear that what we need to do is come back to this council with proposals, with alternatives. This is not about not making a decision. This is not about kicking things into the long grass, as has been suggested in the previous amendment. This is about saying, when I'm making a decision, I want all the information in front of me. People have complained constantly about how long this whole thing has taken. And, sorry, it seems to have taken so long, nothing to do with me, Gov. I wasn't there. But I am concerned that we agree to keep the town hall open, that we then look at the options that are available. I want an option appraisal from our officers. I want, if we do this, this is what it costs. If we do that, that's what it costs. If we do the other, and in addition to costs, and I really want to be very clear about this, remember that when we talk about best value, we are not only talking about cost. Best value is about both the options, the cost, and there are other consequences that have to be taken into account for best value. So I'm asking simply that the town hall should not be closed in December or March, that officers are instructed, and this is important, to bring further reports to the December council meeting. I'm not saying this is an open-ended issue. I've been very clear that we want something quickly, that we want something with options and timescales and costings to inform us and to enable us to make a considered decision. I'm also concerned that we ensure that there is proper consultation and proper collaboration on this. I repeat that there was not collaboration on these reports. I got briefed by officers after the press was briefed by officers and the administration. Now, that is not, in my book, collaboration. I will leave it at that, really because of the time, rather than that I don't have lots more to say, because I do have a great deal more I would like to say. But I commend this amendment to you and ask that you will vote with it.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Steinbank.
It's not a question, but rather a general comment. I think whilst it's regrettable in relation to the town hall, particularly looking at the report, it's even if we decided not to close the town hall, it would still take, we would still have to close for 12 months to do any work on it. But I think whilst I accept it's very difficult for the groups who currently use the town hall, I'm heartened by some of the comments around equipment, around finding resolutions for some of the challenges that they face. But I think, you know, as someone who doesn't represent.
Okay, thank you. That's us got rid of the technical difficulties. Back to Councillor Colley.
I don't know quite where I was at, but when they dropped off. But I think, you know, I was wanting to make the general point around, although this is a significantly challenging decision, the proposal around expanding out our voluntary arts provision, I think is a really good one, and I think that it gives us something to build on for the future. If I think about my own ward in Denny, the dance academy at Denny High School, and the opportunities to host shows there, that really about making the arts accessible to all of our communities, no matter where they live. So I think there's some really good opportunities within this as well, despite the challenges. And I think, you know, I think we're all pretty excited, and I hope we're all pretty excited about the idea of a new arts centre. Something that really represents Falkirk, that really can offer the space for the type of performances that we want to have, but also the space for the communities within Falkirk as well. So I think I just wanted to genuinely make that point, and just to say that, you know, I was really heartened by some of the comments from officers around how they will support current groups, because I do accept the challenges that they face just now, and I think that needs to be as outlined in the motion from the Conservatives around really engaging with the voluntary arts sector, looking at what they need and looking at the financial assistance that they need, and getting that quickly. So that was just a general comments I wanted to make.
Thanks very much, Councillor Colley. Councillor Ritchie.
It's just to get some information. How long do you think you're saying till officers bring back information in March? How long do you think that the town hall would remain open after that, Anne?
I have deliberately not put a date on it, not because I think it should be kept open indefinitely. Quite clearly, I'm not saying that. At no point today have I suggested that we should have a town hall, this town hall, kept open indefinitely. What I'm trying to say is that rather depends on what kind of options and proposals and timescales. You'll note that in my amendment, I've put that there should be timescales. I think if I'm remembering my correct amendment, I think we need timescales from officers as to when we're going to have alternative proposals, what those alternative proposals are, when would that be. I am quite clear, and if I have not made it clear, I do apologise. I am quite clear that the probability is that there will be a point at which we will have to have no town hall. And I'm sorry if I've been unclear about that. There will be a point at which officers are coming back and saying, here are your options, make a decision, but the consequences of these options may be that we're going to be in difficulties at some point. That I'm not naive, I am not stupid. I realise that you can't, if they were to come back and say they're going to build a town hall on this site, for example, you can't have this town hall open and another one being built, for example. That's purely hypothetical. That's not me suggesting that that's the option they should be coming back with. What I'm saying is I want options on the table. I want an option appraisal, and in the light of that option appraisal, we can make the decision about when this town hall should be closed. I'm also concerned in this motion that this amendment to say that we have to have consultation with the groups. I take the point of the that has been made in terms of confidentiality about reports. I understand that, but you cannot just ignore those groups. And I think, yes, there's been things said about what's going to be, how they're going to be consulted. But I think we've already heard quite a lot from them, and there's not many of them saying that the other options are viable for them. So I think there needs to be something more coming back. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Provost. I've listened carefully to many colleagues, and when we were in a position the last time when we didn't support to go to the town centre, sorry, the high street. People keep calling it town centre. It's the high street we're talking about and try to support. We were inundated with as many emails and letters from the people in the high street, just the same as we have been with the people for the arts. And it is a difficult situation that we find ourselves in. But the Falkirk Conservative Group, like the rest of them, want the best for Falkirk, including regeneration of the high street, supporting local businesses and creating jobs, sustainable support for the arts, a town hall which acts as a hub for the local community. And after careful consideration, the Falkirk Conservatives will support the closure of the town hall. As been stated, that the previous administration did not invest in the town hall, and that's why we are in the position we're in. And to keep this building as an operational over the next 5 years, we'd have to spend between 4 and 6 million. This money would come out of the budget for the new town hall. The council would lose out on the money received from selling the land, which is an estimated 5 million, and potentially lose out on the 6 million from the UK and Scottish governments. the overall cost of keeping the town hall open for the next 5 years or foreseeable future is therefore estimated to reduce the budget for the new town hall by approximately £15 million. Motivated by wanting to provide a sustainable support for the arts, and the Conservatives believe that increasing the budget for the new town hall by 15 million is the right approach. And whilst no location has been agreed, the Falkirk Conservatives will be championing the construction of a new town hall on the High Street, combining sustainable support for the arts with regeneration of the High Street. Like everyone else, we received lots of emails highlighting the concerns about the closure of Falkirk Town Hall. We have listened to these and understood these concerns. That is why we put forward two amendments for today's council. The Falkirk Conservatives believe that creating a new town hall on the High Street is a correct approach in the long term for both sustainable support for the arts and the High Street regeneration, to maximise the budget and therefore qualify for the new town hall. And the Falkirk Conservatives can conclude that the closure of Falkirk Town Hall is the correct approach. And as you have read in the amendments that were set out, and we've asked that point 1 to the permanent closure of Falkirk Town Hall after the Big Bad Wolf production run, which concludes the 4th of February 2023, in recognition of the commitments that they have already made and the work which has been carried out by the company to deliver production. And following the agreement to close the Falkirk Town Hall, request that officers engage with the voluntary arts with regards to the financial assistance required to the sector to support the delivery of their programmes in alternative venues, and that offers report back on engagement with the groups to the next meeting. And in the second amendment, Provost, we'd actually put a figure in, then thought it was inappropriate, because the figures that the officers mentioned was £10,000. We came up with a different number, but thought it was inappropriate until the report comes back, and it might be that more money than that will be required. So these are our amendments. I'm glad that the administration have included it in their motion. It is a hard decision for all members, but hopefully the decision that is made in the long term will be the right decision for the people of Falkirk. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Any other questions? No.
Sorry.
John.
And if you're ready to sum up, Provost.
Councillor Buchanan.
Can you hear me okay, Provost?
Yes, can hear you now.
Thank you. There's been an awful lot said, and there's an awful lot been said about this for a number of years. I've got to say quite candidly and openly that although the Councillor Kerr, speaking on behalf of the Conservative group, spoke very well, and at the end of it, I've got to say that I totally disagree with what he's saying. The fact of the matter is, I'm going back to the fact is that this town hall should not close. My own personal opinion, I'm entitled to this. I'm not a member of any group. I'm an independent. So whatever I want to say, I'll say it for the best interest of the people. There's been so much talk about this HQ art centres up in the high street. My feeling quite clearly is this: there are no proposals here to support the town hall closing and the future for all the arts groups within this area. There's nothing on the table. The fact of the matter is that the town hall should stay where it is, and the fact of the matter is that we should be building any future buildings, whatever you want to call it, should be built in this site. Why should we go away up the high street and build and buy properties and build in an area without any proper infrastructure? Anything that should be happening for the future should be happening on this site. It's a huge site. It incorporates huge amounts of car parking, and the fact of the matter is that it would be less in terms of financial outlay to provide any future facilities, whether it's a new council HQ, whether it's a new town hall, and it should be here. Now, nobody's mentioned that so far, but I'm saying that, and that was mentioned and that was approved at a number of council meetings a few years ago, that this was going to be the area where any future development for the HQ and the town hall would be. And I might be a voice crying in the wilderness, but the fact is this town hall should be staying here and it shouldn't be closed until we had another one. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Michael John, if you want to sum up.
That one's obviously got tired. We're getting to the end of the day. Just very briefly, Provost, because I have spoken at length on this. I think we're missing an exciting opportunity here in using the funding from the closure of this town hall to look at putting in some regeneration into our communities across the district by creating an arts programme that's going to touch all of the district and revitalise some of our other halls. And while, yes, I accept that the Bowness and Grangemouth Town Hall obviously have bookings in, there's still opportunities for them to have further performances, because I'm sure they're not 100% utilised all of the time, and I think that's a fantastic opportunity for Grangemouth, for Bowness, for Larbert, but also the facilities for our schools. We talk about having community schools. This is a real opportunity to demonstrate that our schools are part of our community. A lot of the schools have some very good technical facilities already, and there's an opportunity for those within the schools to be able to showcase and learn as well around productions. So I just can't understand why we are not looking to embrace that. We have all got fond memories of the town hall, but as I say, it's past its end of life, and I know others don't share that view in relation to the condition of this building, but I really do have a concern that there could be some catastrophic failure in the short term. That means that we have to cancel performances at short notice, and that is why we are looking to take a pragmatic decision at this stage to close the town hall and be able to make alternative arrangements. The options haven't been fully explored with the individuals around alternatives. That process is ongoing. There's 4 months to look at doing that. And as I said previously, I know that staff are already actively engaging on that, but it won't be like for like, because it's not going to be the town hall, but with a bit of ingenuity, a bit of innovation and relocation of the existing equipment from here, I'm sure that compromises can be reached, and just because something's hard doesn't mean to say we don't do it. I think sometimes we have to make a decision, and then that helps focus the mind, and in this case there's the opportunity to really focus focused in mind about pushing ahead, identifying a site, doing what we need to do with regard to that, get a design and get a commitment to move forward. And as I say, 3 years' time, hopefully we will have a new town hall, either nearing completion or open. And that is my focus. But what we're again seeing is delays because people feel they don't have the information. There's huge amounts of information out there, and 5 years worth of information out there for people to look through, and it almost feels as if we are still 5 years away from actually delivering anything without a decision today. So I do hope that we can move on and make the decision today to look at the closure of the town hall. I'm happy to accept Councillor Kerr's amendments. I think it's a pragmatic way forward, demonstrating that we're not being entirely fixed on a figure, of a financial figure, but more about the practicalities of helping the organisations relocate into their temporary accommodation. And let's make it clear, it is going to be temporary accommodation that they're going to be in, and it won't be their new home until we do have a new town hall, and that will focus all of our minds. At that, Provost, I'll leave it there, and I hope we'll be able to get a positive outcome from today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meikle-John, and I think now we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And to clarify, we're on item 10B. The motion consists of the recommendations at section 2, but adjusted to take into account of the amendment which was moved by Councillor Kerr and accepted by Councillor Meikle-John, against which there is the amendment moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Steinbank, which has been circulated. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
A motion.
Councillor Brown.
For the motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
For the motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
The amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
The amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
For the motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
For the motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
For the motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 16 votes for the motion. There are 13 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Thank you. We now go to Councillor Spears for his amendment on item 10B. Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe's going to deliver it if it's okay.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Before delivering our amendment, I can hopefully speak against the substantive motion, which is the Conservative motion. 2.1, permanent closure of Falkirk Town Hall. We've heard very eloquently this afternoon from the Falkirk Operatic Society about their two annual shows, the last one planned for September. We should surely be paying heed to all Falkirk art community members. And therefore we reject the call to close the town hall without the promised replacement town hall actually being in existence. We just think it goes against the grain. It does this council no favours whatsoever. Secondly, 2.1, paragraph 4. to do with the funding of the voluntary arts sector. We find this proposal entirely unacceptable. The level of financial assistance spoken of, it's really abysmal. It's really abysmal. This town hall asset here is realistically worth around £400,000, £500,000 per annum to all the community groups, art groups who use it. And we are offering £10,000 for all of them. They will need to apply for funding from £10,000. They'll be lucky to get 500 quid, 1,000 quid for anything that they're doing. I just think it's a pittance. We're abandoning the arts sector in Falkirk. And therefore that's why I'm proposing that our amendment, where partly it's contained within the report here, where an alternative town hall venue is identified and officers are instructed to actively upgrade IT and seating capacity at whatever new facility we have identified to allow the convening of hybrid meetings for any council business in 2023 and beyond. We are suggesting that the proposed voluntary arts programme be abandoned and the funding of that was going to go towards that be repurposed for the refurbishment of whatever town hall replacement we identify. And thirdly, I know that it won't pass at all, but what we're saying is the existing town hall should remain open until the promised new town hall building is completed and commissioned. We told the people we won't knock this down until we have the alternative venue. We're going back in our word. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe. Do you have a seconder?
Much pleasure in seconding Councillor McCabe and the non-aligned independent group's motion. We need to be careful how we vote today. I will say again, we need to be careful how we vote today, because we could put a nail or the death knell of our arts community. £10,000 will not keep these organisations going for 4 or 5 years. We need to be very careful how we vote today. If we want to maintain an arts community in this district, then we've already cut the feet from them by taking away their town hall and their venue, and then the lack of forthcoming funding to help them will decimate them. So you can open your small theatre in 4 or 5 years' time. Will there be anybody there to use it? That's the question.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Councillor Binney?
Yeah, I would just like it clarified. We haven't, on 2.14, the amendment that we incorporated into our motion, we haven't agreed £10,000 there. If you read that, actually, it's really quite flexible. It says to engage with the voluntary arts with regard to the financial assistance required to the sector. There isn't a set amount there declared. So am I correct there to say that it isn't £10,000 we've agreed to already?
No.
I think, yes, that is correct, Councillor Binney, through you, Provost. The effect of incorporating Councillor Kerr's amendment into the motion is to remove the figure of 10,000 and to proceed as Councillor Kerr has recommended through engagement with the groups themselves.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Kerr?
Just a quick one. And Councillor McCabe mentions it in his amendment in A. Where are we going to have our meetings for going forward if this place closes? And
Because as indicated in the report from Mr. Benny, we are looking at alternative venues at the moment. I can say that we're looking at a number of different venues, but interest or the likely outcome is focusing more on the municipal chambers in Grangemouth and Grangemouth Town Hall. So the municipal chambers for committee meetings and the town hall for council meetings. Now, there are a number of issues to do with technology that may still need to be resolved in relation to that, but just to give an indication of where thinking is at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. If there are no more questions, we'll go to the vote. Oh, Councillor Buchanan.
I've had to come in here because of the fact is that although I'm an independent, as is Councillor McCabe, Councillor Spears and Councillor Ritchie, I think I would be quite rightly saying there were no bosom buddies, but I've got to compliment the two of them today with the way that they've handled and the way they've came across with their amendments. I totally support most of what they've said. And the question that had came just now for Councillor Kerr regarding where are we going to be for the meetings, I think it should be thrown back in the face of the fact that when we come out of the municipal buildings, when we were herded out of the municipal buildings, we're at a situation where we didn't know we were going. And the fact of the matter is, nearly 3 years down the line, we're still the same. So the fact is that everybody, you remember this date, and we'll see how long it's going to take until we get a new HQ and how we're going to get, when we're going to get a new town hall to ensure that the arts and that go forward in this community.
Thank you, Councillor Buchanan. If there's no other questions, we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion is as in the previous vote, so our last vote, against which the amendment is the amendment which has been moved by Councillor McCabe and seconded by Councillor Spears. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow. Councillor Anslow. I think your mute may be on, Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
For the motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
For the motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
For the motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
For the motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
16. Provost, there are 16 votes for the motion. There are 12 votes for the amendment with 1 abstention, and the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. I'd just like to say I'd like to thank the public for their passionate engagement on this particular emotive issue, and I would urge the officers move expeditiously on this and deliver a high quality arts and civic centre for the people of Falkirk as quickly as they can. I think culture and arts is vitally important for young people's development and developing their confidence, and it's certainly good for people's mental health and well-being. And so as a council, I know we fully support the culture and arts, so my ask is just that officers move expeditiously to get things moving. As for the rest of the business, that'll be carried over to the special council meeting that we've already moved the motions to So thank you everybody for your attendance today and for your engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.